you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead girls golf team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions together, we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Always 100 Spring Showcase here at Turnstone in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I'm Thad Goff. I will be calling your play-by-play, and Keith Edmonds is down patrolling the sidelines, and he tells me that he's got an interview guest, although she might be either on the court right now or waiting to run her drill here.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to pull her out of the drill right now after she takes her first initial shot.
Well, if I'm correct, this is penetrate and kick with Coach Justin Jordan. And I was told that was the Cardinal team who's running the drill, but I could be incorrect. It looks like there's been some changes. Orange is supposed to be over at Station 1, but it looks like they got pink over at Station 1, and orange is on court 3 where Caden's broadcasting. But I think Keith has our interview guest right now.
All right. Tell us your name and what school you're from.
My name is Chloe Dick, and I go to Bluffton.
And tell us what brought you to this showcase today.
Really just, I saw it, and I know what I want to do. I want to go to college and play basketball after school and continue playing basketball, and it was recommended to me, and it stood out to me. So.
Now, what are some of the things you feel like you need to work on getting yourself ready for this summer and going into next basketball season?
Definitely getting some more ball handling and stepping up into that point guard role after one of our seniors was our main point guard, and definitely getting the ball in my hands and shooting a lot more.
Well, we appreciate you being here today, and good luck, and continue to work hard.
Thank you.
That was Chloe Dick from Bluffton High School, one of our members of our Always 100 Team Thunder.
So Chloe Dick wearing the number 43 today for us from the Cardinal team, it looks like. And we've got a number of girls from the area, some from even north of the area. Kendall Vanderwall is on that squad. She wears number 38, at least today she does. And then over on that side, the side that you're seeing right now, that's the pick and roll session with Coach Reggie Tharp of the Snyder Panthers, and I think that's the pink team that's playing there, the Heather pink team. There we go. So I got a lot of pages I'm going to have to flip through, so my apologies if I'm a little slow on some of these. Addison Bowman, nice little kick there, and several kicks actually.
I'm going to talk to one of our parents, and we've had parents, a parent that's had several kids here. Can you stand up for a moment and look up at the camera when you get down here? Tell us your name and what brings you to our showcase.
I'm Nicole Sweeterman. My daughter Carson is playing in the showcase today. So
now, Ms. Sweeterman, you've had several players go through the Always 100 program. What has Always 100 done for your kids?
Oh, it's meant everything to us. Our girls have had so many opportunities with this program, and the coaches. Everybody has been so supportive and really helped them to be better players each year. So.
Well, I tell you what, you've got some talented young ladies, and we appreciate you being a part of our program. And if there's any more, we'll continue to take Sweetermans in our program.
Thank you. We appreciate all you guys do for all the girls. So.
Thank you so much. You know, Thad, one of the things about having a good program is when you can have sustainability, when you kids, multiple generations of kids come and be a part. And we've had several Sweetermans come through our program and continue to be in our program, and we're fortunate. These are some talented young ladies.
That was the mom of Carson Sweeterman. We've had a number of Sweetermans that we've covered in this area. As Carson Sweeterman currently goes to Jay County under head coach Sherry McIntyre. And you do see you don't see it on your screen there, but we do see in this booklet she has a 4.0 GPA. And one thing you'll see from a lot of these kids is they do tend to have very good GPAs, so they seem to be doing very well in the classroom. I've seen that a number of times covering these events, so it's very good to know that these girls are doing so well in the classroom.
Well, and I think they understand what it takes to play at the next level. You got to get the work done off the court, no matter how successful you are on the court. So,
when over here we are kind of going between courts right now. This is Justin Jordan working with the girls on penetrate and kick. And
I'm going to pull a player over to talk to me. I tell you what, we'll move more down towards so we can see the camera. Thad, I'm over here with a young lady on one of our Always 100 teams. Tell us your name and what school you're from.
I'm Marianne Blakey. I'm from Belmont.
And tell us what brought you to our showcase today.
Just gain experience and hopefully show interest in playing college.
So what are some of the things that you feel like you need to work on to get yourself ready for playing at the college? Well, let's go next season, then moving on into the college level.
I think I need to work on my defense and moving my feet more and also taking more shots because I was really afraid to shoot them this year and I don't want to be like that next year.
So as you come into a showcase like this, can you tell us, just what your thoughts are coming in? Are you nervous or do you feel like, you belong in an event like this?
I'm nervous, of course. There's a lot of good people here and I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm ready and stuff. Just get ready for next season more.
Very fortunate to win a state championship this year. Tell us what that experience was like.
It was great. I mean, first one in program history, and I just feel like this postseason has been the best run I've ever had before in any sport.
Well, I'll tell you what, we appreciate you being here and continue the best success for you, and you're a tremendous player, and we're fortunate to have you in Always 100.
Thank you.
Marianne Blakey from the state champion Belmont Braves. I'm getting a little tongue-tied. Belmont Braves, what a run they had all the way to 3A state title this year.
When you think about with Belmont, even last year, Belmont was a very young team full of freshmen. Marianne, I don't think she quite played the role last year that she did this year. She was one of the top scorers on this year's team. So that Belmont team is a young team that's been growing and almost growing quickly, if you will.
Yes, I tell you what, the sky's the limit. This team has got a majority of their players coming back, and why would they not be considered one of the favorites to win 3A next year as well?
I'm seeing here that Mary Blakey is planning to major in elementary education. Got a 4.05 GPA, academic letter winner in high school, student athletic leadership team member. Of course, I appreciate these booklets that the folks here at Always 100 give us for these particular events. You learn some interesting facts about the players from time to time.
Oh, no doubt.
No doubt. Andy Heim is her high school head coach, and Andy Heim has really built up that Belmont program. He's been there a long time and finally culminates with a state championship. But, gosh, who might her AAU coach be, you might be wondering. According to my booklet, Keith, that would be you.
I'm fortunate that I have some talented young ladies as part of our program. So I'm just the recipient of a tremendous amount of talent.
And again, you continue to watch the Cardinal red team, typically just the Cardinal team. This is penetrate and kick with Coach Justin Jordan that they're working on. I believe that's Briley Diedrich Williams who just made that penetrate. That time you see Carson Schwederman. And right now you're watching various different drills going on from the girls. That's this session. We will have some games later on, and I think our first set of games for today starts around 10 or 10:30.
I'm going to walk. Sorry, Thad. I'm going to walk down. I'm to your left. I'm going to walk down here more towards the camera and interview our next guest. We all set?
Looks like we're getting set. Yep, Eric's got you.
Okay, tell us your name and where you're from and what brought you to the showcase today.
My name is Agnes Bell. I'm from Homestead High School, and just to have fun and compete today.
What are some of the things that you feel like you need to work on through this summer going into next season to get yourself ready for you'll be a junior next year, for a great junior season?
Just getting my shots off quicker and just communicating on the defensive end more and taking more of that leadership role.
Well, I'll tell you what, we appreciate you being a part of this showcase today, and best of luck. Have fun today.
Thank you.
That's Agnes Bell, a tremendous player out of Homestead High School, and that young lady is going to have a tremendous season. Homestead's got a great sophomore group coming back. There's going to be juniors, and the sky's the limit for Homestead.
Yeah, Homestead does graduate a lot of really good players, but I think we saw some of those promising young players like Agnes Bell and Susie Perigo, who's on the Heather Pink team these days. Or for this event, she's actually working with Reggie Tharp on pick and rolls right now. Now, talking about Homestead, they had obviously Maya Epps has been a great player for Homestead. She is a senior right now. Her high school basketball career has ended, and she's committed to Louisville. She was in a car accident. The news came out. It's been made public. As far as I know, the last I heard, she was still in stable condition at the hospital. So it sounds like she maybe is doing better than expected coming out of a car accident, but hopefully, Lord willing, that she continues to improve. I just think it's safe to say that she's probably in good hands with her doctors, assuming that she's still in the hospital. That's the most of what I know at this point. There's nothing else that I can say definitively or speculate on.
Well, and our thoughts and prayers are obviously with Maya Epps and her family and the Homestead community. You know, Maya's a tremendous player, but even better young lady. And I was fortunate. I had an opportunity to work with Maya the last couple summers, and you know, just class personified, and again, we're fortunate that we get a chance to work with these types of kids, Maya Epps, and so many of the kids that play basketball in Northeast Indiana. You know, we don't realize how blessed we are, and my heart and my prayers and my thoughts are with her and her family at this time, and we're just waiting for word. And it sounds like things are getting more positive about her as news comes out, but we don't want to speculate. We just want to wait for that next report, and hopefully it's going to be better than the last report.
Yeah, getting back to Agnes Bell, she does have a 3.93 grade point average, and just a sophomore at this point. I'm watching over here on court number 1. Reggie Tharp just came out to guard. I think that was Mackenzie White that was shooting the ball. He coaches Mackenzie White over at Snyder, so I think that's Reg just having a little fun with the drill. You know, Alexis Werner just took that last shot. You know, in drills like this, when you get those open threes, you're going to have some makes, you're going to have some misses. You see that in game action, but you also see in drills like this, sometimes you get an open look, sometimes you don't knock it down, sometimes you do. We just saw Quinn Ramsey knock one down from the corner. That's Addison Bowman knocking down the 3 ball that time. And some of these girls I'm well familiar with. Some of these girls I'm more familiar with than others, so my apologies. But Addison Bowman currently goes to Crestview Middle School, which is over in Huntington, Indiana, feeds into Huntington North High School. She'll be coached by Gary Andrews when she gets to high school. And I'm not sure if that's an interview guest that Keith has, or if he's just having a little conversation. Might be either one. There's Alexis Werner taking the 3 ball. She did not knock it down. Again, you're going to have your makes, you're going to have your misses, and Werner had a miss that time, but I'm sure she's going to have plenty of makes as well. So we've got just under a minute left in this first session. The teams will switch, well, not first session, but this first series of station work. Teams will switch stations, move over to different stations as we go on. Got about 45 seconds left in this series of station work. I was wondering for a second if Mackenzie White might take that shot. Instead, it's going to be Olivia Stevens. And Olivia Stevens knocks down the 3
Got
ball.
my next person coming up. Tell us your name and where you're from. Look up at the camera. Like.
My name's Kendall Vanderwall, and I'm from Angola High School.
And what brings you to our showcase today?
Well, I just started playing for Always 100 this year, and they said it's a big thing they do for a lot of college recruitment, so I thought it'd be a good thing for me.
So tell us what some of the things that you feel like you need to improve on to get ready for next season.
I think a big thing is just my consistency when shooting. I can shoot the ball pretty well, but I'm not super consistent yet. So I need to work on that, and then just obviously handling the ball and taking care of it and leading a team.
So when you come into a showcase like this with all of these great players, do you feel a little nervous or just excitement or a little both? Or?
Yeah, it's a little mixture of both. Like, it's definitely exciting to get to play with good competition and like athletes who are at your level or higher, and it's a lot of fun. But yeah, there's definitely a little nerves there.
Well, we appreciate you being a part of this showcase today, and enjoy the day.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
This is a tremendous young lady from Angola High School. Again, I got a chance to see her play, and she's one of those unique talents that we don't always get to see because she's up in Angola. But again, she just decided, she and her family, to say yes to Always 100, and again, tremendous player.
Angola had a really good season this past year in girls basketball. Now, of course, in sectionals, it's always a blind draw, and they drew East Noble, who was the best team in their sectional, and so Angola was eliminated. But Kendall Vanderwall had a great year for first-year head coach Kayla Walker and those Hornets. So it seems as though things are very promising up in way north Indiana.
Yes.
The teams now have switched sections. That is the Heather Pink team over there with Coach Justin Jordan. And now over with Reggie Tharp. I think that's the Neon Pink team. I'll check on these. Nope, that's not correct. Got to go by the numbers. It's the Lavender team. Kaylee Goheen is a part of that, along with Alexa Griffin, London Flowers, Camille Abel, Gracie Matheny, Leah Worth, Olivia Conklin, and Olivia Murphy. I'll try to get you some information on some of these players as we keep on going. Again, luckily the folks at Always 100 provide me with this booklet. I think they have booklets for all of our announcers that they can look up information about these players. Sometimes you find out some interesting stuff. Well, Leah Worth, she does go to Homestead High School. She's a sophomore, and, with several great players set to graduate from Homestead, whether it's Maya Epps, we talked about her earlier, or Whitney Ankenbrook, or Gabby Helsum, there's a chance that Leah Worth could step in to a little bit more of a role this year when she becomes a junior. 3.4 grade point average. Coached at Always 100 by Chris Paul, and of course she's coached at Homestead by Rod Parker, the longtime head coach Rod Parker. Rod's a former assistant under Homestead boys basketball coach Chris Johnson, and the Homestead boys team did win a big game yesterday. Obviously, regional championship's always a big game. It was against Harrison, and I think Harrison has had a pretty good season so far. They're just coming off a sectional championship win against Kokomo, real good Kokomo team, and Homestead beat them, as I recall, by double figures over there in Logansport. Of course, which was the upset of the day? That's the question that we'll be debating for a while here in the state of Indiana, especially in this area, because Snyder came up with a huge win over Carmel. It was a Carmel team that was 18-5 and riding high after beating the number one ranked team in the state, the Fishers Tigers. And Snyder went into Newcastle and knocked off the Greyhounds, but also Bishop Luers comes up with a regional championship win, and that was against Bremen, by the way. Bishop Luers was just a few games over 500. Bremen was 22-4 going into yesterday, and Bishop Luers was able to knock him off. Did give up a double-digit lead, but then Luers fought back. They responded to that adversity and came away with the victory. So credit to the Bishop Luers Knights for responding to adversity and coming away with a team that had a much better record than what the Knights had. So we continue to watch the Lavender team. They work on pick and rolls, although these don't look quite as much like pick and rolls, but that is Reggie Tharp leading the drill. That three is good. And that was Hillary Labus. My apologies if I mispronounced that. I'm guessing that's what it was. Try to look up some information on her. Hillary Labus currently attending Westville High School under Coach Michael Majacy. Again, my apologies if I got that wrong, but she has a 3.89 grade point average. Her AAU coach is DeJour Young. I'll try to get as much information about some of these players. Here's a Here's some interesting information. Hillary Labus did make the honor roll. She was a member of student government. Was also named class president. Again, that's Hillary Labus from Westville High School. She was also named homecoming princess. Now, is that the second best behind homecoming queen? I'm not quite sure. There's a good three from the corner. It's London Flowers with the make from beyond the arc. Again, we're going to see some makes. We're going to see some misses on these three balls. That was Flowers with the feed that time. That three comes up short.
And you know, Thad, not to interrupt you, but the interesting part about these drills is that once the kids get locked in and not worry about who's in attendance and who's around them and all those things, they start to get a little more comfortable and feel a little bit more, a little bit better about what's going on during the course of the day. So we try and tell them, don't worry about misses. No one's counting your misses. No one's counting your turnovers. Just have fun and enjoy the day.
Don't mind you chiming in there. Thanks for chiming in. Always appreciate it. It looks like you got another interview guest.
I do. Can you tell us your name and what school you're from?
I'm Leah, and I'm from Homestead.
And she won't miss her turn to shoot shots.
Doesn't want to take a play off.
Isn't that interesting? Because most kids would want the interview. She's like, I want the shots.
Yeah. So she's saying, I want to better my game.
Yeah.
Or maybe if she's like me, she's saying, I want to make my three ball.
Yeah. Well, and again, you're talking about one of the best shooters in Northeast Indiana. Leah, she doesn't miss too many three balls. So, again, I got a chance to see her play on several occasions. And I'm going to finish my interview with her. Yeah, she's Leah Word from Homestead High School. And tell us what brought you to the showcase today. Look up at the camera.
Nard Hollins just said, I need you there in the morning. And I told him I'd be there. And, yeah, here we are, ready to play.
So tell us what some of the things you feel like you need to work on to get yourself ready for a great junior season.
Definitely want to be more versatile and put the ball on the floor more. Feel like kind of just been a shooter for a little bit of my career, and I want to become more of a versatile player, put it on the floor more. I want my defense to be extraordinary, that type of thing.
Well, I tell you what, we appreciate you being a part. I'm not going to take you out any more drills. Have a good day.
You too.
Now, she made me lose my voice, Thad.
Well, she sounds like she's already working hard.
Yeah. And how many kids say things like that? That's, they want to be more versatile and she just answered the call. Bernard Hollins, our CEO and director of Always 100, told her that she needs to be here, and she answers the call.
And, of course, Nard Hollins is in attendance today. I think he's making his rounds around the court.
Oh, yeah. He's all over the place right now. So,
yeah, Nard Hollins, a Northside graduate. And, of course, we're not too far from Northside High School. That's the closest high school to Turnstone, where we're here for this Always 100 Spring Showcase. And, it's talking about the Northside boys basketball team. And I know we've got girls basketball here today, and the Northside girls have been struggling. But the boys, they had a slow start to the season, 0-4 start. But then they kind of kicked it into gear. And you could say that started with the second half of the season. But those kids faced some very early adversity, and a lot of it they clearly responded well to.
Yes, and again, you always want to be playing your best basketball at the end of the season, if possible. And, certainly that was epitomized through Northside's basketball program this season.
We bring you back over to station number 2, where they are working on penetrates and kicks with Coach Justin Jordan, and that is, I believe that's the Heather Pink team over there.
Dad, I got my next guest here. I'll let her tell you who she is and what school she's from and what brought you to the showcase today.
My name is, right there?
Yes.
My name is Mackenzie White. I'm class of 2029. I go to Snyder High School, and what brought me was to get better.
So what are some of the areas you feel like you need to get better and brought you to this showcase?
The areas I need to get better at is I need to develop more of a mid-range shot that's consistent. I need to develop more of a three that's consistent. And I need to work on my endurance and stamina.
So when you come into a showcase like this, are you a little nervous? Or are you just like, basketball is basketball? Tell me what your thoughts are.
I wouldn't say I'm nervous, but I definitely am not just like basketball is basketball. Like, I'm here to get better.
Well, we appreciate you being a part, and hopefully you enjoy the day today.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Mackenzie White, and she's from Snyder High School, and again, another player that I've been fortunate enough to get to know on and off the court, and what a talent she is. First team all-conference as a freshman this year, came out of a great program at Memorial Park, won multiple city championships at Memorial Park, and again, we're glad she said yes to Always 100.
And Mackenzie White with a 4.14 GPA. She is a freshman, so college major or area of interest is listed as undecided, and you would not be surprised to hear that. She did receive high school honors this past fall of her freshman year. And Mackenzie White played a big role for the Snyder Panthers this year. You know, last year we saw Janaea Cooper step up and have a great year as a freshman, and she was back and had another great year as a sophomore. And with Kyra Parker graduating from Snyder, I think a lot of folks wondered who else would step up and fill those big roles for the Snyder Panthers, and Mackenzie White was one of the girls that did that.
Yeah, when you look at Snyder coming back with Mackenzie Carter and Mackenzie White, obviously Janaea Cooper, one of the top players not only in Northeast Indiana but in the country in her class. You know, Snyder is going to have a lot to say about what happens in the SAC and Northeast Indiana next season.
You're watching this Heather Pink team over here on the near side as Lexi Werner. I think she just made that shot. Well, no, probably not. That net stuck. Okay, I'm watching. I could have sworn I was watching shots go in and the net wasn't moving, so I'm kind of scratching my head as to what I was just seeing over there.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
No problem.
I'm all the way down here at the other end. I'm going to let this young lady tell you who she is, what school she's from, and what brought her here today. Tell us your name first.
I'm Zoe Walls. I'm from Monrovia.
And what brought you to the showcase today?
Just the good exposure and just being able to play with my teammates and like meeting new girls from Always 100 and just making new friends from here and just getting better each day.
And I'm asking everyone the same question. What do you feel like you need to improve on going into next season?
Probably my outside shooting, just being more confident and just keeping my options open and just shooting like the lights out when I can.
Well, we appreciate you being here today, Zoe, and have fun today.
Thank you.
She says shoot the lights out. That's what I like.
Just tells her like it is.
Yeah, I'm just here to shoot the lights out. That's what I'm going to do.
Minutes down by the Indy area. Out past Indy, actually. So we're getting kids from West Central Indiana, a lot of kids from Northeast Indiana, and occasionally we've had kids from Ohio and Illinois, Michigan. Might even have a few of those today as I continue to look through the book. We continue to watch this Heather Pink team working with Justin Jordan over there on station number 2. Corner 3 does not go. And I think Justin Jordan might be changing some things up here and how they do the drill. We got about 2 minutes left. Oh, we do have another interview guest.
Or do I need to come closer? I'm all the way over here by the
we can get you. We can zoom in and get you over there.
All right. I'm with my next guest. Could you tell us your name and what school you're from?
Emilia Ken, and I'm from Liberty Benton.
And what brought you to our showcase today for Always 100?
Just to learn how to play, just play without being comfortable, and just work hard.
And what are some of the things you feel like you need to improve on going into next season?
Probably get more comfortable around the outside shooting.
Now, when you come into a showcase like this, do you feel a little bit nervous, or you just basketball is basketball, or what's your thoughts going into this?
I kind of just come and I kind of just play. It's not nerves, it's just go and play, have fun.
Well, we appreciate you being here today, and hopefully you enjoy the day.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Amelia Ken, again, a member of one of our Always 100 teams, a tremendous ball player, and what a bright future she has.
Yeah, a lot of these kids, we get some young kids at these Always 100 showcases. We get sometimes a lot of sophomores, a lot of freshmen, some middle schoolers as well. And we've had some middle schoolers at the at the showcase before, too, as we are just getting ready to go into our next rotation of station work. It's about 9:30 a.m., 9:28 right now, 9:30 a.m. It says that the Heather Pink team will be doing pick and rolls with Coach Reggie Tharp, but they were already over there, so I think the orange team is next. They're currently over on court 4, and I think court 4 for today is kind of being used for warm-ups, like mid-session warm-ups, if you will. As the teams are about to switch sides, and now you'll see the Lavender team head over to work with Justin Jordan, and then Reggie Tharp will take over the orange team. We did hear from Marianne Blakey. She's a part of the orange team, along with her sister Ashley Blakey. They're both sophomores for the Belmont Lady Braves, who, as we talked about earlier, did win a state title. But I think Keith Edmonds has our next interview guest. Or does he?
I have a young lady that said, you need to interview me. So I'm going to have you look up at the camera. She said, don't you leave this gym without interviewing me. Tell us your name and what school you're from and what brought you here today.
I'm Maddie White. I go to Snyder High School and just loving basketball.
So tell us some of the things that you feel like you need to work on to get yourself ready for a great junior year next year at Snyder High School.
I think I need to work on my handles because, if I could work on bringing up the ball and I'm already a post player, that would just bring my game up to the next level.
So when you come into a showcase like this, are you nervous at all, or do you just feel like, hey, all I got to do is be who I am? Or just tell me what your thoughts are coming into this.
Yeah, just being who I am because, this is, the third year I've done this. So it's just, I'm already used to it. So just coming here, working on my game, meeting new players, being able to connect with other players who I'm going to see throughout the season, AAU-wise and school-wise.
Well, I'll tell you what, we appreciate you being here today, and best of luck and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Edmonds.
That's Maddie White, the other half of the connection. Mackenzie White's her sister, younger sister at Snyder, and again, that 1-2 punch of those two young ladies in the post is going to make Snyder a formidable opponent for Northeast Indiana next season.
Absolutely. Snyder is very young but very talented. And, they got all the way to regionals, won their sectional championship at Carroll. Now, when they got to regionals, they ran into a really good Norwell team, a team that they had beaten in the regular season, but a team that went on to knock off Snyder in the regional championship at Belmont. And I know Reggie Tharp doesn't want to remember that. He's working over there with the girls right now. And what he does want to remember is the great season that his girls put together. He's working with the orange team, and Marianne Blakey's a part of that. Dorian Nieves is a part of that. And Dorian,
as well as Ashley Blakey, the other half of the Blakey twins from state champion Belmont High School.
Correct. The two leading scorers for Belmont, as I recall, and both sophomores. And Dorian Nieves played mostly off the bench last year. Now, that's as a freshman, so that's not really a surprise, but she did show a lot of promise, showed that she could certainly shoot the basketball. Meanwhile, that's Ashley Blakey with the feed to the corner. 3-ball comes up short. Blakey, Johnny on the spot for the rebound. Marianne Blakey kicks that one. But the three doesn't fall, and we're seeing it like we just
I have my next guest here today.
You do.
Tell us your name, what school you're from, and what brought you to the showcase. Our camera's up here.
I'm Ashley Blakey. I'm from Belmont High School. I came to the showcase because I want to play in college. I mean, who wouldn't with this game?
Well, tell us some of the things that you feel like you need to work on. You guys obviously won the state this year, but you can't be complacent. You got to get better. What are some of the areas you feel like you need to get better?
Honestly, I think rebounding more. I mean, catching and shooting and not drifting, staying balanced, ball handling. I mean, you can work on everything. I mean, there's not one thing that you're perfect on.
Well, I hear that you have an outstanding coach this summer, and you're really looking forward to working for him, and you're going to give it your all. When you come into this this showcase, are you in awe a little bit, a little nervous, or you just look at it as, hey, basketball is basketball?
I mean, yeah, I'm a little nervous, but I mean, I'm just playing my game. I'm doing the little things, and yeah.
Well, we look forward to watching you perform today, and have a great summer, and tell your coach hello. That's Ashley Blakey. She's on my team this summer. And, and again, I get to coach tremendous talent, the Blakey twins from again, state championship team, Belmont. And who would not want to have an opportunity to coach young ladies like that?
Yeah, Ashley Blakey, 3.93 grade point average. First team all-conference Northeast 8 in 2025. That was as a freshman. All-state honorable mention as a freshman. Top 100 workout as a freshman. Was an academic letter winner along with being a student athletic leadership team member as we continue to watch the Orange team. But I think we've got another interview guest over there.
And one of the things I like doing is I like to interview the parents because they don't always get the credit for bringing their kids into Always 100 and a showcase like this. Can you tell us your name and your child that you brought and you trusted Always 100 with?
Well, my actual name is Lauren, but they don't really call me Lauren. They call me London's mom. My daughter's name is London.
And tell us a little bit about, why you trusted Always 100 to allow your daughter to be a part of.
Well, I started with Always 100 because she was originally just training with one of the trainers, and they actually suggested that I should get her into the AAU program because how she progressed from when she started from the beginning until now. She is always being asked if she is what grade she's in because she's in the 7th grade, but if you look at her, she looks like she's in high school. And she's just continuing every single day, getting better and better and growing as she gets older. And they suggested put her on an AAU team, and I got her on there, and she's just getting better each day. So.
Well, when you come into a showcase like this, does she feel a little nervousness at all, or does she just, she just wants to do the very best that she can? Tell me, can you kind of interpret her thoughts a little bit?
Well, honestly, this is our first showcase, and she is nervous, but she was excited at the same time. So we're ready to try and see, and she's a bit of a showboat, so you'll see her out there in her ways and her smile. So she's going to have fun.
Well, we appreciate you trusting Always 100 with your daughter, and again, your parents. You guys are such a vital part of our program, and thank you so much for saying yes.
Oh, thank you for blessing us with the opportunity.
Again, Thad, the parents don't always get the credit that they deserve. Parents and grandparents. I'm sitting here with a grandparent as well. They're kind of the forgotten entity. They're the ones that give up the time and the energy and the resources to get these kids in events like this and organizations like this. And I always want to make sure that we say thank you for them being a part of Always 100 and all that they do.
Yeah, I know a chiropractor works in this area. She's got daughters that I think both go to Lures, and they play volleyball, they play softball, and she was last time I saw her, she was talking about how I think she took her kids down to Louisville for a travel volleyball event, and that puts a lot of miles on your car. But and I'm not sure if that's an interview guest over there.
Yes, it is. Can you tell us your name, sir, and where you're from, and what brought you to our showcase today?
Yes, sir. Jake Andrews from Grace College, just down the road here, and it's always good to see some Always 100 kids. We have a lot in our program. And, you guys, culture-wise, kind of what we look for.
So when you come into a showcase like this, are there specific kids that you're looking for, the positions? Are you just looking for overall talent, the best players that can fit into the Grace program? Just kind of tell us the mindset of a college coach coming into an event like this.
Yeah, a little bit of everything you said. Obviously, we've got some kids that we already know of, have seen around, obviously being close to you guys, and then always looking to evaluate new players. Feel like I see new kids here every year. Just kind of confirming what I know about some of the kids maybe we already know, and then finding some new players.
As you start to take a look, do you take a look at, classes as far as, maybe the 2027, 2028? How far out do you guys start to look as far as projecting players that might be a part of your program?
So, obviously the 27 class is the next one up, so starting to hit that one pretty hard. And then 28s, we've already got some kids we've seen and put on our short list. This is where we'll see maybe some more kids to add to the short list. And then always, like, you see a 29 and say, hey, maybe this kid down the road could be a good fit for us, good player for us. I mean, you never know. So, yeah, just kind of confirming, like, 27s, maybe seeing some more, and then starting to add 28s, 29s, even maybe 30s to our list. So,
well, I'll tell you, we appreciate you guys being a part of this event and for saying yes to our kids. And they're always excited to see college coaches here, and hopefully we can continue to send great players into a great program at Grace College.
Absolutely. I mean, we have a lot of Always 100 players. We've had a lot of Always 100 players. Hopefully we get some more. So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Coach.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Again, one of the things about these events, Thad, is that we have coaches that continually come back because we try and send quality, not necessarily basketball players, but quality young ladies into these programs. And again, we're blessed that these coaches and these schools in our area, we have so many colleges in Northeast Indiana that say yes to Always 100.
Yeah, that Grace program, their women's team's led by Dan Davis, who it looks like may have just either is about to go into his 8th season or just finished up his 8th season as I check out the bio here. But they've had good basketball programs on both sides, I recall. But we do have our next interview guest.
Yes, we have our next player here. Can you tell us your name and what school you're from and what brought you to our showcase today?
My name's Hillary Labus. I'm from I go to Westville High School. I'm from Michigan City, Indiana. And I came here to get a good workout in and get some college looks.
So tell us some of the things that you feel like you need to work on going into this summer and getting ready for next season, which will be your junior year.
I need to start working on extending my range more, getting to the basket, and my ball handling. And we're going to prepare this AAU season and then get ready for high school.
I had a young lady tell me that Hillary can just shoot the lights out. Is that true about you?
Yes.
Well, we appreciate you being here today and enjoy the day.
All right, thank you.
Didn't even hide it.
Yeah. See, these kids, I'm telling you, and that's what makes it fun is that, you can build these type of relationships. I know Hillary really well. She's on one of our elite teams, and she can shoot the lights out. So, one of the things about these kids is that they know one thing. If it's just one thing, they know what they do well. And as we go through this day, you'll hear kids say, yeah, I'm a great rebounder, or I'm a great defensive player, or whatever the case may be. They know what they're good at, and they also know what they need to work on.
I got some information here about Hillary Labus. She was on the honor roll, student government member, and here's some interesting ones. Homecoming princess and class president.
How about that?
That's incredible. 3.89 GPA. And, of course, Michigan City, that's out over on the way to Chicago. It is in Indiana, but it's a lot closer to Chicago than we are here in Fort Wayne.
Yes.
Here in Fort Wayne, we're about, I'd say, 3-4 hours, give or take, from Chicago, probably depending on which route you take. As it looks like Keith is calling over his next interview guest.
All right, we have our next guest. Can you tell us your name and what school you're from and what brought you to our showcase today?
I'm Grace Smith. I go to Snyder, and I'm here because I want to work on my skill set.
So what do you feel like you need to work on to get yourself ready for next season?
Be more consistent on off the dribble pull-ups. That's me.
And you also could be more consistent in saying hello to people that respect you. And no, Gracie is a tremendous player. So, again, as you come into this showcase, Gracie, tell us a little bit about what your mindset is. And I know you want to get better, and I know you want to showcase your skills for the college level. But also, do you take a look at some of these great players that you're playing against and say, man, I just want to compete against that particular person or persons here today?
Yeah, my whole mindset is just win. That's just win.
Well, we appreciate you being here today, and thank you for coming over and being a part of this interview, and thank you for saying hello, because you never speak to me.
Hi, Evan. Have a good day.
Yeah. Again, Tracy Smith, her sister Olivia Smith, obviously was a tremendous player. Southside High School, always 100. Went to Eastern Michigan. Now she's at Hampton, and again, that's one of the things that I really like about being a part of Always 100 is when we can have second and third generation kids come and be a part of this organization.
And Gracie was another one of those players for Snyder who kind of stepped into a bigger role this year. And again, you kind of went into the season looking at Snyder thinking they've got Janaea Cooper. Who else is going to step up? We talked about some of those girls already, the White sisters, and Gracie was another one of those players who stepped up and had a really good season.
Yes, and again, look at the template that she had. Her sister was one of the hardest working players that we've ever seen here in Northeast Indiana, and Olivia Smith, and who would not want to model that type of tenacity and winning type attitude that Olivia displayed. So again, Gracie is just the next in line from that particular family that is going to continue on the tradition of hard work and success.
Folks, you just saw Marianne Blakey knock down a 3-ball. That's one of her strengths that she brings to the table. And that's Ava Wolfert, more recent to knock down a triple. And looks like Keith might have our next interview guest. Is standing kind of in the mix of a few players. Or maybe just high-fiving them as you walk by.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to slide over here and interview our CEO. The young man that has put this whole thing together. If he could look up at the camera and tell us a little bit about what made you put Always 100 together and showcases like this. Just tell me the mindset initially behind putting Always 100 together.
I think it's a couple of things. I think the first thing, the growth in our community, is just trying to build it and develop their minds on and off the court. And the biggest thing with the showcase, the month of June, so many young ladies go to these different college elite camps where they're going and you get 60 to 80 college kids, high school kids that's playing in front of 2 or 3 college coaches. So I was like, with Always 100, we can kind of control the narrative a little bit by having the college coaches come to us and go over some of the drills we do throughout the week. And now today we should have 40 coaches in attendance, and now they can come and they can recruit our kids. We got the book where they have all their grades, their GPAs, what they've done this year, state champion. We got a bunch of stuff that's in that book that coaches can already know if they can recruit that kid or not.
So when you take a look at the coaches that are here and it expands every year, obviously you build tremendous relationships with these coaches. Are you able to kind of point out specific kids to say, this kid can fit in this particular program because I've gotten to know these coaches, and just kind of place these kids in the right program?
Absolutely. I think that's what makes us different. I think that's what's big, is understanding that next level. So what we try to do is, if I'm watching games throughout the year, it doesn't matter if it's live stream or in person, trying to get a feel for what each college needs. And then as we develop these kids throughout the year, we're able to say, hey, coach, come watch Ava Simpson, she's a pretty good player. Come watch Addison Powell, she's a pretty good player. Just in understanding what that team needs, who are they graduating. Yeah, the portal does put a play in it, but at the same time, making sure we send these kids to the right school.
So I know Division I's cannot be here today, but I'm sure that they're in attendance live streaming. How do you handle all the calls and all of the information that these colleges are looking for on these kids?
Well, I think it's important. One of the things I want to take some time when you made me think about it right now. Just the college calls I got on our kid Maya Epps, who's going through a trying time. It's tremendous. All these coaches have reached out to me in the last couple of days, and I haven't had a chance to get back with them. But please keep her in prayer. As she go through a hard time right now. She went through surgery, and it was successful. I talked with Lonnie this morning, and having her around our program since she was young. She's been my intern all year this year, so she's in the office with me 3 or 4 times a week. Definitely a tough moment for our program and her parents, so please keep her up in prayer. Even with some of our coaches that need prayers, one of them times, man, I'm a believer. I have strong faith, and just to all the believers out there, please continue to keep praying for our program and Maya. But to kind of get back to what you were saying is, I think what's very pivotal, Coach, and what's very important is that these kids understand what level they can play at, and that's us. And I think we do a pretty good job as a program of making sure each kid get that right level. Some programs are just for Division I kids, some programs are just for Division II in the IA. But I think what makes our program different around the country is that we have kids at every level and we're honest with the parents and with the understanding, hey, your kid can play at this level.
Well, again, we can't say thank you enough for your willingness to come into an untapped situation in regards to girls basketball and everything that you've done to pour into our community and Always 100. Thank you for saying yes.
All right, thanks a lot, Coach. I appreciate it.
That's Bernard Hollins, CEO, director of Always 100, and man, where would we be if we did not have that young man decide that, he's going to step into a market that might have been untapped. Even though we had some different programs in the past, but sustainability is what I mentioned earlier. Always 100 has been here for 10 years or more, and I tell you what, Bernard Hollins is a tremendous man and tremendous person, and I'm so thankful that he allowed me to be a part of Always 100 as well.
Yeah, Bernard Hollins started Always 100. I believe he started it after a professional basketball career in Europe, then came back home to Fort Wayne, started Always 100, and continues to train a lot of great basketball players. In fact, I believe several both girls and boys basketball players, girls players like Carissa McLaughlin, have gone through Always 100 along with VJ Beecham, the former New Haven basketball star and former Notre Dame Fighting Irish star. I'll say one thing regarding VJ Beecham and Notre Dame. I went to Notre Dame's game against NC State earlier this year. I was surprised to see that VJ did not have a banner in the gym. I'm thinking, what's going on there?
Well, he's certainly deserving of a banner. What a tremendous player VJ Beecham was. And again, I was fortunate enough to get to know VJ really well. I was one of his principals when he was at New Haven High School, and Harding as well. So I've gotten a chance to know VJ pretty well.
Over here on the right side, you're seeing the light green team work with Coach Reggie Tharp. And that light green team features some players that we've heard from, such as Gracie Smith and Maddie White. Some players that we haven't heard from, Trinity Brown. Trinity Brown goes to Bishop Lures, and Bishop Lures kind of trying to build that program back up. We got another interview.
Yes, we do. Tell us your name and what school you're from and what brought you today.
My name's London Flowers, and I go to Woodside Middle School. And what brought me today was to get better and show some recognition and show people what I've been working for.
So when you come into a showcase like this, are you a little bit nervous? Do you feel pretty relaxed? Tell me what your thoughts are coming in.
No, I feel good. I don't feel nervous. I feel like I've been doing good and working hard in every group. So I think I've been doing good.
So what are some of the things you feel like you need to work on to get better for next season?
Next season, I think I should really work on my ball handling and getting faster, speed and agility. And I wish I could grow because I'm a little short right now. But
Well, you can't work on growing, but you definitely can work on the things that you can handle, and you let the powers that be handle everything else. But thank you for coming over and have fun today.
Thank you.
That's London Flowers. Again, a young lady that's near and dear to me. Her dad, Britton Flowers, was one of my starters for my team that went to the state championship in 2003 at Elmhurst High School, and London has just blossomed into a tremendous player. And another one of those kids is feeding into Homestead High School from Woodside Middle School and is going to be a great player.
Right now, London's working on finishes at the basket with Coach Charles Phillips. On the other side of that court, over there on court 2, you got L.B. Smith working with some of the girls, and L.B. just took over the Wayne girls basketball program, trying to get that program going with the right direction. It was a Wayne program that was showing some promise in recent years, but still trying to get to being one of the more competitive teams in the SAC.
You know, Thad, and that's really interesting that you said that. One of the things about sustainability is keeping coaches in place, allowing them to develop programs, allowing them to put their stamp on a program and develop that culture, not only at the high school level but into the feeder schools as well. And hopefully these schools will allow these coaches to put the right mindset into kids and schools and really develop these programs to all that they're capable of being.
Speaking of feeder schools, we do we are very thankful to organizations like MVP Basketball that give us extra opportunity to watch these middle school basketball programs. MVP Basketball, of course, is led by Mitch Sturm. And, of course, a lot of the games they do are, in fact, boys basketball games. We got some coming up this week. But you get to watch these middle school kids, and you never know what's going to translate from middle school to high school. But when you get to watch these middle school kids, you get to see their ability and take a look at them and say, this kid shows a lot of promise. Maybe he or maybe she can do really well. And, again, with MVP, it's mostly the boys. But maybe this kid can do really well at the high school level. We saw that from Chance DeRosset, who's now at Snyder, and Chance was a great ball player at St. Paul Lutheran in downtown Fort Wayne. Now a sophomore at Snyder, having a great year. Only scored 3 points yesterday, but it was a three, and it was a high degree of difficulty three. Had a hand right in his face as the Panthers upset the Carmel Greyhounds. And also, I'll give this little caveat. Chance was coming off a bad foot that he had suffered the week before. So probably still trying to get fresh into things and back to 100%.
Pat, I'm going to pull my next interview over. And I'm going to give her about 10 seconds to catch her breath. She's not used to working this hard, so I got to give her a moment to catch her breath. Tell us your name and what school you're from.
I'm Layla Yancey, and I go to Hebron Middle School.
And tell us what brought you to the showcase today.
My coaches.
So what are some of the things you feel like you need to work on to get yourself ready for your next season?
Definitely off the dribble shooting.
So when you come into this showcase, do you feel any nervousness at all, or you feel pretty relaxed, or just tell me what your thoughts are?
I don't really think of anything. I just be me and not really nervous at all. No.
Well, I tell you what, we appreciate you stopping over, and I'm not going to take you too much longer out of your drill. Have fun today.
Thank you, too.
And again, you look at that, where these kids come from, and the great distances they're willing to travel just to be a part of Always 100, and not just necessarily here in Indiana, but they come from Michigan, they come from Ohio, and again, these parents sometimes drive 2, 3, sometimes even 4 hours if they're all the way down in the New Albany, Floyd Central area, and just to be a part of Always 100 says a lot about our program and our director.
Yeah, Hebron, if I'm not mistaken, is the town of Hebron, Indiana, is about 2 hours away.
Yes.
From what I'm seeing.
Yes.
And looked like she was working over there with David Goodwell over there on court number 4. And Layla Yancey, I had a little information about her. Yeah, there we go. 3.7 grade point average, planning to major in radiology when she gets to college. She's on the A honor roll. MVP 3 years in middle school basketball and all conference for middle school cross country. So you get a lot of multi-sport athletes at these events. Girls who they may run cross country in the fall, may run track in the spring, or play softball in the spring, play soccer in the fall. Of course, when you're in middle school, at least on the girls' side here in Indiana, you're playing in the spring. Then when you get to high school, you play in the fall. So that's one of the changes that takes place there as far as the practice and game regimen. Well, maybe not so much the regimen, but when the season takes place. That is the Orange team over there on Station 2, working with Justin Jordan, the head coach at Whitco. And, Whitco's put together some pretty good seasons the last few years in girls basketball.
Oh, what a job Justin Jordan has done to get that program going in the right direction. 2 consecutive seasons over 20 wins, and got to the semi-state this year. And man, oh man, how good is Whitco High School right now?
Right now they are really good. As Camilla Sanchez, I think that's the right pronunciation, knocking down that 3 ball for the Orange team.
I'm going to do something, Thad, that I've never done. I'm going to interview a parent and their child, and if you can turn and face the camera. We'll start with the most important person. We'll start with the child. Tell us your name and what school you're from.
My name is Dorian, and I go to Snyder High School.
And tell us what brought you to the showcase today.
Well, I knew it was going to be like a good opportunity getting some work in and play in front of college coaches, and I thought it'd be a great opportunity.
Okay, now I'm going to turn to your dad. Tell us your name and tell us what some of the things you feel like your daughter needs to work on to get better.
My name's Dorian, senior, and for me, she just needs to get a little more aggressive, learn how to penetrate, read the defense a little bit more, all of the things she's getting with this program and working with Nard and everybody else. And it's not just, not gassing the program up, but it's a real good opportunity for all of these kids.
So, when you take a look at Always 100, tell us what made you say yes to Always 100.
Well, for me, it's a little bit different because I grew up with Nard. I grew up with you. So knowing the individuals running the program, I know Chuck, I know Reggie, like all these guys I played basketball with, they were all A1 guys coming up. So I knew what my daughter was getting. My daughter was getting an opportunity to work with guys who understand the game at a level that nobody else around here does. That's why, for me.
So I'm going to ask this question to both of you. If I put a ball out here and you go on one-on-one, who wins the game? I'll start with daughter.
My dad.
No, you didn't have to say that. Dad, can your daughter handle you at all?
She can't shoot with me. You know that. You can't shoot me. So you know she can't shoot. You know that. No, you know what? Honestly, she'd probably get me. I'll give her that. She probably would.
Well, I appreciate you both coming over, and thank you for saying yes to Always 100.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you, Coach.
Thank you so much. And again, Dorian Nueves is a former student of mine, and that's what makes it fun for me. Again, that is seeing these guys that and gals that I had in class or maybe coached, and now getting a chance to see their kids, and that's what makes it fun for me.
Yeah, Dorian Nieves, freshman at Snyder High School, plans to major in dentistry, has a 4.0 grade point average, so doing very well in the classroom. But Dorian Senior, he's become a pretty good interview guest these last couple of years.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get him away from the mic.
Well, the way I'd say is Dorian Senior, he keeps it real, but he's also he's also very polite and respectful when it comes to interviews.
Yes, he is.
As you continue to watch the Orange team, and that's a little drop in the bucket there for Ashley Blakey, and she was putting them in the bucket a lot for the Belmont Lady Braves. She's been doing that since her freshman year, playing at a high level for Belmont. I'm not sure who 112 is on the Orange team. Excuse me there, but she just knocked down the jumper, and it looks like the kids are about to switch stations one more time. The Orange team that you see over there on Station 2 is going to go over to Station 3, where they will work with Charles Phillips. And it looks like one of the pink teams is coming our way to Station number 1, and then the light green team will go over to Station number 2. I think that's the neon pink team that's about to make its way over here. And we heard from Agnes Bell earlier, and I think you'll get a chance to see what she can do on the floor. Just a little sample, if you will, of what she can do on the floor. You get to see her as well as Addison Barger, Zoe Yeater, Mariah Bryant, Jazz Florence. We heard from Layla Yancey. You'll get to see her as well. And Layla Yancey planning to major in radiology. I think I talked about that earlier, but she does have a 3.7 GPA. I just went into baseball territory. Of course, it may be March, and baseball is going on with spring training and the World Baseball Classic, and college baseball started in February. In fact, here in Fort Wayne, Indiana Tech, I believe, split a doubleheader with Aquinas yesterday. I recognize that fight song that's playing. That's That's the Florida. It is the Florida State Seminoles fight song, but also they play it at Kansas City Chiefs games, and you can watch Braves games on TV. You can't watch them on TBS anymore, but you can watch them when they're on national television, and you'll hear the organ play that same song. I think they still use organs down there at Truist Park, as it's now called. Seems strange to talk about the Braves and not talk about Turner Field. But they've moved out of Turner and into Truist, and it's a real nice ballpark, real nice area surrounding the ballpark.
But that ballpark cannot compare to the great ballpark in Chicago, Wrigley Field. I want to make sure you mention that because I don't want you to overlook us Cub fans.
Well, I don't overlook the Cub fans. I've been to Wrigley Field. I actually went there when the Cubs had, I think it was 8 home runs last year against the Cardinals.
There you go.
And yeah, that was fun to watch.
I am a diehard Cub fan. Have been a Cubs fan and a Minnesota Vikings fan all my life. And when the Cubs won the World Series not too long ago, I felt like my life was complete.
What a great accomplishment. And, that was a Cubs team with a whole lot of great players. And it is a shame that Kyle Schwarber missed most of the regular season, but Anthony Rizzo was a part of that.
Oh,
Chris
no
Bryant
doubt.
was a part of that, huge part of that. And it was great to see them win the Fall Classic. And, of course, I can't help but think back to the days when you used to be able to watch Cubs games on WGN and Braves games on TBS. But times have changed.
Times have changed.
Yeah, and now Chip Cary's with the Cardinals now. So who saw that coming? As you turn over to watch I think this is the neon pink team over here working with Reggie Tharp on station number 1. The team features Zoe Yeater, Addison Barger, Mariah Bryant, Jazz Florence. Try to get you some information on some of these players. I remember having some of Zoe Yeater's games this year. But Addison Barger goes to Wawasee High School, 4.26 grade point average. That is Zoe Yeater, who just chased down that loose ball. Three goes a little bit long, and Layla Yancey, who we heard from, getting the board as Coach Reggie Tharp coaches up those girls. Zoe Yeater, by the way, goes to Northridge, led by longtime head coach Doug Springer, and he's built a really good program over there in Middlebury.
Northridge, one of the top programs in Northeast Indiana, and again, we can just go on and on about all of these great coaches. They make our job as coaches in the summer so much easier. These kids they're knowledgeable. They pick up concepts and terms so quickly, and it's all because of these great coaches that we have in Northeast Indiana.
One thing that Northridge did this year was they upset Warsaw, which I think that was in the sectional when that happened. It was either sectional or the regional. But Warsaw had a really great program this year. Northridge had a great season themselves, but Warsaw had the better record between the two, and Northridge was still able to win. But we do have our next interview guest.
I talked to Maddie White and Mackenzie White, and we have to talk about who the backbone is behind those two young ladies, and I'll let her introduce herself and just tell us why you decided to allow your kids to be a part of Always 100.
I'm Debbie Kirkland. I'm the proud mom of Mackenzie and Maddie White. When it came to the program, the girls didn't want to play at first, and so they were trying to be cheerleaders and everything else. A friend of ours had mentioned, hey, why don't you just try it out? It's a great program. And we got in, and the girls, the coaches, the staff, they've had very instrumental coaching that has allowed them to flourish and grow, and not just on the court, but as individuals as well.
And Dad, tell us, what were you looking for in regards to putting your daughters in Always 100?
Just structure. A lot of places will just let you play because you can play, but I think learning those fundamentals, because our girls already had skills on the court, but somebody that can make those skills flourish and make them better, and then make them better teammates, make them better people.
And both of these young ladies, you guys have done such a tremendous job with them, and they're so coachable, and they're polite, and I tell you what, I just want to say and publicly thank both of you for allowing them to be a part, allowing me as a coach to work with them. And thank you so much for saying yes to Always 100.
Yes, thank you, sir. We appreciate you guys so much. You just don't know the program overall. Like it's not just about basketball. It's truly a well-rounded program that focuses on everything, and it gets them the skills, it gets them the looks. So we're so grateful, so grateful.
And thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I think just thank you for helping them create that family environment too. I think all these girls on and off the court, like they battle on the court, but off the court, they're the best of friends, and that wouldn't have happened if they didn't get in Always 100.
Again, thank you so much for both. And Thad, I didn't pay either one of them to say that. they didn't even know I was going to interview them. They both came over and maybe I should send them a check. Not they said.
Be interested to see what they send back if you did.
Yeah. Tell Jeff that's part of my NIL deal. Say great things about me.
As we continue to watch the light green team work with Justin Jordan, and a little more information about some of these players that you would have seen with the pink squad. You got Graceland Fordyce, who's part of the program at DeKalb High School under Mark Pixley. Now, DeKalb did have a fairly good season. Pixley's in his first year over there after stepping down from Lures, and he ended his career at Lures by winning a state title. And I guess when you take 1 year off of coaching, maybe the itch comes back really quickly, because Pixley is back coaching. He's at DeKalb, and you'd hardly think that he left because DeKalb has the same color scheme that Lures does.
And you can't hire great coaches. Coach Pixley did a tremendous job. Obviously won the state at Bishop Lures and is putting his philosophy and stamp on the program at DeKalb High School, and just a great person too, great man, and again we're so blessed that we get a chance to get these kids coming in here in the summer and doing individual workouts and team workouts. And again, Coach Pixley is just another one of the great coaches in Northeast Indiana.
These girls working with Reggie Tharp over here. The itinerary says it's pick and roll. We're going to see Jazz Florence. Jazz Florence does miss that three. I do have some information here about Jazz Florence, I believe. She's from Van Wert High School, which is over in Van Wert, Ohio. So she comes across state lines to Indiana to take part in Always 100, and we get that at Always 100 quite a bit. 4.0 grade point average for Jazz Florence. College major or area of interest is listed as nursing/undecided. I don't know if that means that she hasn't decided officially but is leaning towards nursing, or what else it might mean.
Thad, what it might mean is I'm thinking about nursing, but you can talk me into being a doctor if you'd like.
That's probably more accurate.
Do it. Again, with these kids, they can be whatever they want to be. And it's really interesting because, so many people that are outside of the basketball world, let's say, and they don't understand why these kids don't all want to play college basketball. And there's nothing wrong with not wanting to play at the next level, just being the best you can be at the high school level. And the kids' mindsets they're all over the place, but so many kids say, hey, I just want to go to college, and if I happen to play basketball, that's fine, but if I don't, that's okay, because I'm going to be an attorney, or I'm going to be a doctor, or whatever their chosen field will be. And then you have those kids that want to see how far basketball can take them. And that means that they can go on and play not only in college, but at the next level, either overseas or playing in the WNBA, that's fine too. So their goals are all over the place, but at least they have goals set.
Absolutely. And some other information about Jazz Florence. She, not surprisingly, is a multi-sport athlete. Scholar athlete, in fact, plays basketball, obviously, and also runs track in the spring and plays volleyball in the fall. Of course, speaking of volleyball, boys volleyball will be starting up here pretty soon. It is a once again sanctioned sport here in the great state of Indiana. And I do know that I think one of the games that we're planning to cover is Concordia hosting Columbia City on March 23rd. I believe Joe Northern, he'll be calling a lot of our boys volleyball games this year, as he did girls volleyball. Looks like some good times going on over there. That is Nard Hollins with the founder and CEO of Always 100, but got somebody right next to him. Is that Bruce Stevens?
And he know I'm going to interview him, but I'm going to interrupt this conversation because he just said, "Is that Bruce Stevens?" I said, "Yes, that's Bruce Stevens." Bruce has made the deadly move from coaching into being an official. I have no idea why he decided to do. So
a glutton for punishment.
So tell us what made you decide that you want to go and officiate after a long, successful career as a coach.
Well, it's funny, Keith. I actually, when I first started coaching, I went and got my official's license, and it was all because I was like, I want to make sure I know the rules. Right. And it was funny the other day, J.J. Foster said, "Yeah, I remember when you got your license early on and you were coaching, and you would tell officials, nah, you put the wrong hand signal up. You didn't mean to call that," and it would always throw them off. But I just wanted to know the rules. And then after I finished coaching, I was like, I don't want to go back and coaching, but you had that itch.
Yes.
And I wasn't able to scratch all of it yet.
Right.
So it keeps me just still around the kids. I like, that was probably the most important or the most fun I had as a coach was practicing and being with the kids. And when you get some of the younger kids, it's funny. Sometimes I stop officiating. I'm coaching while I'm officiating, so I had to learn to stop doing that. But it just gives me something to do, so I don't bug my wife around the house with her all the time.
So when you've looked at an Always 100 and just all the success that they've had, and tell me what Always 100 has meant to you as a person, a coach, and if you could share in our community as well.
Oh well, I was able to watch this thing from when Nard first inception, when he started it, and I see it's grown. And man, the girls' game has evolved, and wow, these girls get up and down the court, they run, they're fast, their skill set is so well. Back when I was in high school, Kathy Tyree was one of our best players, and then Jody Bierman,
right.
Watching them, but you just didn't see as many girls doing this. And so my own granddaughter plays in this, and just to see how the game has evolved, and I love the sport. It doesn't matter to me if it's girls or boys playing. Heck, I got season tickets to Indiana Fever.
Right.
So I just love watching it, and to see these young ladies, the fact that back in the day you couldn't get this many young ladies to even try out for a team.
Right.
Now that you got all these ladies, and these are probably the cream of the crop.
Yep. Well, I tell you what, we appreciate you giving back to our community, being a part of events like this, and thank you for saying yes to Always 100.
Hey, well, you know what? When he calls, I come, and I got a lot of respect for you too, Keith. I should have gave you a tech last week.
Can we edit this? Can we?
May have to do it in post-production.
Thanks so much, Coach.
For those of you that don't know, Bruce Stevens is the former boys basketball coach at New Haven. Had a very successful run there as the Bulldogs head coach. Stepped away from coaching, but a lot of coaches, they step away and then that itch to coach just comes back. But Bruce Stevens going with officiating these days. And the New Haven boys basketball program, they just won a regional championship yesterday, and they won that regional against West Lafayette, a team that had 22 wins going into play. Just one of those examples that overall records often go out the window when it comes time for sectionals and for regionals. Because, again, West Lafayette had the better record, and New Haven was able to beat them. Bremen had a better record than Bishop Luers, and the Knights of Luers went on to knock off Bremen. And we're still in boys basketball season. High school girls season has, of course, come to an end. They had the state championships a few weeks ago with Belmont winning state in Class 3A. Norwell got to the state championship but did not win. They did win it last year, so the Lady Knights do have their state championship. I'm not sure if we're going into games next or if we're continuing with station work. We might be going into games next. Yeah, according to my schedule, last round of station work was supposed to be 9:45 to 10 a.m., but it is now 10:18 a.m. So I think we're just about to get our first set of games ready. I could be wrong, though. That is the neon pink team coming over to court number 1, which is where we are. They're coming over to court number 1, and see the lavender team making their way, and I think they're heading a different direction. The Cardinal team is also over here, and I will admit that's not what I had in mind when I thought of Cardinal Red, but it looks like they're still going with drills, still working on drills. As Reggie Tharp calls the Cardinal team over, so we'll see how they go about this year. We do have games scheduled for today's event. As I check my itinerary, I believe the first game that's supposed to take place over here is Orange versus Cardinal, but that is the neon green team taking on the Cardinal red team. Or excuse me, neon light pink team. Nope, I think they're still doing drills. So, yeah, Reggie Tharp still coaching up the girls from the Cardinal team. I'll try to get you some information on that Cardinal team. The Cardinal team features Kendall Vanderwall, who we heard from earlier, along with Britannia Diedrich Williams and her sister Briley Diedrich Williams and Carson Schwederman. Kendall Vanderwall having a great season, coming off a great season with the Angola Hornets. And Britannia Diedrich Williams was the leading scorer for Southside. Now, it's been a struggle for Southside these last few years. We know Southside's had good teams. Juanita Goodwell, the head coach over there, has put some real good teams on the floor. They've had great athletes. We heard about Olivia Smith earlier. She was one of the top scorers at Southside when she played there. J.C. Jones was a great scorer for Southside. Ended up going to college, as I recall, at IUPUI down in Indy. She's an assistant coach over there nowadays, so she gets to come back to Reichert Gym and coach up the next generation of girls athletes over there at Southside High School. That was Carson Schwederman with the kick to the corner. It's right there for the rebound. And of course, you're working on the fundamentals with these drills, but in game action, you're probably going to have an opposing defender right there in close to you. These girls are going to get to experience some of that when we have our games in a little bit. As Addison Winter kicks that to the corner. That three ball goes. Try and get a look at the number of the girl who made that shot. I think we'll see it here shortly. That'd be Chloe Dick. As Germany Smith kicks that out, there's Dick with the kick to the corner. And the three comes up short. Chloe Dick goes to Bluffton High School. She is coached by Doug Curtis, 3.974 grade point average. Last year she was on the Indiana All-Star team, and she was first team All-ACAC this year, and she made the honor roll. Plans to major in sports management and kinesiology. She is listed here as a combo guard. Again, that's talking about Chloe Dick from Bluffton High School. That was Kendall Vanderwall on the baseline drive. Kendall Vanderwall, student at Angola High School, 4.0 GPA. The freshman made Twin State League All-Conference. Coaches All-District second team, media All-District third team. That was when she was a freshman at Marietta High School in Ohio, so she must have transferred from Marietta, Ohio to Angola High School. Part of a real good team that Kayla Walker has over there in Indiana Lake Country. Three ball goes in the corner. I think that was Chloe Dick one more time with another three. We've seen her knock down a couple threes so far. That three was off. Meanwhile, Addison Winter goes to Huntington North High School. She's a freshman there with a 4.0 GPA. Gary Andrews coaches her in high school. Justin Jordan, who's over on station number 2, working with the light pink team or neon pink team, is Addison's Always 100 AAU coach. Addie Winter did qualify for state in cross country as a freshman this year. Was second team All-NE8 in cross country. Played in 18 games for the Lady Vikings of Huntington North, and again has that 4.0 GPA, and she was named a scholar athlete. Talking about Addison Winter from the Huntington North Vikings. It was Germany Smith with the pass to the corner. Three doesn't fall. Britannia Diedrich Williams, you get to see her handle the basketball. Had a great season for the Southside Archers. Even though, as far as wins and losses go, it was not a great season for Southside, but Britannia scored in double figures all season long. I believe she was averaging about 19 points per game. As Diedrich Williams sets up that made three. Britannia Diedrich Williams plans to major in business when she gets to college. Has a 3.8 GPA, was first team All-SAC mention, and high honors in academics this year. And I hope I'm pronouncing this name right. I think we just saw Grace Brookhusen knock down a three ball. She feeds that ball to the corner. Grace Brookhusen, still in middle school, it looks like, plans to attend Homestead. Her college major area of interest at this point is to be a veterinarian. Middle school level, she had her first career triple-double with 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 steals. That was in December of 2024. Last year at this year, she was her middle school team MVP. And that's probably either at Woodside Middle School or Summit Middle School. I'm not entirely sure which one she goes to. And talking about Grace Brookhusen, will be playing for Rod Parker starting next year. And of course, with a lot of really good players at Homestead set to graduate, who knows, Grace Brookhusen could see extended opportunities. As Kendall Vanderwall did just knock down a three. You can't overstate. Kendall Vanderwall just had a great season this year for the Angola Hornets. Now, it's always tough when you draw the best team in your sectional in the first round. The best team in Angola's sectional was the East Noble Knights, who were the hosts of that sectional this year. There's no doubt the Hornets put together a great season. And I'll also mention that in the regular season game between Angola and East Noble's Ryan David etched her name into Lady Knights record books. She became the East Noble all-time leader in made threes for East Noble girls basketball, that is. She just needed 2 threes in that Angola game to reach that mark, and she reached it. Great accomplishment for Ryan David at East Noble High School. And I called Angola Indiana Lake Country. You could say the same thing about Kendallville, where East Noble is, because Kendallville is home to Bixler Lake. In fact, if you go to a baseball game at East Noble, or even a football game or soccer game, you can get a view of Bixler Lake out behind the campus. And you can probably see it from the softball field, too. I have not been to a softball game at East Noble, although I've kept track on their softball team, and East Noble has had some very good softball teams in recent years. That was Addison Winter with the miss from downtown, as we've got about 3 minutes and 45 seconds thereabout left in this session. And then I think they'll go into games, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Heather Pink team is over there on court 4, and they've already been here to court 1. They've been to both stations here at court 1. They've been to station 1 working with Reggie Tharp. They've been to station 2 working with Justin Jordan. Carson Schwederman knocking down the 3 ball. And I'm not sure if that's an interview guest or if Keith's just having a little conversation there. There's a little bit of both here at this Always 100 Spring Showcase. Vanderwall the kick. Vanderwall will fire, and she hits it. Reggie Tharp got excited about that. Well, if he sees Vanderwall next year, it'll be as an opponent. Should Snyder get the chance to play against Angola? I'm not sure if they will. Of course, Snyder will play teams from decent distance out of town. They last year went on the road to play Columbia City. Now, Columbia City's not as far away from Snyder as Angola is. But the Panthers also hosted Warsaw, so if they were to play Warsaw next year, you would think that the game would be at Warsaw High School. Warsaw has a very good program under the leadership of Lenny Krebs. Last few years, they've had a team that certainly seemed like they were good enough to win state. Did not get that mark, but they keep putting great athletes on the floor. Of course, Jocelyn Bricker and Brooke Zartman, the 2 leading scorers from the Lady Tigers, I believe are set to graduate this year. Earlier I was talking about Carson Schwederman. She goes to Jay County High School, coached by Sherry McIntyre. She does have a 4.0 GPA, and we do have her stats listed from this past year, or from her freshman year, which this would be her freshman year. She averaged 19 points per game, averaged 6.9 rebounds per game, and also averaged 3 steals and 3 assists per game. Again, that's talking about Carson Schwederman, who's currently playing for the Cardinal team. And at the high school ranks, plays for the Jay County Patriots. Vanderwall with another make from downtown. Well, I don't know if Kayla Walker's here, or if she's watching our live stream, or if she's not watching our live stream, she can certainly watch our replay. But she's got to love what she's seen from Kendall Vanderwall in her time at Angola. If she gets the chance to see what she's done today, she'll love that as well. Riley Diedrich Williams just took that last shot. Here's Schwederman, the kick to the corner. This time it's Schwederman's time to fire, but a little bit long as we're getting down toward the end of this last rotation. At least I think this is the last rotation of station work for the morning session. And I think we've got our next interview guest, too.
Yeah, I got 2, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves and tell me what school you're from.
Hi, I'm Germany, and I go to Lakeside Middle School.
And what brought you to our showcase today?
To go hard and just get better.
And tell us your name and what school you're from.
Britannia Diedrich Williams. I'm from Southside.
And tell us what brought you to our showcase today.
Just, showcase my talents and work hard and show coaches what I'm here for.
And what do you think you need to do to get better, not only through this summer, but into next season?
I think I need to improve. I'd say everything in my skill set. I don't think I have anything perfected. So until everything is perfected, I need to stay in the gym until that's done.
Well, we appreciate you being a part of the showcase today, and enjoy your day.
All right, you too.
Tell us what you feel like you need to work on to get better for next season.
I think I need to work on my stamina and getting up and down the court so I can
just like get the ball and stuff and get on fast breaks and just work on my stamina and my ball handling and finish at the rim.
Well, thank you for being a part of our showcase today, and enjoy the day.
Thank you, you too.
You know, that is really interesting because we have these middle school kids that are coming in and competing against the high school kids. What a tremendous opportunity for them to do something like this.
Yeah, for those that are not familiar with the spring showcases, we always get players who are not seniors, because this is after the high school basketball season is over. So the seniors, their high school career is already over, but we're kind of showcasing the next round of individuals who will be playing high school basketball and later going on to play college basketball here at this Always 100 Spring Showcase. Now, according to my itinerary,
I'm going to talk to one of the top trainers in all of the nation, and in Northeast Indiana, but in the country, and we're going to have him look up at the camera. Tell us your name and what brought you to our showcase today.
My name is David Goodwell. I'm assistant girls varsity basketball coach at Whitco High School. I've been working with Always 100 in Bernard for years since it opened up. So just continuing to do it to try to help these kids reach their dream.
So when you start taking a look at players at such a young age, how do you know what what they need to get better as far as their skill set or improving on the skills that they already have?
Well, most of the kids, it's footwork and balance. A lot of kids' footwork's off, so it throws off their shot, and it keeps them from being successful on the defensive end also. I like to teach footwork and balance with the kids. And then some kids have drive on their own where I watch them, and they're just working hard no matter what. I don't even have to tell them to work hard. Those are the kids, when they learn the fundamentals and the footwork and stuff, they excel a little quicker than others. But even the slower ones, once they catch on, they still get better there also.
Now, you've worked with some of the top players on the boys and girls side. Is there any real difference between working with girls and working with guys, or basketball is basketball?
I think guys are a little more athletic, so they're a little more confident in what they're doing. Guys are a little more, they think they got it. I'm not saying they don't. Girls want to learn. Coach, can you watch my feet? Can you watch and make sure I'm doing this right? They ask a little more questions than the guys, but I'm a little biased on the girls' side. But no, there is some guys that work really hard, but most girls want to be taught, and they want you to let them know what they're doing right and wrong.
So we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the great season you guys had at Whitco. Just tell me what that run was like and everything that entailed.
That run was awesome. Well, we did it last year, and then we come back. We had one senior this year. But the group of girls, from practicing, how they push each other, they hold each other accountable. We lost our captain, Reese Stonebreaker, who kept everybody together and held everybody accountable. We have somebody else that I'm pretty sure her sister will step up. But when you got a coach and someone that holds their teammates accountable, us coaches, Justin and I, could just sit back and just agree with it. But for the most part, they stayed together. They worked hard. That last loss hurt them, and hopefully we get right back where we were this year.
Well, we appreciate everything you've done for Always 100. You've been a part of this from the beginning, and thank you for saying yes to Always 100.
All right, thank you.
That's David Goodwell, and we can't say enough about what he's done and his contributions to Always 100. And again, and I wasn't just kind of making that up. He's one of the top trainers in all of the country. Worked with Caleb Swanigan, got him ready for the NBA draft, as well as so many of the other players that are currently in the NBA. And again, can't say enough about what he's done as well.
Well, it is time for our first round of games, and this first game over here on court number 1 is the Orange team versus the Cardinal team. It's called the Cardinal team. It's more of a dark red. I don't know about you, Keith, but when I think of Cardinal, I think of something similar to what the St. Louis Cardinals have. This looks a lot darker than St. Louis Cardinals, but either way, here we go, and the Cardinal team wins the opening tip. I'm not sure who number 41 is. I think she's the only player on the Cardinal roster whose name is not listed on the roster. But Cardinal does start out with the basketball. That's Kendall Vanderwall on the drive, and she'll draw the foul. I'll go ahead and reset my clock because they do put 20 minutes on the clock. So I'll set the clock and let it run as that first free throw goes for Vanderwall. And the Cardinal team strikes first. Got them both. Got to do a couple of Angola games this year, and Kendall Vanderwall was a very high-energy player for those Hornets. That was Corinne Volz, who couldn't hit the shot, but a takeaway after the miss, and the putback goes Addison Powell. And she gets Team Orange on the board. Little shot fake there. That's Vanderwall again, and Vanderwall gets to the cup, and I think you're going to see a lot of Kendall Vanderwall for Team Cardinal today. Pull-up three on the other end is long. That was Ava Walfert. And I'd have to check a little bit later, but I think Ava Walfert's career area of interest that she wants to go into is marine biology. Again, I'll have to double-check on that, but I think that was the case. And again, number 112 for Orange, not listed in the book here. She's going to be fouled. So my apologies if I can't give you her name. I can't give you her name because I unfortunately don't have it. So clock continues to run. First free throw's good, so Team Orange ties the game up. Next game that we're set to have here on Court 1 will feature the Orange team again. It looks like the Orange team will be the home team for all of the games here on Court number 1 in our morning session. Of course, then we'll have our all-star games. That three is good, and that is Chloe Dick. She knocked down some triples in the workouts. There's a takeaway. That ball goes out of bounds. I'm going to reset my scoreboard here because the scoreboard here in the Plasman Fieldhouse shows 6-2 in favor of the Cardinal team. And that's going to be a jump ball. It's going the other way. And now they're going to say orange ball. Thought it was going to be Cardinal ball, but said it was orange ball. I think that's because Team Cardinal won the opening tip. That ball goes loose. Corinne Volz able to chase it down. Dorian Nieves on the drive. Left-hander, and it drops. Impressive shot from Nieves. And she's on the board this time. That ball gets loose, picked up by Team Orange. That's Nieves. That whistle came from another court. Ava Walfert brings it out. As I recall, Walfert did knock down her share of shots there in our drills that we were doing before the game started. This one's out of bounds. I thought that Team Orange touched it last, but I think they're saying that Team Cardinal touched it last. And almost like the basketball version of a line change here from Team Cardinal. And they've got a very deep bench. Catch and shoot for Volz. Schwederman finds some help. That is Briley Diedrich Williams. Germany Smith gets double teamed. I think we got a jump ball, so Team Cardinal will keep possession. Poked away. It was Corinne Volz who got a hand on it. And here comes Team Orange. Ashley Blakey down the floor. Little shot fake. Blakey into the paint. The runner won't fall. And here comes Team Cardinal. They got Schwederman, who was open for a moment. They closed in on her, but Schwederman still scores, and Team Cardinal's within 2. All wide open underneath the basket, Camilla Sanchez. Dedrick Williams down the baseline. She got cut off. I think that was Briley Dedrick Williams. Here's Britannia with the ball. Schwederman into the paint. Briley the fake. Corner 3. Air ball. Blakey was right there for the board. Dedrick Williams, try as she might, could not save it. I think I got my scoreboard correct now. 11-8 is the score in favor of Team Orange. That's what's showing on the scoreboard here in the Plasman Center. Plasman Athletic Center has 4 courts. And you might notice they've got an indoor track surrounding the courts. Sanchez the drive to the paint. And a foul is called, so Camilla Sanchez will go to the free throw line. Sanchez got her first one. And Team Orange takes a 5-point lead with 13:05 to go. The feed inside knocked away. Ashley Blakey got a hand on it. Here's Volts, 1-on-2. Volts pulls up, comes up short. Britannia Dedrick Williams got back on defense. And here comes Team Cardinal. To the corner for Winter. And Winter's 3 is long. Little crossover. 3 ball on the way. It's Blakey. And that was Marianne Blakey. Three ball on the other end, that's no good, and Team Orange takes over. I said it was Marianne. It might have actually been Ashley. This is Ashley with the basketball. The feed inside, Blakey. Marianne Blakey for 2. Team Orange starting to pull away. Of course, one thing I've seen at some of these AAU games is you can be ahead by a lot. It doesn't mean the game's over. It really never does mean the game's over, but that's especially true with AAU ball. Seen it with MVP basketball as well. Dedrick Williams for 3. That'll help Team Cardinal a whole lot. Ashley Blakey loses the ball, and Team Cardinal takes over. That is Britannia Dedrick Williams down the floor, and she finishes. And all of a sudden, Team Cardinal's back within 5. Ashley Blakey down the baseline and a foul. Germany Smith came in to defend, and Ashley Blakey will go to the line. Team Orange has just 3 available subs. Team Cardinal looks like they've got 4 available subs, so it's not quite a line change like you might see in hockey. Down the floor, the basket goes, and Team Cardinal's back within 5. That was Grace Brookhusen. Wolfert the kick. That's Blakey. Gives it up to Dorian Nieves. Blakey hands it off. That's a deep 3. Deep 3. Comes up short, and that's out of bounds. Team Cardinal was down 10. They're making a run here in the first game of the spring showcase. Basket is good. Carson Schwieterman from Jay County. And we got a 3-point game. Addison Powell wants 3, doesn't get it. Britannia Diedrich Williams down the floor. Little through ball into traffic, but blocked. Marianne Blakey. And Marianne feeds it to the corner. That's Nieves short on the 3. And Diedrich Williams comes down with it. Here comes Team Cardinal down the floor. Tough layup, wouldn't go. Blakey with the board, but some pressure put on by Team Cardinal. And Team Orange will work their way across the timeline. On the drive, it's Blakey. Ashley Blakey, a little bit too strong. And here comes Britannia Diedrich Williams. She can fly. Did she walk? Yes, she did. Team Cardinal's been down by as many as 10. They've gotten it down to a 3-point game here in the first game at the Always 100 Spring Showcase as Dorian Nieves looks for help and finds Camilla Sanchez. Check that, that's Powell, Addison Powell. Not a lot of room down there. Step back 3, Wolfert, and she drains it. Schwieterman with the left hand. That was blocked. Schwieterman stuck with it and put it back. Blakey blocked the shot, but Schwieterman, right place, right time to get 2. Back down the floor. The shot for Wolfert doesn't fall. Knocked away. Vanderwall gets to it, and she'll put it in. Boy, Ashley Blakey's been running down the floor trying to create turnovers. And instead, it's been points for Team Cardinal. Step back 3. Wolfert again. Ava Wolfert from Wapakoneta High School in Ohio. Greg Mock is her head coach, but on the other end, 2 more. And I think that was Schwieterman again. And yes, I have an update on that. Ava Wolfert does hope to major in marine biology. Came up short on that 3, and you're going to have your makes, you're going to have your misses. Wolfert's had plenty of makes, so I think one thing we can say about Ava Wolfert is she's definitely a good 3-point shooter. You're never going to make them 100% of the time. In fact, even trying to make them 50% of the time is a tall order. But Wolfert's been able to knock him down on a consistent basis. And again, she does plan to major in marine biology when she gets to college. But right now, I say she's from Wapakoneta High School. She has not started at Wapakoneta yet. She'll be going into her freshman year this coming fall. Here's Nieves. Works her way around. That's Sanchez, and Sanchez could not connect on the 3. It's out of bounds off of Team Orange. Team Cardinal will take over. Camilla Sanchez, another Ohio native, goes to Toledo Central Catholic with a 3.5 GPA. She will be a senior this coming year. 3 ball is good. Grace Brockhusen. And we are tied. 3 comes up short. That was Powell. Powell will try inside the paint. That comes up short. Sanchez. The feed out to Nieves. It was actually Volts who got the rebound. That's Powell again. 3rd time's a charm. Baseline jumper. Briley Diedrich Williams could not connect. And Team Orange comes away with the board. Volts coming down the floor quick. Nieves steps into a 3, and that's an air ball. Brooklyn Beck with the rebound for Team Cardinal. They get it inside. That's Germany Smith. Tough shot, no good. And it was pulled down by Volts, and now Volts will try to get it up the floor, but it's stolen. Through traffic, and Dedrick Williams couldn't handle it. It's going to go back to Team Orange. 4:22 and counting left on the clock here in game number 1 at this Always 100 Spring Showcase. We've got a morning session and an afternoon session as Corinne Volts will come across the timeline. Dedrick Williams hounding her, and she apparently poked the ball loose. That's a foul. Going to go on Volts. Corinne Volts goes to Anthony Adams. Check that, Anthony Wayne High School. Chloe Dick for 3, and that one rattles out. Britannia Dedrick Williams right there for the board. Schwieterman having a great game. Kick to the corner. 3 ball comes up short, and it's scooped up by Chloe Dick. Vanderwall coming down the floor. Vanderwall spins and scores to give Team Cardinal the lead. If you haven't seen Kendall Vanderwall play, she plays at a high level. If you ever get a chance to watch those Angola Hornets, Vanderwall is a player worth watching. That's going to be Team Orange ball. Inside 3 minutes to go. Blakey feeds it inside. Powell loses it. Got it back. Nieves dribbling through traffic. And did she draw the foul? I think they're going to say she did. Foul on Team Cardinal as Cardinal leads it 30-29 with 2:13 to go. Walford has it picked. And a foul is called. Tough shot, Schwieterman, no good. Team Orange comes away with it. That's Ashley Blakey with the hustle play, and we've seen a number of those from her. Marianne Blakey across the timeline finds Nieves. Walford, deep 3. I mean, really deep. It did not go. Walford definitely has some range. All wide open down the floor. Schwieterman. Boy, Carson Schwieterman putting on a show. She's a freshman. Step back 3. Powell. No. Team Orange needs something here. They were up 10 earlier, and now Team Cardinal, with just over a minute left, has the lead, but they turn it over as we approach the final minute of game number 1. It's Justin Jordan running across the floor, and the basket will not go as the clock runs down to 47 seconds. That was Ashley Blakey who took the shot, so she'll go to the line. Can't waste a whole lot of time with the dribble, but she does hit the free throw. They do stop the clock here at 35 seconds, and I think we got a timeout. Yeah, we do have a timeout as even the officials get their chance to put in some shots. And I tell you what, Carson Schwieterman is having a really good day today at this spring showcase. Here she just beat everybody down the floor. You'll see it on this replay. Brought to you by Anderson Heating and Air Conditioning. Schwieterman with a great drive to the bucket. Not only a great drive, but she got out ahead of everybody to connect on that shot. Now, I'm hoping I can pull up one of Ava Walford's threes, but I think I'm going to run out of time here. Because Ava Walford's having a great game. Her team's losing. She's knocked down a couple of threes, and we saw her knock down a couple of threes in the drills. We're down to 27 seconds. Team Orange looking for a takeaway. The three ball comes up short. Team Orange will have a chance. Catch and shoot. No. Offensive board, and it's Schwieterman. That should about do it. Another deep three. That one doesn't fall. And his first game has come to an end. So Team Cardinal wins our first game, and we'll have about 3 minutes between now and our next game. So I'm going to take this time to take a little break and readjust my scoreboard. Back in just a few, you are watching the Always 100 Spring Showcase on SummitCitySports.com.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
So our next game is scheduled to be between Team Orange and Team Lime Green. So Lime Green has made their way over here. So as we get ready for our next game, I'm going to go to a quick 40-second break just before we start our next game on SummitCitySports.com.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
So it's Team Orange versus Team Lime Green as L.B. Smith, I believe is the coach of Team Lime Green, makes his way over here. L.B. Smith also the head coach of the Wayne Lady Generals. So Team Orange is basically the home team here on court number 1, and Lime Green makes their way over. Team Lime Green features players such as Olivia Howard, Megan Hughes, Gracie Smith, Keely Reese, Kinsley Schoit, Trinity Brown, Madison White, and Amelia Kinn. Now Olivia Howard goes to Lakeland High School, coached by Anthony Howard. Has a grade point average of 3.8. And the teams are about to take the floor. They're resetting the scoreboard here in the gym. Our first game's over. Team Cardinal already beat Team Orange, so now Team Orange will get one more chance. There's a lot of great athletes on this Orange team, but also plenty of good athletes on that Cardinal team and plenty of good athletes on this light green team. "20 minutes on the clock. Each game is just one 20-minute game, basically, and then the visiting team will switch sides. Here on Court 1, Team Orange is the home team. They'll be playing every game here on Court 1, and the tip is won by Team Green. And the entry pass, rather, a little bit too tall. They were trying to get it to Maddie White. But again, the pass a little bit too tall, and Team Orange takes over. Cutting through, I think that was Blakey. Check that, Sanchez. No, it's Volts. Corinne Volts. On the drive, Wolfert couldn't connect. And Kinsley Shute pulls down the board. Trinity Brown lost the handle, got it back. Trinity Brown from that Bishop Luers squad. And the basket goes. That's Maddie White on the interior. And Team Green is up 2-0. Back the other way, Orange answers, and they've tied this game. All wide open, Maddie White. That's the easiest bucket she could ask for. Pull up three on the other end, Volts off the mark. Gracie Smith comes down with it. White, one-on-one, and White's having a ball game. Maddie White is tough to handle. And Team Orange is finding that out. Corinne Volts in some trouble, gets it off to Powell. Addison Powell on the drive, and it's a drop in the bucket for the sophomore. Smith comes the other way, and Gracie Smith a little too long on the shot, and Orange will come the other way. Here's Volts. Blocked. Swatted out of bounds hard. Unfortunately, I did not get a look at who that was. At least did not get the number. Step back three. Powell short. Now I've got the number. It is Amelia Kinn. All White. Two more. Maddie White's just making it look easy. Little crossover, Powell. Trying to go to work on Kinn. Powell with the left hand, no. Kinsley Shute pulls down the board, and White showing her ball handling ability. That whistle came from another court. Great job getting to the paint, Maddie White. She's been doing that this whole game. Maddie White has been a one-woman wrecking crew here in this ball game. Wolfert, tough take, and a foul. Ava Wolfert, the middle schooler, soon to be going to Wapakoneta High School. That's Wapakoneta High School in Ohio, and Wapakoneta is actually the home of the Neil Armstrong Museum. So if you like space travel, learning about space travel, Wapakoneta might be a good place to go and visit. Learn a little bit about Neil Armstrong and that first mission to the moon. Here's Corinne Volts with a left hand, too strong. Maddie White with the board, and Maddie White wants to get out and run. She's got a teammate to her right. That's Trinity Brown from Bishop Luers. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Maddie White started her high school career at Luers before transferring to Snyder. Kinn was running out of room there. Brown will save the ball. White calling for it. Oh, Brown couldn't get it through, but it's a kick ball. Now, how many places can you go where you can watch basketball and listen to music at the same time? We got some music playing here inside Turnstone.
Only at this event.
Thanks, Keith.
and get great food. That's why I haven't been commenting, because I've been stuffing my face. But I heard your comment in regards to Maddie White. She started off at Southside.
Oh, my apologies.
And no. She started off at Southside and then decided, I'm not going to compete against my sister. I'm going to go to Snyder, and we're going to be the Twin Towers together. And she is playing well this particular game.
Yeah, she's been a one-woman wrecking crew. I think Maddie White has all 10 of Team Green's points. Step back three, Wolfert, no good. We saw some of her range early on. Now, Wolford comes from Wapakoneta, Ohio. That's where you can find the Neil Armstrong Space Museum. But seeing information about Wolford, she's planning to study marine biology when she goes to college.
See, Thad, that's why I like working with you, because I learned so much.
Well, I learned so much.
I had no idea.
I learned so much from the folks here at Always 100. That's straight out of the book. Pull up 3 on the other end. No good. That was Smith. Gracie Smith. And here comes Nieves the other way. Well, they're teammates in high school at Snyder. But today, Nieves and Smith are on the opposite side. Wolford. Oh, she lost it. Trinity Brown with the takeaway. Gracie Smith wanted to step into the 3. Megan Hughes. I'm not sure that wasn't a double dribble there. We'll let it go. 3 ball is off. And Wolford has the board. Camilla Sanchez sets the screen. Baseline jumper. Sanchez, no. Boy, Team Orange has a chance to close the gap here, and now they'll have a chance to close it a little bit more from the free throw line as Ashley Blakey from the state champion Belmont Braves goes to the free throw line. And that one does crawl home. It's 1 free throw, but worth 2 points.
You know, the interesting thing about the Blakeys, and again, just to kind of tell you a little bit about, the mentality of a lot of our kids here, but I'll just start with the Blakeys. They won the state this year, and they could just be kind of sit back on their laurels. But here they are at a showcase and trying to get better, and it just says so much about, the types of kids that Always 100 attracts. They were not in our program last year or last summer, and they decided to come over and again, just, we're the benefactors of great kids and great families, like the Blakeys.
How about that last board and bucket by Camilla Sanchez? Go right over a defender to get it, and that looked like Sanchez again with some hustle. Dorian Nieves down the floor. Trying to set up Blakey. Blakey will set up her own sister, Marianne, for 2.
How many times have we seen that?
I'm sure we'll see it plenty more as well.
Yes.
Those 2 are sophomores. Should be back at Belmont, you would think, this upcoming season. As Dorian Nieves comes the other way. Nieves is a freshman at Snyder. Left-handed pass. Blakey, she was wide open. That was Marianne Blakey for 2 to give Team Orange the lead. And as I have it, that's their first lead of the game. Trinity Brown. She's being hounded by Wolford. Maddie White at the top of the key. Reese, the feed to White. The left-hander doesn't fall. And I think they're going to say that White was fouled in the act of shooting. L.B. Smith will send 1 sub in. That's Amelia Kinn. Couldn't get it to go. And Team Orange takes over. Corinne Volts, the kick to the corner. Air ball. And that was kicked by Team Orange. Team Green takes over. Maddie White back down the floor. White, the spin move, the shot, wouldn't drop. Second chance, though. Kinn up with it. No good. And Marianne Blakey comes down with it. Volts, one-on-one. Shot fake. Nice move, nice fake. Corinne Volts. Poked away, and that's Blakey. Marianne Blakey running down the floor. Faked wide in the air, but missed the shot, and then White knocks it away. Keely Reese down the floor, too long. Maddie White and Marianne Blakey went up against each other in the regional this year. That three is good, and I think that's Walford again. We have seen Walford's range today. Loose ball, Blakey's got it. Across the paint, Powell spins it home. Addison Powell. 9:07 to go. Team Orange once again has a big lead. And plays like that will only help Team Green as Megan Hughes gets to the cup. Out of bounds. Scoreboard still shows 21-13. That's the reason I haven't changed my scoreboard. Trying to match it with the scoreboard here in the gym. Nieves. Or check that. That's not Nieves. That's Blakey. That was Ashley Blakey who missed the shot. As Hughes gets it off, she had a defender right behind her. Gracie Smith, short with the lefty. Lob inside, Volts bobbled it, blocked, got it back, blocked again, but a foul. And Corinne Volts from Anthony Wayne High School will go to the free throw line. Part of the National Honor Society. Misses the free throw. Here goes Trinity Brown from Lures. Lures on the drive against Blakey. Smith was thinking about it. Now she'll fire right over Blakey. How about that shot, Gracie Smith? And that's a deep three on the other end. It's short. I think that was Walford again. But now Team Light Green has a chance to get back into this. I say lime green. That's not really a lime green. Oh, nice takeaway. And Team Orange gets it back. Inside 7 minutes to go. Wide open. Basket goes. Again, I'm not sure who number 112 is for Team Orange. I do not see her number or name listed on the Team Orange roster. So my apologies if I can't give you her name there. As Megan Hughes tries to get inside. Shot won't fall. Kinsey Shute tried to come up with it. I think we're going to get a foul. It's still going to be Team Green ball. Megan Hughes out of Parkway High School. Plans to major in elementary education. Sanchez will set the screen. White got her hands on it, but couldn't get the takeaway. Here comes Powell, and Powell puts it home.
Dad, I did want to mention that Susie Perigo, a great player from Homestead High School, is supposed to be in this showcase today. Is playing with Team Italy in the FIBA tournament. And, what a tremendous talent she is, and obviously a part of Always 100. I wasn't sure if you were aware of that, or I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
I was not aware of that. Thanks for pointing that out. But, yeah, Team Italy, that's amazing.
Yeah, Susie Perigo is a special talent, 6'1", 6'2", point guard for Homestead, sophomore class, part of that great class that they have at Homestead, and again, plays on one of our elite teams here, and just tremendous young lady, and obviously Division I talent.
When with Homestead, you think about the current senior class that they have, or the senior class that just finished up their high school basketball career. Maya Epps and Gabby Helsum.
Yeah, all 6 or 7 of their seniors are going to play college ball. So, what a success story that is for Coach Parker.
Yeah,
and I guess we've come to expect that out of that program. And Coach Parker, one of the best coaches in the state of Indiana.
Powell, nice drive there, couldn't get it to go. And a lot of those girls, they got the chance to start as sophomores and made big contributions as sophomores for the Homestead Spartans, and they've just continued to grow and continue to play at a high level. As we get a timeout with 4:29, so I'll stop my clock here. So 4:29 is what's left on the clock. When you don't call timeout in these games, I believe it is a running clock until you get to the final minute. Then they'll stop the clock on fouls. I think ball's out of bounds as well. I'll take a look at my itinerary here. Actually, before I do that, I'll show you a couple of replays. Here's the shot that Gracie Smith made earlier. Well-contested shot, kind of dribbled her way into a shot. I guess you could say she dribbled herself open. Maybe dribbled herself into a better look. But it's Team Orange who's got the lead, and we're about to get back to live action. Indeed, we are back to live action. Team Green with the ball, down 9. As Gracie Smith feeds it outside to Trinity Brown, and she was blocked but got it back. Maddie White's 3 doesn't fall. Addison Powell comes down with the board for Team Orange. Another deep 3. Walford! Are you kidding me?
She can shoot that thing.
No doubt about that.
Wow.
Ken, the lob inside off the hands of White, and be careful over there on court 2. Britannia Dietrich Williams on the job. She's over there with the Cardinal team. Walford getting down the floor, and it drops. Well, Greg Mauck, the head coach at Wapakoneta High School, I'd say he's going to have a really good player coming his way. Right now, Walford's still in middle school, but I believe she's an 8th grader. So in all likelihood, she'll be taking the floor for Wapakoneta come next winter. Trinity Brown, got to be careful. She's able to protect the ball. Gracie Smith uses the screen. And stepping into the 3 was Shoot, but she missed it. Wide open look, Addison Powell. And a takeaway by the Orange team. That shot won't go on the other end. I think that was Powell who went for the shot, and here comes Team Green. It's Smith. (35-20) as Team Green did just get the shot. And nope, no timeout. Clock still running, just making some substitutions. Addison Powell out of Ursuline High School. The Blakey 3 doesn't fall, but Team Orange gets it back. Extra pass, Marianne Blakey from the baseline, comes up short. Battle for the ball comes to Powell. She's blocked by White. Well, there you see what a good player Maddie White is down in the post. 3 ball goes. This is Team Orange's largest lead of the day with 1:16 left. And Team Orange will come the other way with the ball as Team Green gets 2 more. Powell, check that Volts. Corinne Volts puts it home. And she will get a trip to the free throw line. No good, but Blakey's there for the offensive board. That shot won't fall. There's White for the rebound. And Maddie White coming down the floor for 2 more. There's no question Maddie White can play at a high level. We've certainly seen that in this game, but this game's going to go to Team Orange. As we're down to 20 seconds, Nieves feeds it. Volts is contacted. She'll pull up for the jumper, and Volts knocks it in. Down to 2 seconds, blocked. I think that was Nieves who blocked the shot, but that's going to bring this second game to an end. And we'll have a couple more games coming our way here on Summit City Sports at this morning session of the Always 100 Spring Showcase. But Team Orange is the winner in game number 2. And in about 2 minutes, we'll start our next game. I'll be back as we reset things here on SummitCitySports.com.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
So our next game here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase will feature the Orange team against the Neon Pink team. So the Orange team, I can say this, is 1-1 on the day so far. Neon Pink team comes in here with the likes of Zoe Yeater, Addison Barger, Jazz Florence, Agnes Bell, Mariah Bryant, Gracie Fordyce, Layla Yancey, Zoe Walls, and Kendall Holman. Now, Kendall Holman, we've already seen a teammate of hers in Kendall Vanderwall. Holman also goes to Angola.
Hey, Thad, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm way over here by the Cardinal team and the Pink team. Can the camera pick us up, or do I need to move my guests?
We'll see. Yeah, we got Eric over here running the camera.
Can you see me?
I'm thinking are you on court 3 over
there?
Yes.
I'm waving my hand at you right now.
My apologies. I'm looking for a hand and not seeing
okay,
it.
Okay, I'll move both parents and just inconvenience them and get them up. Here we go. We'll come this way. Can you see me now?
Oh, now I see you.
All right.
Yep, we're getting you.
All right, and I'll stand in between them. And again, parents are a big part of Always 100, and we got a couple parents here that I have not had the opportunity to meet, so I'll let them introduce themselves and tell me who your daughter is and what school.
Yeah, hi, I'm Connie Klein. My daughter is Portland, and she goes to Faith Christian Academy in City, the 5th grade girls power team at Always 100.
What made you decide that your daughter, that you trusted Always 100 to work with your daughter?
I'd say this summer conversations with Nard and really wanting to check out the program, and just they got a future here at Always 100.
Now, stay right there. Don't go anywhere. And our next guest, tell us your name and your daughter, and you're new to Always 100, so we're going to get here new stuff.
Yes, so I'm Amy Metzger, and we are from Grant County. My daughter's Madison, who just hit 5th grade, and we are kind of brought here due to Connie's coaching of Columbia City. Love the intensity, love the focus on the program. We don't have a lot of that where I'm at. And so we got to come up and try out last Friday, and I love the program coming from basketball myself. The intensity, the coaching, I loved all of it. So here we are today to continue our mission.
So with all of the programs that you could have chose, what made Always 100 appeal to you?
I would say Connie here, just bringing a positive coaching, having her be a part of the team, and I just love what she brings to the team, which kind of got us. And then I got to see some of the coaches at practice on Friday, and I love the focus of the coaches to make the girls better, not to scold them. It's more of, we believe in you, we know you can do it, and so that's kind of why we're here.
Well, I tell you what, we appreciate both of you being a part of Always 100 and trusting us to work with your daughter, and thank you so much for your support.
Hey, thanks. We're looking forward to a fun day.
And thank you so much for being a part of Always 100.
Yeah, thank you.
They make the program work, and again, we just appreciate the parents. And I think I'm in out.
Yeah, I think so.
I need to get closer to you, so I
you might need
won't do any more remote stuff. I'll get closer to you.
Yeah, we have that. Sometimes it goes in and out just a little bit, even when you're closer, but not to an extreme degree. But,
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, no problem there. We got a 5-2 lead here, so I'll update my scoreboard here as Team Orange has the 3-point lead. That shot comes up short. And that was Layla Yancey who took the shot for the pink team. That's the neon pink team. As I'm looking at the two pink teams, I'm not sure there's much difference between neon pink and, forget the other shade of pink, but either way, here comes the neon pink team with Yancey, and Layla Yancey able to put it in. Nice drive to the basket by Yancey. Driving all the way is Walford, and she draws the foul. And Ava Walford, who's had a really impressive day so far, gets herself a trip to the line, and she'll get 2 points right there. In some ways, we're seeing the future of high school basketball in Northeast Indiana. Some of these players have already made a name for themselves. Some of these players soon to make a name for themselves. Speaking of the future of Fort Wayne basketball, we here at Summit City Sports will have broadcasts of MVP basketball the next few days from the Boys and Girls Club in Fort Wayne. Step back three is good. And I wish I could say that I saw the number on that. There's the number. It's Gracie Fordyce. Gracie Fordyce from Huntington North, as Nieves is fouled on the drive. Gary Andrews, the former Northside boys coach, took over that Huntington North girls program in the offseason. Of course, Andrews has had a long, successful run as a head coach in Fort Wayne, and now continuing that run in Huntington County. Won state championships in girls basketball at Bishop Luers. In fact, I think Coach Andrews had won several state championships at Bishop Luers. Led the boys team at Northside and had some success there. Three ball comes up short. That was Zoe Walls who took the shot, and Team Orange will come the other way. Corner three, good! And Team Orange takes a 12-7 lead. I think that was Volts who knocked down the three ball. Yancey brings it outside. She's got Volts guarding her. Yancey will drive, and she's fouled. That was Volts who commits the foul. And Layla Yancey goes to the free throw line. Now at 12 o'clock, we're scheduled to have our first round of All-Star games. Now, it might be a little bit later than 12 o'clock, but our first All-Star game is scheduled to be between Team Blue and Team Purple. here on court number 1. That shot won't fall, but the putback goes. Mary Blakey with the bucket. Zoe Yeater from Northridge spinning inside. That jumper won't fall. Ball comes loose, and Corinne Volz has the board for the orange team. Pull-up jumper, no good. Yancey. We're seeing a lot of ball handling from her, but the offensive board, Zoe Walls. And Walls couldn't finish. Comes down to Yeater. Yeater kicks it outside. Walls for 3. Short. Offensive board by Mariah Bryant. And the basket goes. They work the ball around. Tough shot blocked, recovered by Volz, but she lost it. And Jazz Florence, another one of those Ohio natives, picks it up. And Yancey fires to the corner. Florence pulls up and hits a 3. Jazz Florence. Blakey on the drive, all the way to the bucket. That shot won't fall. That was Walls coming the other way for the neon pink team, and the orange team makes their run. Loose ball. Walls picks it up. Walls with 2 defenders either side, and Zoe Walls takes it all the way for 2. Blakey. And Marianne Blakey gets the feed, missed the shot, and scooped up by Jazz Florence. Scooped up on the other end by Blakey. Nieves had it poked out and into the hands of Yancey. And a foul. Nope. They're saying the ball went out of bounds. Either that or the foul went on the pink team. Well, both teams are making substitutions. Yeah, this is going to go back to the orange team as we have got 12 minutes and 10 seconds with the clock running here at this Always 100 Spring Showcase. Step back 3, Walford. Wouldn't crawl home that time. Bryant feeds inside. Walls couldn't connect. On the drive, it's Powell. Powell couldn't finish.
Thad, I got my next guest right here to your left.
Right, yeah, just over to our left.
All right. Can you tell us your name and what school you're from and what brought you here today?
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Alton, and I'm from Westville South High School. And why I'm here today was I just wanted to showcase my talents and just play good.
So, when you come into a showcase like this, what are some of the things that you feel like you need to work on and get yourself ready for next season?
Things I need to work on is probably just my shot and just being able to shoot at a high clip, and also just, being able to be more efficient in my game.
So when you come into an event like this, do you feel any nervousness at all because the college coaches are in attendance, or you just come and just focus on what you need to do?
No, I don't feel any nervousness at all. I'm just ready just to play and just showcase my talent.
Well, we appreciate you being here today and hope you enjoy the day.
Yes, thank you.
We're getting ready for that second group coming in, Thad, and a lot of talent in this next group coming in.
Yeah, the All-Star game set to start about 12 o'clock, although it may be a little after 12 by the time they do because we still got another game, at least at this point, we've got another game left on the itinerary before our All-Star games get going. But our first All-Star game is set to be between Team Blue and Team Purple as the pink team comes down the floor. And I think that was Yancey who took the shot, but to no avail. And while you noticed I've changed my scoreboard a few times, Team Orange has put together back-to-back buckets to take a 20-17 lead. Wide open, but the shot from Powell does not crawl home. Fordyce trying to set the screen. Gracie Fordyce from Huntington North, and the left-hand shot from Bryant does not fall. Ava Walford trying to go down the baseline. Somehow sets up Blakey, who puts it in. Walford didn't have a whole lot of space there, and Blakey's able to put it home. Here comes the pink team with Addison Barger. That's going to be out off Orange. Camilla Sanchez got her hand in the cookie jar. And Layla Yancey will inbound for the pink team. That's a tough catch by Zoe Yeater. Jumper comes up short. That was Yeater who took the shot. Powell steps into it and hits a three. Layla Yancey feeds it to Walls. Walls down the baseline. Just gets it to Barger. Addison Barger for the deuce. Addison Barger out of Wawasee High School. That's a deep three. Addison Powell comes up short. 8 minutes to go, and the pink team has a chance to get back in this game. They want the three right now, and they got it. Zoe Walls. Here's Volts getting the screen. Volts kicks to the corner. Team Orange is 1-1. They beat the light green team, but lost to the Cardinal team just before that. As we get a foul on this end of the floor. And that is Blakey, Marianne Blakey, sophomore out of Belmont High School, going to the free throw line. She'll get the first try. And the only try. It's one free throw for the price of two, or for the value of two. As Layla Yancey will come across the timeline for the pink team. She gets a screen from Yeater. Yeater dribbles to her left, and she'll find Yancey. Yancey, good feed inside. Yeater off glass and in. Zoe Yeater from a tough angle. I do need to change my scoreboard here. It is 25-24 in favor of the Orange team. But Zoe Yeater, I don't think she's had any points this game until those two. But that bucket was at a high degree of difficulty. Corner three is short, and now the pink team's got a chance to take the lead. That was Holman with the board. Baseball-style pass. Walls couldn't put it in, but there's Yeater, and Yeater with the putback. How about Zoe Yeater sticking with the play? Powell. Oh, they get it inside to Volts. And Corinne Volts able to put it in to give the lead right back to Team Orange. I thought Holman was going to fire for a second, but she throws it away. It's finally picked up by the Orange team. Poked away. Who's got it? The Orange team has it. Volts, tough shot, won't spin home. That's going to go out of bounds, and boy, I tell you what, Powell got very close to the ball. She's fortunate she didn't touch it. It's going to stay with Team Orange. Swatted away, out of bounds again. Not sure who that ref is, but he's getting his workout in. That was Layla Yancey who went after the ball. Powell gets it in. Tough defense there by Yeater, but she knocks it out of bounds, and that ball's loose onto another court. Those kids over there are just warming up. I think those are the kids that will be playing these all-star games here in a few minutes. Now, those games will consist of 2 12-minute halves with a running clock and a 1-minute halftime. That's the all-star games. It'll start, or scheduled to start at noon. As the ball goes into Corinne Volts. Volts gets the screen from Powell. Volts fires and hits a three. Yeater coming down the floor. She's hit some big shots down the stretch of this game as we're coming up on the 4-minute mark. Mariah Bryant on the attack, and she's fouled. As we're inside 4 minutes, Mariah Bryant will head to the charity stripe. No, check that. It's going to be Team Pink basketball, so no free throws. Pull up three, too strong. That was Holman who shot it, and here comes the orange team. Volts. Check that. That was Walford. She missed it. But the pink team comes away with the ball. Still 3 minutes to go. Only a 2-score game. Yeater looking for help. Finally gets a screen. Little backdoor cut. Blocked, but a foul. And that one appeared to be on the shot, so that should send Layla Yancey, or check that, Jazz Florence, to the free throw line. And Florence will get her 2 points. Or I thought so. Yep, it did go in. Just waiting for it to show on the scoreboard here. Kick to the corner. Blakey missed the three, but Marianne Blakey got the board. That's going to be a jump ball. Well, speaking of jump balls, we don't always look at jump balls as memorable plays, but yesterday in Snyder's regional championship against Carmel, Lane Patterson came up with a huge jump ball that ultimately gave the ball back to Snyder, and that was as Carmel was making a run and getting back in the ball game. Walls to the basket, too strong. And Marianne Blakey with the board. Got a little tongue-tied there, my apologies. Yeah, that jump ball that Patterson forced really helped Snyder close the game as Corinne Volts is trying to help the orange team close this game. Here's Walls on the attack. And her shot doesn't fall, but she is fouled. Pretty sure that should be 32-28. Scoreboard here still says 30. And Zoe Walls goes to the stripe. She'll get her free throw. Well, change the scoreboard back to reflect what's here on the gym scoreboard. That three's long. Apparently would have been for the lead, but kept alive by Team Orange. Good feed inside. That comes up short. Good hustle. That was Blakey. And Walford with a deep three. Got a takeaway there as well at the end that led to points. Corinne Volts, I beg your pardon. 20 seconds. Pink team's got to go. That shot won't fall. Walls went down initially. Looks like she's okay. So Team Orange is going to try and dribble out this clock. And that's going to be the game. So the clock runs out, and Team Orange gets back-to-back wins. They've won their last two. They're 2-1 here on court number 1. And so, as I understand it, we've got one more game before we start our All-Star game. So we'll go ahead and take our next break as I get things reset for our next round of games. You're watching the Always 100 Spring Showcase on SummitCitySports.com.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcast. When the Homestead girls golf team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
Well, as I understand it, we've got one more game left, and either we've got one more game left or we're going right into our All-Star games. But as the schedule has it, we've got one more game left before our All-Star games, and that's going to pit the Orange team against Team Lavender. So Team Orange has won the last 2 games, and yet Team Lavender is making their way over here. The between game clock shows that there's still 3.5 minutes until this next game gets started, and then we'll have our All-Star games, which first All-Star game over here will feature the blue team versus the purple team. It looks like the blue team will be the home team. For all the All-Star games here on court number 1. And we are here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase, and we're going to have 3 All-Star games coming up, scheduled to start about 12 o'clock. It'll probably get started a little later than that because these games that are preceding the All-Star games, they play one 20-minute period or one 20-minute game with a running clock. Now for the All-Star games coming up, those will consist of 2 20-minute halves with a running clock and a 1-minute halftime. So we'll have a short break in between for halftime. In the meantime, I'm going to take my next break. I'll be back in a few here on SummitCitySports.com on this broadcast of the Always 100 Spring Showcase.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcast. When the Homestead girls golf team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
Well, as it is, we've got one more game to go. before we get our All-Star game started. And then after the All-Star games, that's when we plan to have our afternoon session here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase. And I think we'll have a whole bunch of new teams for those for that afternoon session than what we had for the morning session. Morning session just about in the books. And for those of you who are just joining us, we thank you for joining us for the Always 100 Spring Showcase here on SummitCitySports.com. Maybe you just got back from church, or maybe you're sitting down for lunch, or whatever you might be doing. Maybe you just got back from church and now you're sitting down for lunch. But whatever the case may be, we thank you for joining us here at Turnstone here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. What a great facility. 4 basketball courts. You got the indoor track surrounding it. Now, this indoor track here has been used in recent years by Indiana Tech for their indoor meets. I'm not sure if they still use it. They also have a track facility which is located in the same complex where the softball field is, that off-campus complex that Indiana Tech has. So they might do their indoor meets over there, but they have done them here in recent years. Speaking of track and field, Indiana Tech is set to host a couple of track and field events. Actually hosted one yesterday, as I recall, and they're scheduled to host the Northeast 8 Conference meet this coming Thursday. But now we're set to host one last game, and they've put 15 minutes on the clock for this game, and that's probably so that we can move things along here at the Always 100 Showcase. It's the Lavender team versus the Orange team. The Orange team, I can say, is 2-1. This will be their first time facing the Lavender team. That's Leah Worth ready to tip for Team Lavender, one of those Homestead Spartans. Of course, our thoughts and prayers are certainly with Maya Epps, as she was in that car accident yesterday. Again, last I heard, she was in stable condition, so all things considered, it's good to hear that she's in stable condition. Certainly hope that things get better and not worse as the officials will stop play. That's a stray ball that came onto the court from court 4. They briefly stopped play. And again, so far, from what the most recent thing I've heard is that Maya Epps was in stable condition. That's the most recent thing I've heard. I could only speculate from there, but speculation is not always necessary. As Walford almost has it poked away. Good hustle there by Hillary Labus. And Dorian Nieves able to chase down that loose ball. Looks like a 1-3-1 zone here by the Lavender team, and they are led by David Goodwell. We heard from him earlier. Corinne Volz with a good box out to create a second chance for Team Orange. Extra pass sets up a good look, and Sanchez. That was either Sanchez or Powell. I couldn't see if it was 109 or 108. It was Powell. So Team Orange is on the board. The putback goes, and that's Leah Worth. Nieves almost lost the handle. She did get it back. Catch and shoot for Volz. Couldn't hit the 3. That'll go out of bounds. There's a lot of space down there behind the baseline. Now, obviously, they got some bleachers back there, but should that ball go over the bleachers, as it just did, somebody's got to chase down a loose basketball. Gracie Matheny with the pull-up jumper, and that is no good. Powell through traffic. Pull-up jumper. It's good. Corinne Volz rattles it home. And the Orange team takes a 5-2 lead. Labus in the paint. Turnaround shot. No. The Orange team takes over. Long pass. Intercepted. A little too tall for Worth, though. Addison Powell comes away with it. There's that 1-3-1 zone again. That three comes up short. And Hillary Labus with the board. Here's Worth. Conklin is fouled. Check that. I think we might have a jump ball. That's Olivia Conklin. It's going back to Team Orange. Olivia Conklin goes to Yorktown High School. I'd say Yorktown's about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes south of Fort Wayne. It's on the way to Indy or on the way to Muncie if you're going there. Conklin has a 3.429 GPA. She's been on the honor roll 3 years in a row. She will be a senior when the fall semester of the school year comes around as we get a foul. That's going to send Corinne Volz to the free throw line. Speaking of Muncie, Delta Eagles, who are from Muncie, just claimed their 4th straight regional title yesterday, knocking off Blackhawk Christian down at Newcastle. Labus going quick, knocked away at the end. Camilla Sanchez knocks it away. Sanchez has it taken away. Kaylee Goheen. Goheen soon to be a senior. And the basket goes. Was that Goheen who scored that thing? Well, either way, it is 5-4 in favor of Team Orange. The feed inside as Team Orange tries to figure out something against this zone. They got to look for Blakey, but she couldn't knock it down. Labus, the feed. That's Camille Abel. And a foul. Camille Abel is a freshman, set to be a sophomore this coming fall. Labus trying to go through traffic and feeds it outside. Pull up three, short. Corinne Volz pulls it down. Volz feeds it to her left, Nieves. Blakey got a good look and made it count. Oh, nice drive. That's going to go. Kaylee Goheen with the finish. Outside to Blakey. Nieves attacks. Left-hander won't crawl home. Taken away by Blakey. Still just a 1-point lead for Team Orange. They're 2-1 so far in all the games played here at this spring showcase. Blakey is fouled. Look out. Right into that chair. And right into a fan, too, but good news, looks like Blakey's okay. I tell you what, if Andy Heim is watching this, he would have been holding his breath when he saw that. Good news, though, is Blakey is up and ready to shoot the free throw. Now, if you're a high school coach watching one of these showcases, obviously you're glad that the girls are playing basketball and trying to keep their game at a high level, not rest on their laurels. But, of course, there are downsides to that. Not downsides to keeping your game going, but downsides to some of the extra ball that you play. But there's a three that goes for Team Lavender, and I think that was Gracie Matheny. And now we've got two players tangled up. And now David Goodwell's going to check on them. Well, one of them is up. Leah Worth is up. I can't tell who that is who's still down. Oh, that does not look good. They're still not putting any weight on her left foot, it looks like. I can't see the number, so my apologies for that. Now, look, I hate to bring up injuries, and I know I just brought up injuries, but they can happen at any time. Again, it's good that these girls are working on their game and coming here to the showcase. But injuries can happen at any point in any game. And you always want to avoid them as much as possible, but you can't always avoid them 100%. It was good to see Leah Worth get up out of that tumble. Makes a nice play, but couldn't get the points. David Goodwell telling his girls, get your hands up. Corner three, no good. Olivia Conklin has the board. Conklin going quick. Off glass and in for Conklin. And Team Lavender takes the lead. Extra pass to the corner. 3-ball on the way. It's good, and that's Powell. Addison Powell from downtown. Again, I could not tell who it was that got hurt and had to be helped off the floor by David Goodwell, but she was not putting any weight on. I think it was her, got to be her left leg. That's a contested three. That wouldn't go. Board comes down to Matheny. She fires down the floor. Can Conklin get to it? Blocked. Out of bounds. Lavender ball. She's still there on the bench. And whoever it was that was hurt on that play, hope she turns out to be all right. Catch and shoot from the corner. In and out. Ashley Blakey with the board for Team Orange. Another catch and shoot. It's good. That's a 3-ball, and unfortunately I don't have number 112 on my roster. My apologies there. I think I'm putting that on the wrong side. Score is 14-13 in favor of Team Orange. There was a mix-up on the scoreboard. I was a little confused by how it was being scored at first, but there's a basket on the other end by Walford. And Walford puts Team Orange up 16-13. Pull-up jumper, no good. Hillary Labus missed the shot, but the putback goes, and that's Worth. Leah Worth. Pull-up jumper, Blakey, too strong. Here's Conklin, swings it outside. Abel for three, short. Blakey pulls it down, and Team Orange takes over. Team Orange leading by 1 with 4:24 to go. This game just being a 15-minute game. Our previous games have been 20 minutes long. As it is right now, our All-Star games, which are set to come up next, are supposed to be 2 12-minute halves with a 1-minute halftime. Oh, nice recovery by Blakey. Ashley Blakey sends it away. It's still going to be Lavender ball. My apologies, I got to reset my clock. Sometimes when you're trying to focus on broadcasting the game, you forget about the clock as well. Forget about the clock on your own scoreboard while you're watching the clock on the gym scoreboard. Catch and shoot three. Murphy. Olivia Murphy. To her left, Nieves into the paint. Pull up three. Powell. Addison Powell able to answer from downtown. Addison Powell's shown a lot of promise. She can shoot, but she can also go after rebounds. She plays well in the post. I'd say I'd be pretty impressed by what Addison Powell's done so far in this showcase, and more of it left to come. Blocked on the inside. That was Camilla Sanchez. I got to change my scoreboard because the scoreboard here says 19-17, so I'll change it as well. That three is good. I think that was Powell again. Now, obviously, it takes more than just great three-point shooting to be a great basketball player, but if you can shoot the three at a high level, that's just a great quality to have. As Labus gets the putback. Stick-to-itiveness, another great quality, and we just saw that from Hillary Labus. That three comes up short. Kaylee Goheen with the board. That three is good. I think that was Labus again. I couldn't tell because I couldn't see the number, but we got a tie ball game. Lavender has evened it up. 2-3 zone here by Lavender. Pull up three. Volts got it. They did not give those 3 points to Lavender. A little surprised by that, but I'll reflect what's on their scoreboard here. The scoreboard here at the gym shows 25 to 19, so that's why I changed my scoreboard. But again, I'm not sure why that they didn't give those points to Team Lavender. It was a hard rejection there by Kaylee Goheen. As the clock does stop, with 1:19 left. Timeout. And Nard Hollins is calling everybody over. I think that's the end of the first round of games. The morning session round of games. We've got all-star games yet to come. Our first all-star game was scheduled to be played about 12 o'clock, and I will say that our first all-star game is supposed to be played between Team Blue and Team Purple. So these girls will huddle up, and looks like they're going to break for the afternoon. And we will be right back after this brief pause. You're watching the Always 100 Spring Showcase on SummitCitySports.com.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
Well, we're getting ready for our all-star games here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase. The way these all-star games work, I'll tell you here in just a second. Each game consists of 2 12-minute halves with a running clock and a 1-minute halftime. So they've got 2 minutes on the clock right now. And right now they are sending the blue team over here to court 1. They're scheduled to play the purple team. It's kind of a light blue, but yeah, this is blue and purple. And we do have the rosters for those two teams, so I think the 2 minutes on the clock is for a 2-minute warm-up for the girls before they start this next round of games. And these kids are younger than what we saw from our first round of games. I believe these are middle schoolers that will be taking the floor. So talking about class of 32, class of 33, and class of 31. Actually, I think these are elementary students, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to think that far ahead, looking at the classes. as the blue team set to take on the purple team in our first round of all-star games for these elementary school students here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase here at Turnstone in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Of course, Turnstone, a venue that trains Paralympic athletes. In addition to that, has been a host to indoor track and field events for Indiana Tech, although I don't know if they'll be hosting track and field for Indiana Tech very much in the future. We've got just about a minute left to go until we get our next game ready, so we're back after this break here on SummitCitySports.com.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays, and while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
Getting ready for our first All-Star game, first elementary All-Star game of the day here at the Always 100 Showcase. Our first game is the blue team versus the purple team. Got kids from Always 100 Generals, Always 100 Takeover, Always 100 Defend, Always 100 Fever, and Always 100 Relentless on the blue team. On the purple team, you've got some kids from those same teams, although you've also got kids from Always 100 Lockdown and Always 100 Drive. So they've got 12 minutes on the clock. Everybody's getting the scoreboards reset. So getting ready for our first game. This is blue team versus purple team for the first game. Our second game here on court number 1 is scheduled to be between the blue team and the red team, and then the blue team will play the neon green team, and that will be our last all-star game before we get the afternoon session of the Always 100 Spring Showcase going. We got 12 minutes on the clock. And the teams are on the floor and ready to go. Well, they're not totally on the floor. They're on the sideline. The blue team's over there with L.B. Smith, the head coach of the Wayne Lady Generals. Again, these halves are running clock. With a lot of these teams playing back-to-back games, they will get a water break as the purple team wins the opening tip. And my apologies, folks, those purple numbers are going to be hard for me to read. Dark black on dark purple, but that was Italy Smith who just got the rebound for the blue team. McGuire leans in for the shot. It's no good. And now the purple team comes the other way. That pass was made by Araya McKee, and now here comes the blue team. Mariah Sioka comes down the floor and loses the ball. It's out of bounds. Did it go off of purple or blue? And my apologies here. Again, I got to reset my clock. Sometimes when you're paying attention to the action, sometimes you forget to reset your own clock. But we got it reset now. And blue team gets on the board. Purple team will come the other way. That was Camry Beatty dribbling around for Team Purple, trying to get a close look at these numbers, but that was number 3, and number 3 is Camry Beatty. Here's Beatty on the drive, kicks to the corner, and the 3 won't fall. Battle for the board, and Italy Smith comes down with it. Kendall Coburn comes down the floor. That jumper comes up short from Charlotte Collins. Collins blocked. Kendall Fusselman looked like she was the one that blocked the shot. Fired inside. Baseline jumper, air ball. Long pass down the floor. A little bit behind Collins. She catches up to it and finds Smith. Italy Smith, the runner, too strong. 3 ball on the way. It's good. Kendall Coburn, the lefty. Team Purple gets to the outside. That's no good. Ball still loose and just barely recovered by Millie McGuire. Stolen away by Purple. High floater off glass, too strong. And Charlotte Collins had the board, but Purple gets it back. Poked away by Smith, Italy Smith. And she'll come the other way. Coburn lost it on the way up. Well, Purple definitely has the smaller team, but they're playing with some hustle. But this time Blue gets the takeaway. That's Coburn through traffic, knocked away and recovered by Purple. And Purple will try to come the other way. Into the paint, left-handed shot, no. The rebound pulled down by Anna Ritchie. Ritchie going quick down the floor, and she was fouled, I think. Purple will send in a couple of subs, and so will Blue. Three ball from the top of the key, no good. Ritchie trying to chase it down. As we're inside 8 minutes to play in this first half. Again, it's 2 halves at these All-Star games. Oh, nice feed, and the basket goes. My apologies, I did not. Oh, there's the number. I think that was Maya Hall who got the bucket. Yep, that was Hall. So a 7-0 lead for the Blue team. As that ball runs loose, I think that's Esther Gray who picked it up. Stolen away in the paint. Poked away from behind. Good hustle by Camry Brady. And Purple takes over. Oh, good double team. Zayden Grant causes the jump ball, and that will get it back to the Blue team. Here's Maya Hall on the attack, leans in and scores. Maya Hall making it happen. Purple team comes back the other way. Loose ball knocked away from Kendall Fusselman, and the Blue team takes over. They get Hall out ahead of the pack. Oh, she had 2 points waiting to happen, but couldn't handle the ball. And some loose dribbling there. And I think that was Camry Beatty. It's out of bounds off Blue, so Purple keeps the ball. Beatty fires inside. Tough catch. Spin move. That shot won't fall. That was London Moroff who took the shot. But a 9-0 lead for Team Purple. Stolen, or Team Blue rather, but Purple gets the steal. That is Camry Beatty. And Beatty slows it down. She has it knocked away. Maya Hall. Maya Hall puts it in this time. Nearly stolen, but Purple just keeps it. That jumper is good. And Purple's on the board. I think that was Nora Doherty. Here's Coburn. Baseline. Leaning. Fouled. Kendall Coburn will go to the free throw line for the blue team as they lead 11-2 here in this first game at the Always 100 Spring Showcase, and the free throw is good. It's one free throw for the value of 2. Yeah, if you make it, you get 2 points. If you miss it, you get nothing. It's like going 0 for 2 from the line in a normal game as Moroff feeds it outside. Floater, no. Offensive board. Putback comes up short. Moroff working the glass. And Purple keeps the basketball. 3 if it goes, no good. I think that's going to be a jump ball. The arrow will favor Team Purple. We've got 4.5 left to go in the first half of this game. Air ball. Good job by Moroff to keep it alive. Loose ball, but a foul. Foul on the blue team, and that'll send the purple team to the line. Baseline drive, Esther Gray. I think that was Gray. Again, my apologies. They got black numbers on purple uniforms, so it's hard to see the numbers on the purple team. At least with the blue team, it's light blue. Maya Hall almost lost it. She got the pass off, and the shot goes. Apologies, they did not change the scoreboard here at the gym, or at least the scoreboard here in the gym shows 13-2, so I'll reflect that on my scoreboard. That was almost blocked, and now a foul on the inside. That's going to send London Moroff to the free throw line. So Moroff will go to the stripe, and she'll get that one free throw. No good. Italy Smith with the board. Turner. Baseline. Floater. Air ball. Chance in transition. That's a 2 if it goes. It does not. And Italy Smith has the board for the blue team. Inside. Hall. Left hand. No. London Moroff trying to blow by everybody. She missed it, and blue team takes over. Charlotte Collins coming down the floor. Hall wanted the step-back jumper. Instead, she goes to Collins. They work it back out to Zayden Grant. Hall, the reverse, yes. Maya Hall. Floater in the paint. It's good, and Purple gets 2 more. Purple in a big hole, though. Still a lot of basketball left to be played. This game has 1 minute and 48 seconds left in the first half. We will have a second half as well. Be a 1-minute halftime. Out to Grant. Italy Smith trying to thread the needle, and it's picked up by Camry Beatty. Feeds it down the floor. Pull-up jumper. And Esther Gray. Looks like she's the one that knocks it home, either her or Maya Willie. Couldn't tell if that was a 0 or a 6. (15-7) makes it look a lot closer than 13-4, and there's a takeaway by Team Purple. Stolen away, Italy Smith, or check that, Zayden Grant. That jumper's too strong. The board pulled down by Liana Turner. And Turner is fouled as she misses the shot. And Liana Turner will go to the free throw line. Short. You're going to get 2 points for every made free throw. But that's a turnover. That's going out of bounds. And the purple team takes over. Or blue team takes over. Purple team turns it over. 30 seconds left. Here's Turner. Into the paint. Baseline jumper. Too strong from Smith. Millie McGuire couldn't put it back. Purple team with a chance to close the gap a little bit, but knocked away. That was Liana Turner. Class of 31. That's a long jumper, no good, and that brings us to the end of the first half. So it'll be a 1-minute halftime, and as we go to our first halftime, and our only halftime of this game, I will take a quick break. Back in 40 seconds.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
There we go. It's a 12-minute second half, not a 20-minute. 2 12-minute halves in these all-star games. The games in our afternoon session will be $20 minutes long with running clocks. We are at halftime right now, so we got one more half left in this game between blue and purple. And we'll have 2 more all-star games before we get into our afternoon session. I'm Thad Goff calling your play-by-play, and Keith Edmonds is patrolling the sidelines as well. Wait a second. Folks, my apologies. I might have read something wrong, but my itinerary did say that each game consists of 2 12-minute halves with a running clock and a 1-minute halftime. That's the red team who's over here at court number 1. They're scheduled to play the second game. So, folks, I apologize. I'm just going by the itinerary. Blue team just played the purple team, so by the looks of things, the blue versus purple game is done. But, again, my itinerary said 2 12-minute halves and a 1-minute halftime. So they're either changing things up for this single game or for the rest of these all-star games. Things did go a little long in the morning session. Maybe folks here at Always 100 just trying to move things along. We'll find out here in a second. Right now the scoreboard still says 15-7, which was the score at the end of the blue versus purple game. But if they're moving on to the next game, that would make the blue team the winner of this last game. And, yep, it looks like they are moving on to the next game. So right now they've reset the clock. So we'll see if this game goes the full 2 halves or just goes the 1 half. That final that you see on your scoreboard is just to reflect the fact that the blue team did win their first game. So they're moving on to their next game against the red team. I'll go ahead and reflect that on my scoreboard as well. Got the clock up. And again, this is Team Red versus Team Blue. About ready to take the court. And there, now we're set for our second game. Again, my apologies. The information I had was that it was 2 12-minute halves with a 1-minute halftime in between. But we'll see if this game goes the full 2 halves or if they just play the 1 half and then move on to the next game. Tip is won by the blue. No, it's won into the hands of the red team. This is Aubrielle Dillon who feeds it outside. That's a 2 if it goes, and it does. KP Patrick gets the red team on the board. Pull-up jumper That was from Liana Turner, and she couldn't get it to go, but poked away from behind by Anna Ritchie. And Ritchie puts it in.
Hey, Thad, and can we work in interviews during this?
We can definitely work in interviews.
All right. I'm going to have her look up at the camera and tell us your name and what brought you to our showcase tonight. What school you're from also?
My name's Lucy Beal. I'm in 10th grade, and I just wanted to show off my talents and, I don't know.
She said she wanted to show off her talent. What talent do you have that you'd like to show off?
My stealing ability and my screening ability.
She said she wants to show off her shooting ability. Thad, she plays for me. I have not seen that shooting ability as of yet. She says she got some shooting abilities, so I'm waiting for that to show up. I sent out a UPS. It might be arriving in the mail later. But no, in all honesty, I enjoy working with this young lady, and she's going to have a great summer, and we're looking forward to seeing her.
Thank you.
That's Lucy Beal. Lucy's one of my post players on our team Thunder. Tremendous young lady. So
yeah, and thanks, Keith. I will ask one question here. You know, the first game, it only went 1 12-minute half. So is that going to be the format for the rest of these All-Star games, or are they going back to the 2 12-minute half?
I think
format?
They're just going 1 12-minute half. As far as I know, I can double check that though. Let me check, and then I'll sign right back on.
All right, thank you. Well, meanwhile, I do need to update my score because the blue team and the red team are now tied at 4 apiece.
Okay, Thad, I can confirm it's just 1 12-minute half.
So just 1 12-minute half. Okay,
yes.
My apologies, folks. I had it as 2 12-minute halves in my itinerary, but meanwhile, the red team gets the bucket there to take the lead. So, yeah, and we did have things run a little long early on, so I guess it makes sense that we would try to condense things to try and move things along. But it looks like Keith has another interview guest, and he's calling for more as well. As meanwhile, Aubrey Dillon trying to get into the paint. As I think we got our guests set up. A three guest interview is what it looks like.
Yes, I have 3 members of Team Thunder, and they will all say they have a tremendous coach, and they're so thankful that their coach gets to work with them. I'll let them introduce themselves and what school they're from, and what brought them to the showcase today. First of all, your name?
Delaney Madigan. I go to Livonia Stevenson out in Michigan, and
what brought you to the showcase today?
Just want to work hard, I guess.
Okay, she said just want to work hard, I guess. I got to get that I guess part out of her. You know, we shouldn't have to ask her whether she's going to work hard or not, but she's kind of shy. So when you come to a showcase like this, you know, what do you think that you need to work on to get yourself ready for next season?
Being able to be confident with the ball, see the court, get it up the court, you know, take the good shots, make sure everybody else is getting good shots as well.
Okay, well, we appreciate you being here today, and enjoy the day. All right, our next guest, tell us what it is and what school you're from and what brought you today.
My name is Addison Cyber. I go to Crown Point High School, and just the support from the program is such a great opportunity.
What do you think that you need to work on? You guys had a tremendous season at Crown Point this year, get all the way to the semi-state. What do you feel like you need to work on to get ready for next season?
I think just building my confidence with the ball and just continuing to improve.
Now, I hear that you have one of the best coaches in Always 100. Is that true?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I would agree. I heard he's a heck of a coach and a heck of a person. And are you going to work hard for him this summer?
Oh, yes.
Well, I tell you what, you're going a long way towards getting good points with him by saying, yes, you're going to work hard this summer. So have fun today.
Thank you.
All right, our next guest, tell us your name and what school you're from.
I'm Natalie Slater, and I go to Crown Point High School.
So, Crown Point had a tremendous season this year. What do you need to do to get ready even better year next year?
I think I just need to be more aggressive and just confident with myself and just get better and improve.
So do you have aspirations to play at the next level?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you take a look at your skill set, what position would you project yourself playing at the college level?
I would say like a 3, like a shooting guard, probably.
Okay. So can your coach count on you working hard and being a heck of a player this summer?
Yep.
I tell you what, that you just made your coach feel tremendous. Thank you so much for being a part today.
Yep, thank you.
I tell you, they all know what to say, so I'm proud of all of them. So we'll see what happens from here on out, Thad.
All right, thanks, Keith. And meanwhile, we've got Team Red versus Team Blue here on court number 1 as that ball gets loose. And good hustle there by Zayden Grant as she scoops it up for the blue team. So we'll have one more game here on court number 1 in this all-star session before we get to our afternoon session. And our afternoon session will feature some more drills and some more games. This will be Team Red who takes over the ball here. Well, shot fake there on the part of London Post. That's chased down by Sydney Smith. Kick to the outside. That's a 3 if it goes. Dillon. Aubrielle Dillon from downtown. Outside to Zayden Grant. And they go inside. Charlotte Collins couldn't connect, but Maya Hall has made some pretty good plays today. And Maya Hall makes it an 11-9 game in favor of Team Red. Trying to work the blue team back into it. They did beat Team Purple just moments ago. That shot won't drop for Kimora Banks, but an offensive board pulled down by Smith. Boy, Ainsley Strange was running out of room there. Strange with a jumper. Zayden Grant trying to work her way around. Over to Hall. Hall feeds to the baseline. Pull-up jumper.
I'm over here with Snyder girls basketball, and if they'll look up at the camera up here, I'm not really sure what all that means. It seems gang related, so I'm really afraid. Yeah, I was trying to walk away, but they said you better stop and interview us right now. I've already talked to Maddie White 3 times today, so.
Well, it looks like we got a whole lot of Snyder girls over there.
Snyder girls, I tell you what, this is a great organization, great coach, and great young ladies, and they're going to have a tremendous summer and be one of the teams to reckon with in Northeast Indiana next year, no doubt.
Yeah, no question about it. Very young, very talented.
They paid me to say that, so.
From here, that looked like a reaction of, no, we didn't. Either no, we didn't, or no, don't tell them that. A nice effort there by Ainsley Strange, but she goes out of bounds trying to save the ball. Clock here shows under 3 minutes, and Team Red has a 15-4 lead over Team Blue as we bring you some basketball and also bring you some player commentary as well. Strange contested, got it. Ainsley Strange. And those who know her might say that there's nothing strange about her ability. I can't confirm that for certain, but I would imagine they probably do. That was Kendall Coburn with that last bucket for Team Blue. Strange has the look from downtown. The 3 won't fall. Here's Maya Hall, fires it down the floor, but that's going too far. And onto the opposite court, and I'm not sure who that was who saved that ball, but he got there just in the nick of time. So this will be Team Red with the basketball as we approach the final 2 minutes of this second All-Star game, and we'll have one more to follow before we get into our afternoon session. That ball's poked away. Good defense down there by Italy Smith.
I got my next interview here at that.
All right.
Tell us your name and what school you're from and look right up at the camera.
I'm Zoe Ake, and I go to Snyder.
And tell us what brought you to the showcase today.
I came to the showcase for more exposure so that I could have college coaches looking at me as I do my best out here.
So as you take a look at this summer and going into next season, what do you think you need to do better to get ready to go for your next school year?
Just get more work in, get in the gym, work on my shot and stuff like that.
So if you at the college level, what position do you think you'd play at the next level?
Probably a small forward or a guard.
So you think yourself as a pretty good shooter?
Yeah.
Okay. So what has Coach Tharp told you that you need to work on?
He told me I need to work on my, my stamina and my shooting so that I can play on the next level.
Well, we look forward to watching you play today, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I was wondering how close Coach Tharp was going to get as the interview was going on. He's working his way towards court 4, it looks like right now, and I think he'll be a part of our afternoon session too. That's Hall, Maya Hall with the takeaway. Couldn't get the 2. Still time on the clock, but Team Blue trying to ice things away, and this is when kids get older. You start to realize, hey, we've got the lead. We don't have a shot clock. We can work the clock and force our opponent to foul. But right now it's a running clock, and Team Red needs to get this ball in quick. 6 seconds. Got a chance. They get it off. That's an air ball. Kept alive. And a foul. KP Patrick was fouled, and she is going to go to the free throw line. Everybody's going to back away because there's zeros on the clock. This is for the win. Oh, just a little bit long. KP Patrick had a chance to win it for the red team, but the blue team survives. So the blue team is 2-0 in our All-Star games, and so they've got one more All-Star game left. And that will be against Neon Green. So we'll come right back in just a moment and get ready for that last game here on SummitCitySports.com.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
So we're getting ready for our last All-Star game, and then we'll have our afternoon session after that. So this will be Team Blue versus Team Neon Green. And the Neon Green team is making their way over here, led by David Goodwell. So David Goodwell looks like he'll be leading the Neon Green team, and then you got L.B. Smith leading the blue team. Somewhat fitting that L.B. Smith is leading the blue team, only because it's a light shade of blue, and it's similar to the shade of blue that you find with the Wayne Generals. But I think Keith has our next round of guests.
All right, I got 2. All right, tell me what your name is. Look up at the camera right here with the gentleman in the orange shirt. Tell me your name and what school you're from.
I'm Hazel Leffers, and I go to Whitco.
And your name and what school?
I'm Allie Brown, and I also go to Whitco.
Well, what a tremendous season Whitco had this year. You know, getting all the way to the semi-state. Tell me what that experience was like and how much you enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed it. It was just like, I feel like it'll like settle in like later, but it was really amazing.
And yourself, tell me how you felt about this season and what a tremendous season that Whitco had.
It was really fun.
It was like a good experience to have with all of my teammates because we're all good friends, and it was just a good experience in general.
So what has Coach Justin told you that you need to do to get better for next season?
Get stronger.
Get stronger, okay. And what do you need to do to get better? And you can't say get stronger.
Well, you told me that also, but another thing, like me or the team?
You as a person first.
Okay. Let me think. He said, okay, well, sometimes we play teams that, like, don't have a big.
Right.
And so he says I need to, like, stay engaged the whole time. Okay. Like, even though, like, I might get, like, oh, they don't have a big, so I don't need to stay engaged, but I just need to, like, still remember that.
So when you look at this showcase, tell me what brought you here today and what you're trying to accomplish here at the showcase.
I just want to get better as a player and just try my best.
Okay. And what brought you to the showcase today?
Just like play, I don't know. And I don't know, to get better too. I don't want to say the same thing as her.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Well, we appreciate you both being here today, and thank you, and enjoy the day.
Thank you.
And with that, we're just about ready to get ready for our last game of the All-Star round as the blue team takes on the green team. Green team is led by David Goodwell, but I couldn't help but notice who their assistant coach is on the sideline. That's Vanessa Rossworm.
Yeah, a.k.a. Champ. I call her Champ Dad because that's all she does is win. And, it's going to be really interesting what happens with Norwell now that she's graduated and all the tremendous things that she accomplished. And I'm going to sit right next to her, and we're going to talk to her. Since I'm talking about her, I'm going to talk to her. Tell us your name, even though we know your name. Tell us your name and what your aspirations are moving forward now that you're graduating from high school.
Hi everyone, I'm Vanessa Rossworm. I just finished my senior season at Norwell High School. My future includes attending Indiana Wesleyan to play basketball there.
So out of all of the things that you were able to accomplish, and what a career that you had at Norwell, can you pick one or two moments where you say, man, this is the defining moment in my career at Norwell High School?
Oh, that's a really good question. Because I just look back and there's just so many moments. But I will say the sectional championship when we beat Homestead, that was just a really defining moment, not just for myself, but for our entire team. And I think we just showed everyone that even though we're technically a 3A school, like, we can compete with the 4A schools, and you can tell just because we went to the state championship. And I think it also just showed that regardless of that we're a small school, we don't have Division I athletes. I think it just shows, like, if you just have a really good culture and if you just stay with each other, you can really accomplish anything.
So now that you're moving forward and going on to IWU, how excited are you to be a part of that tremendous program moving forward?
I'm just really excited. They have a great culture, really faith-based, and I feel like I just grow so much in my faith and also with others, and that was a really cool opportunity. The CrossFit League is very competitive, and I'm really excited just to be close to home and have my parents and my grandparents be able to come see me, and I'm just really excited.
Well, you've given us tremendous moments, and we just enjoy watching you play, and thank you for allowing me to call you Champ. And I'm just so proud of you, and thank you for all you've done for Norwell and for the Northeast Indiana and Always 100 as well.
Thank you so much, Lamont.
That's Vanessa Rossworm, and what can we say about her that hasn't already been said?
Well, she's no doubt she's an amazing athlete, and she is a point guard, but she's one of those point guards who you'll often find around the rim, gets a lot of rebounds, creates for her teammates, and there's no question she can score the basketball. Speaking of scoring, Kendall Coburn knocking down a three for the blue team there.
And I say right now we call IWU and tell them to put the 1-3-1 in right now. She's
familiar with that.
So she can just translate right on over there and keep playing top of the 1-3-1. She is the best I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot. And she's sitting right here blushing right next to me, but I model now how we play 1-3-1 based on how she played it, and what Coach Thornton did at Norwell. What a tremendous coach and program.
Just had a 3 by Avery Lockett for the Neon Green team. By the way, the Neon Green team happens to have a player named Alyssa Rossworm, but Lockett is stealing the show right now. I'd be curious if Alyssa Rossworm happens to be related to Vanessa, either as a sister or cousin, whatever the case might be.
I think Vanessa does have a sister here today. Where is she?
Number 6.
Number 6 is her sister.
Yep, that's Alyssa Rossworm.
Alyssa, is that correct? Yes. All right. So Northeast Indiana is going to be tormented by Rossworm for the next 5 or 6 more years. So.
Yeah, Alyssa's in the class of 31.
Class of 31, all right.
Now with Norwell, they had some juniors who got some good minutes, mostly off the bench this past year. But you think back to technically, we'll say last year, the 24-25 campaign when Norwell won their state championship. That was a team comprised largely of juniors and sophomores at the time, and then those juniors and sophomores got a year older the next year, and Norwell put together a great season. And even with these great seniors that will be graduating this spring, Rossworm included, Norwell's certainly going to have some experience, at least as far as girls getting on the floor and making an impact is concerned.
Well, and again, all they know is the state finals. Vanessa's gone to state the last 3 years, and I think she thinks Gamebridge is her home right now. I think
Coburn for 3.
I think she's going to call him and say, "Can you put my name on the court down there?"
She's been there twice in a row.
Yeah, she's been there 3 years in a row. So,
You're right.
I think she's got a locker with her name on it down there. So,
getting some good three-point shooting here in this last game. Kendall Coburn's hit 2. Avery Lockett has hit 2. And now here's Liana Turner into the paint. Left-hander is good, and a foul. Liana Turner.
Anything yet?
Showing some promise. She'll get a trip to the free throw line. Now, one player that Eric Thornton was really high on, well, we'll talk about that later because Keith's got his next interview guest.
All right, I got my next guest here. She said, "Talk to me. You haven't talked to me yet. Tell us what your name is, what school you're from."
Trinity Bluers.
We have Trinity Brown from Bishop Lewis. Tell us what brought you to the showcase today and how you feel now that you've gone through the workout.
It brought me to show my skills to college coaches and get better.
So what do you feel like you need to do to get better for next season coming up here for Bishop Lewis High School?
Being more confident and my defensive skills.
You know, we've gotten a chance to see you play, and you just have a tremendous work ethic. You're fun to watch, and thank you for being a part of this showcase today, and have a great summer and get better.
Thank you.
That young lady works hard for Bishop Lewis, and fortunate that, again, another young lady that said yes to Always 100.
And I was talking earlier about one of the players on Norwell's squad, Mia Kurtz. She's, I believe, I can't remember if she's a freshman or a sophomore, but she had played a lot of JV for Norwell. And Eric Thornton, I happened to talk to him before this previous season, and he was pretty high on her as a potential top-notch player in their lineup in years to come. Now, varsity level, Mia played mostly off the bench, so she's still got plenty of time to continue to grow her game. We're seeing plenty of good game from Avery Lockett on the Neon Green team as she gives Green the lead. It wasn't that long ago that, Keith, you're just talking about Lures, it wasn't all that long ago that they won a state championship. Of course, I believe Mary Hathaway, current head coach, was on that state championship staff with Mark Pixley. And they're trying to build back to the kind of high-level play that we saw from them not too long ago. Meanwhile, how about Lockett tight-roping that sideline to the basket? No. We'll give her an A for effort. Unfortunately, no points. Here comes Zayden Grant down the floor. Pull-up jumper, Millie McGuire. No good.
I got my next guest here. Oh, man, she's all camera friendly. She's waving at you and everything. Tell us your name and what school you're from.
I'm Katie, and I'm from Bishop Dwenger.
Okay. So Katie doesn't have a last name. She's just Katie. She doesn't. Everyone calls her Katie X, so just Katie X. Your last name?
Kiefer, Katie Kiefer.
Katie Kiefer. All right, and then our next guest.
Charlotte Swigert. I go to.
And tell us what brought you to the showcase today.
I feel like it'd be a good experience. Able to learn a lot from like high elite players, and also just exploring options for college.
Now, when you look at Katie, what you need to do to get better for next year, what's some of the things that you feel like you need to do to get yourself ready for a great season coming up?
I definitely just want to have a good summer of fundamentals, just like dribbling, shooting, and then focusing on just like fundamentals such as like rebounding and passing and stuff like that.
Okay, Katie X said that she's just going to work hard and get better for next year and work on the fundamentals. Now let's hear what do you need to do to get better to help your program continue to get better next year?
I think I need to work on like an attack first mentality and my ball handling specifically.
Okay, she's the first person today that says she needs to attack first. I'm not really sure where that lingo came from, but I like it. And she says she's going to. So we expect her to attack all day today. We might need security over here if she starts attacking too much. But again, we appreciate you both being here, and thank you for being a part.
Thank you.
These young ladies from Bishop Dwenger High School, and looking forward to watching them work out today, and should be a fun day here.
Yeah, Bishop Dwenger just finished up their first year under head coach Kyle Bond. Took over for Kurt Comer. As right now here in this last game, we've still got 2 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock, and it's the green team leading 14-11 over the blue team. David Goodwell gets his kids ready. Both he and Vanessa Rossworm get those kids ready. Maya Hall was going to inbound for the blue team. So we get our clock started. Baseline jumper, Italy Smith, a little bit too long. Offensive board, and Hall gets fouled. Nope. Turned it over. Either that or an offensive foul. I didn't see the signal. And the inbound goes into Avery Lockett. And Avery Lockett has put together a really nice game so far. Lockett from the class of 31. Taken away out of the air by Turner. And Turner turning on the burners. Liana Turner showing the speed. Lockett fires it cross court. Back over to Lockett. Poked away. Italy Smith got a hand on the ball. And here comes Maya Hall for the lead. Yes! Italy Smith must have caught a finger in a tough place there. She's shaking her right hand. She did force a turnover, but then she started shaking her hand shortly after she forced it. And with 1:16 left to go, it's a 15-14 lead for the blue team. Clock has stopped, so I'll go ahead and stop my clock. This is the last of these All-Star games. That three doesn't fall. On the deck, Ritchie going for it. That ball gets loose. Hall stays with it. Nyla Slade got to it at first. Hall never gave up on the play, but neither did Slade. Taken away. Cross the paint. And Maya Hall puts it in. Maya Hall is working hard today. .40 seconds left, and that's Anna Ritchie swatting away the ball, and the clock is running. It is a running clock. Green gets it in. Well, they never changed the scoreboard, so it's still showing 15-14. That shot won't fall, and that's out off blue. Clock is running. So Green probably going to have to get something off before the final buzzer. Lockett can hit from out there. She got it! Avery Lockett turning in a great ball game. And that's going to be the game. Again, the scoreboard still shows 15-14.
Dad, I got my next guest with me.
Yep, yeah, we're ready for you.
All right, tell us your name and what school you're from and what brought you here today.
My name's Emma Kaufman, and I go to Garrett High School, and I came here to show what I can do.
So when you talk about the things that you need to do to get better for next summer, what are some of the things you need to do to help Garrett have a tremendous season next year?
Just keep putting in work and working on the things I can do, my ball handling, shooting, a little bit of everything. Maybe even getting our team in to the gym a little bit.
Now, again, when you talk about this type of showcase and all these great players that are here, does it make you nervous or excited or a little both, or basketball is just basketball?
It's just basketball. Excited to come out here, go against other great players.
Because you're a great player
yourself. Yeah.
There you go. Well, I tell you what, we appreciate you being here, and again, I heard you had a tremendous coach that's working with you this summer, and hopefully you're going to work hard for him and make sure that we all have a tremendous summer.
Okay. Yes.
That's Emma Kaufman from Garrett, tremendous player, Thad, and one of the leaders in our program, Team Thunder, and has been a part of Always 100, or just came over actually this year to Always 100.
Emma Kaufman, part of that Garrett Railroaders squad. She was the leading scorer for those Railroaders as a sophomore, so put in a great season for Garrett. Unfortunately, as I recall, they did have an early exit from sectionals this year. And the Garrett boys basketball team had a good season last year, but not quite able to duplicate that this year. So I think the All-Star round appears to be done, unless they're playing some more basketball. The clock's showing 3 minutes. And the scoreboard still shows 15-14. I believe it's the blue who has 15 and the green who has 14. There's 3 minutes on the clock, so yeah, we're going to play some more basketball. Whistles blow, and got my clock reset to 2:43. I've seen games that end with an Elam ending, but those usually don't require a clock. Kick to the corner. They get it to Van Driesch. And a takeaway by Grant, but she loses it. I tell you what, Lockett just went across the timeline with that thing. Afternoon session supposed to start about 1:15 as that three ball goes a little bit long. And this will be the blue team who takes over. And again, it is the blue team, I do believe, who's leading 15-14. I know the score is 15-14. Had a couple of threes that did not get put on the scoreboard. Well, not threes, but one was a three for Neon. One was a two for the blue team. Lockett wants to go baseline. Double teamed. That three comes up short. Maya Hall pulls it down. Maya Hall to her right, to the glass, she scores. So Maya Hall does stretch out the blue team's lead to a 3-point lead. But Maya Hall's been playing really well here in these All-Star games. Here's Lockett. Avery Lockett with a screen from Rogers Barr. Ayana Rogers Barr setting the screen, and the three from Rossworm. Alyssa Rossworm does not fall. As her sister Vanessa Rossworm looks on as an assistant coach. Maya Hall to the basket again. "50 seconds to the basket. The floater, Alyssa Rossworm puts it in. So Alyssa gets on the board. I don't think she'd been on the board until that bucket, unless we missed something. That was some high dribbling by Grant, and that's a foul. And that's going to send Millie McGuire to the free throw line. McGuire can't connect, but an offensive board. Grant couldn't put it back, and that was Ayanna Rogers-Barr who's got the board for Team Green. And the clock hits 0. So that will be the end of the ball game as they're now resetting the scoreboard, and now we can officially say that the blue team is your winner. That means the blue team goes 3-0 in these All-Star games. So that means all we have left to do is to get ready for our next round of drills, or that's not all we have to do, but that is the next thing that we have left to do. And so we'll have our first round of station work set to start at about 1:15. Here on Court 1, you'll have stations 1 and 2 with Reggie Tharp leading the pick and roll and Justin Jordan leading penetrate and kick. The first team over here will be Team Aqua, or the first two teams, I should say, will be Team Aqua and Team Yellow. At least that's how it is on the itinerary. And then it's set to be Team Coral and Team Aqua. Team Coral working with Reggie Tharp on pick and rolls, and Team Aqua working with Justin Jordan on penetrate and kick. And at 1:45, Heather Purple comes over here to join Reggie Tharp on pick and rolls, and Team Coral will join Justin Jordan on penetrate and kick. And at 2 o'clock, Team Light Blue will work with Reggie Tharp on pick and rolls, and Heather Purple will move over to Justin Jordan and work on penetrate and kick, and then we will start getting ready for our afternoon round of games that we'll have here for you at the Spring Elite Showcase. In the meantime, they're going to close up the this first All-Star session, or our only All-Star session, for these, I believe, elementary schoolers that have just finished playing these series of All-Star games. They're going to break for the day, and we're going to get ready for our next round of workout sessions. You are watching the Always 100 Spring Showcase here at Turnstone, and this broadcast airs live on SummitCitySports.com.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
Be like, you ain't got no money, don't even call them.
Well, welcome back. We are here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase, and we've got a few more minutes left until we get our next round of workouts going. About 4 minutes left. Right now, kids have arrived, and we'll be starting the pick and rolls and penetrates and kicks here on court number 1 here in just a moment. Reggie Tharp right now starting to introduce the kids, and looks like he's going to get them ready to go. Reggie Tharp will be on this court as he runs the pick and roll. And then you'll have Justin Jordan over on the left side on your screen as he runs the penetrates and kicks. Team Aqua will be first on this court, and Team Aqua
play with Kramer and each one and all that.
features a number of different athletes, including Madeline Omspaugh. Madeline Omspaugh goes to Lakeland Junior and Senior High School. She's currently a freshman, class of 29. Plans to major in sports management and business when she gets to college. She's on the AB honor roll as well and has a 3.5 grade point average.
Well, what? They are.
And right now, Coach Reggie Tharp continues to introduce the showcase to the players who have gotten here for the afternoon session. We've had our morning session. We've had our all-star games. And now we're just about ready to get our afternoon session going here on court number 1 at Turnstone in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Right now, Reggie Tharp looks like he's telling the girls where they're supposed to go. As we got a few more minutes left to get this started, we'll be back after this next 40-second pause.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
Well, back here at Turnstone for the Always 100 Spring Showcase, coming to you live here on SummitCitySports.com. That's the yellow team over on the left side. They'll be working with Justin Jordan as he works his way back over. Then on the right side, it's Team Aqua working with Reggie Tharp. Reggie Tharp, the head coach at Snyder High School, and Justin Jordan, the head coach at Whitco.
Hey, don't even sit down with no plate. Hey, unless you plan on being done for the day. Hey,
now Reggie Tharp will explain the drill to the girls. And Justin Jordan will do the same to the girls in the team on the yellow team. One of the girls on the yellow roster is Lainey French, and Lainey French was a part of that Belmont team that just won a state championship. But meanwhile, we get a look at the Aqua team. Aqua team has a couple of girls from Homestead. Amelia Hoekstra here on the board, and Reggie Tharp is coaching her up right now into how to do this drill. He's coaching her right now, but when the high school season starts, Reggie Tharp will be coaching against Amelia Hoekstra. She goes to Homestead. Hoekstra is a freshman on Rod Parker's team. Has a 3.7 GPA. Plays for the Always 100 2029 Elite team, as that three is good from the corner. I think that was Kenzie Alston who just knocked down that three ball. And when it comes to three-point shooting, you're going to have your makes, you're going to have your misses. Kenzie Alston from Westerville South. 3.62 GPA. Plans to.
Out, man. I know you are.
Plans to major in either.
You live here in Fort Wayne?
Plans to major in either sports medicine or physical therapy. Her AAU coach is Rod Chamble. As Reg continues to explain things to the girls, it brings them in. Another player on this Aqua team is Hadley Pocock, and she goes to Angola. And Angola had a very good season this year for the Lady Hornets. Get a nice little baseline drive there by Allie Brown, and the three comes up short. Brown will get the board. Three from the corner, short. Hadley Pocock there for the rebound. Again, you're going to have your makes, you're going to have your misses. Obviously, you want to make as many of them as possible. But you're going to have games where you're making threes, you're going to have games where you're not making as many threes. As that three goes a little bit long, run down by Amelia Hoekstra. As we talked about Whitco, one of their players is a part of this Aqua team. That's Allie Brown. She's a junior, has a 4.0 grade point average for the Whitco Wildcats. Greg Friend is her AAU coach. Accomplished a regional championship this year. She's on the honor roll and also on the National Honor Society, talking about Allie Brown. As Madeline Omspo kicks that to the corner. The three does not go. Just over 5 minutes left in this workout session. I should say in this rotation. I think there'll be 4 rotations of station work here at this Always 100 Showcase. That three is good. And that was, I believe, Hoekstra who just knocked down the three. So we'll move things over to the yellow team here on the other side of the court. Get a look at some of these players in yellow. They work with Justin Jordan. That's a smooth jumper right there. I think that was Natalie Schluter. Natalie Schluter from Crown Point. Plays for Brad Stengel. Of course, Crown Point ran into Norwell when they got to semi-state. Norwell ended up knocking them off. What a great season Norwell had. 3 straight trips to the state championship. They do get the state championship a year ago. Didn't get it this year, but did get it a year ago. You see Schluter driving to the basket. 3 ball is good, and that was Izzy Eke from Snyder High School. That's the height of a post player, but she can play out on the wing and knock down some threes. Zoe Eke on the drive. That comes up short. Eke with a kick out to Schluter. As French will dish that one. French part of that Belmont team. Laney French, that is. One player we saw who had a lot of promise from the Snyder Panthers was Jada Sims. Jada Sims played really well in the post for Snyder. She's on this yellow team. Jada Sims has a 3.7 GPA. Undecided on her major at this point. She is a sophomore and certainly has some time to make that decision. See Justin Jordan, not to be confused with Joe Jordan. Joe Jordan is the president of the Boys and Girls Club here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. There's a chance we'll see him tomorrow night with MVP basketball. Because MVP basketball will have some games at the Boys and Girls Club. I believe one of those games is Blackhawk versus St. Vincent. That's Blackhawk Middle School of the Fort Wayne Community Schools District. as Eke misses that jumper. Not to be confused with Blackhawk Christian School. Blackhawk Christian, of course, is a K through 12 school. It's a private school, but Blackhawk Middle School is part of Fort Wayne Community Schools, the same district as Snyder High School. In fact, Ketron Pascal, who plays for the Snyder Panthers, has a younger brother who plays for Blackhawk Middle School's team. As we're getting closer to crowning an MVP March Madness champion this year, as Natalie Schluter's three does not go. Three from the corner, Marie Powers would not fall. Izzy Eke from the corner, no good. And it looks like Justin Jordan's going to change things up here. Get a little free throw practice in. That was Devonay Harris. It looks like we're just about to finish up our first round of station work here in this afternoon session. And so the Aqua team's about to make their way over to work with Justin Jordan. And then over on station number 1, where the Aqua team currently is, we will have the Coral team, and Coral team is currently working with David Goodwell. It looks like they're working on getting around screens. David Goodwell's over there working with them. So that's the buzzer for our first round of station work. And now the yellow team will head over to station number 3. And the Aqua team will make their way over to station number 2 as Reggie Tharp waits on the Coral team. Reggie Tharp will have at least one familiar face on this Coral team. That's Brooklyn Robinson from the Snyder Panthers. One thing Brooklyn Robinson is really good at is she's a real scrappy defender. Really good at making plays on the defensive end for Snyder. She wears number 97 for the Coral team. See the early stages of this pick and roll station. That was Hadassah Pope about to drive down the baseline. Brooklyn Robinson, meanwhile, a 3.5 GPA. Started JV as a combo guard and played on varsity in the sectional championship. Has high academic honors. As Hadassah Pope goes baseline, swings it out, and that ball gets loose. Well, what the kids are working on right now over here is pick and roll, but they want to be solid catching the basketball as well. So they get a little second try there, and that time the 3 ball goes down. I think that was Brooklyn Robinson who made that 3 ball. Good hard pass by Amanda Fuse. 3 doesn't fall. And again, in these drills, you're going to have your makes, you're going to have your misses. That three will drop. That was Vivian Casey. Vivian Casey out of Concord High School, coached by Brandon Abel. She has a 3.5 GPA, and she plans to major in athletic training or sports medicine. Been a 3-year varsity player, 1-year varsity basketball captain. As I'm looking at Vivian Casey's athletic awards, it says she's listed as a 1-year varsity athletic trainer captain. And last year she was named most improved player. Vivian Casey's a 3-year scholar athlete, National Honor Society member. Some nice little pieces of information that the folks here at Always 100 provide about these various athletes that compete here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase. Hadassah Pope with a kick to the corner, and that's Robinson. Didn't get that three. She did get one earlier in this session. Alexandra Fuse kicks that one, and this time the three is good. That was Olivia Dawson. Olivia Dawson. One of the things I'm looking at here is Alexandra Fuse. They've got a nickname listed here for her, Big Al. That's a little interesting. Goes to Divine Child High School, or that's probably Divine Child Middle School in Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn just outside of Detroit. Home to the Henry Ford Museum. Also home to the Ford Motor Factory, where they currently build the F-150s, but it's also where Henry Ford first started building his cars. Got about 4 minutes left in this series of station work. And then we'll go on to our next rotation. Delaney Madigan with a drive and the kick. Adriana Mead will fire that three. It's no good. And a lot of times you'll see the coaches change a few things up here in these sessions. They'll have players shooting from the wing or from the corner, and then they'll go to shooting from the top of the key. Now we're getting the top of the key. That was Hadassah Pope, unable to knock down the three. Hadassah Pope, you might know better as Desi Pope. And that's my apologies, because it said Hadassah on the roster, but I didn't realize that was Desi Pope. I do recognize Desi from Blackhawk Christian. It does not list, there's her height. 5 foot flat is Desi Pope's height. So she might not be the tallest athlete on the floor, but she certainly plays with a whole lot of energy and a whole lot of quickness. And she can play at a very high level. I was wondering for a second if we might see the girls take the shot from the wing, but now they're taking it still from the top of the key, but that three does not fall for Christiana Lehman. I was talking about Desi Pope earlier. She has a 3.8 GPA, coached by Ryan Gould at the AAU level. Christiana Lehman, we saw her a little bit ago. She's got a 4.18 GPA. Honorable mention, ACAC basketball a year ago. Semi-state finalists in volleyball as well. Again, that's talking about Christiana Lehman from South Adams. Also qualified for regionals in track and field a year ago. As the players continue to work on the pick and rolls with Reggie Tharp, and right now we've got the Coral team over here on this side of the floor. Coral team's about to move over to penetrate and kick with Justin Jordan, and then you'll see the Heather Purple team come over here to work with Reggie Tharp. They're working with David Goodwell right now. The three goes a little bit long. Other one goes a little bit long. Again, you're going to have your makes, you're going to have your misses. Saw somebody bringing around a get well card. Thought that said get well Maya, but I couldn't tell for sure from up here.
Yes, it does say get well Maya, and we're just happy that these kids are rallying behind her. And Maya, if you're listening, you know you got a whole community of kids that are pulling for you. You know, we want you to get better and just keep improving each day, and know that we all love you and thinking about you daily.
Yeah, I believe it was the Epps family who put together a GoFundMe page to help fund necessary treatments that are needed, any necessary procedures, or help pay for surgeries. Again, last I heard, Maya Epps, after that car accident yesterday, is in stable condition. That's the most recent update I have. Maybe there have been further ones. I'm not sure.
I think that the family or Bernard from Always 100 will give updates as the family allows them to be released. So
right. Well, we're just about to get to our next session of station work here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase. We're seeing the Coral team work on pick and rolls with Reggie Tharp, and we're just about to see the Heather Purple team come over and work with Coach Tharp. Taylor Mack is one of the players for Heather Purple. She goes to Eastside High School. She'll be a senior come the fall. 3.77 GPA, and now Eastside made it all the way into regionals. Unfortunately, that was as far as they got. But there's no question that Mike Lordy, the head coach at Eastside, has put together a great program and had a great run with the Blazers. Now, they are a two-way school, but they're a two-way school that plays really well. Kate Lane also a part of this Heather Purple squad. Will be going to Homestead. Right now she's in middle school, class of 2030. Her GPA is 3.5. David Goodwell coaches her at the AAU level, and she was just working with David Goodwell before she made her way over to work on pick and rolls with Coach Tharp. Some of the girls from the Coral team making their way over. To work with Justin Jordan as they've got the clock started. Looks like they'll give him 10 minutes for this rotation. And this is the third rotation of station work. The last rotation of station work will take place at about 2 o'clock. They're scheduled to take place about 2 o'clock, although it might start a little bit sooner than that because got 8 minutes and change on the clock right now. So that three doesn't fall. That was Eden Nash who got the board. Now right now the rebounds are fairly uncontested. But you're working on the fundamentals as that three ball goes in. That was Kate Lane, currently a middle schooler set to go to Homestead as Ava Ritchie drives baseline. Ava Ritchie, a sophomore at Crown Point, 3.7 GPA under Brad Stengel. She was Duneland All-Conference, made the Duneland All-Conference team. Second team ICGSA All-State. Ava Ritchie, also a scholar athlete, athletic student council, part of the Chick-fil-A Club, and has an invitation to apply for the National Honor Society. Continue to give you some information about these various players as we go on, and the station work continues. Reggie Tharp continues to explain to the girls what they're trying to do. Now, Reggie Tharp, some of these girls, he already coaches at the high school level. Some of them he'll be coaching against at the high school level, but when it comes to AAU and comes to these drills for Always 100, he's always coaching the girls up to try and do the right thing. And make sure they do the drills right. Now, in a real game, a ball like that goes over the backboard is essentially out of bounds, but in this particular drill, it's more about trying to do the drill right as Eden Nash comes down with that board. Taylor Mack very close to the baseline, and you're going to have situations like that in a real game where you're running out of room and you got to keep your foot in, but find a teammate while doing so. Eden Nash from Bluffton High School, led by Doug Curtis, 3.57 GPA. Ryan Robinson coaches her at the AAU level. Eden Nash also made high school academic honor roll. She was given the Lady Knight Award, and I got to guess that that's specific to Bluffton High School. Two-time player of the game, Defensive Player of the Season award as well. And also Eden Nash plans to study dentistry when she gets to college. Haley Williamson with a good kick to the corner. And Haley goes to Norwell High School, really good player. She's one of those juniors on this year's squad, and Haley Williamson, as I recall, did not start a whole lot, but still played a big role both this year and last year on Norwell's squad. Winning a state championship last year and getting back to the state title this year as a member of Class 4A. Haley Williamson, how about this for a GPA? 4.57. Now, we've seen some athletes at this showcase this year and in years past with GPAs over 4.0. 4.57, that's incredible. Plans to study exercise science and physical therapy. Haley Williamson also plays soccer and runs track and field. She's a three-sport athlete for the Lady Knights, and in track and field back in 2024, she was the MVP for Norwell track and field. That would have been as a freshman, if I'm not mistaken. It's a regional qualifier in 24 and 25. And, of course, the track season very close to getting underway here in the state of Indiana. Some of the college schools have already had their indoor season get underway. Indiana Tech has, I think, completed their indoor season by now. But, yeah, we're getting to that time of year where players are going out for spring sports, trying out, and in some cases the tryouts are already complete. And the teams and the rosters have been finalized. Riley Eberhard with a kick to the corner. And Riley Eberhard is out of Holy Cross in Covington, Kentucky. She is a junior. GPA of 4.19. Plans to be a physician's assistant or go into the medical field. In January of this year, she was named a McDonald's Player of the Week. She had first honors 3 years academically. Interesting piece of information here about Riley Eberhard. She also received University of Kentucky Medical Clinic Scholarship. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. She was a recipient of the University of Kentucky Medical Clinic Scholarship. There we go. That sounded a lot better. So congratulations to Riley Eberhard on that regard and receiving the UK Medical Clinic Scholarship. excellent accomplishment as we've got just under 3 minutes to go in this rotation of station work, and then we'll have our next rotation. Before we get on to our last series of games, our next rotation will see the light blue team, who's currently over with David Goodwell. They'll come here and work with Reggie Tharp on pick and rolls. And this Heather Purple team will go over and work on penetrate and kick with Coach Justin Jordan. So it's interesting to note that the look out, Reg. That ball almost hit him in the face. Devani Mole lost the handle of the ball, but luckily Reg did not get hit. He's all right. Devani Mole, by the way, from Hicksville High School over in Hicksville, Ohio. Speaking of Hicksville, one of the guys we've got on the call today over on court number 2 is Eli Lawrence. He goes to Hicksville High School, and that is in Ohio. It's just across, well, close to Indiana state lines. In fact, actually, it is just across state lines in the great state of Ohio. Of course, every time you talk about Ohio and Indiana around here, it's hard to get around talking about. Oh, it looks like Keith Edmonds has our next guest.
I do. I'm going to let her stand on the other side of me. All right, look right up at the gentleman with the camera. Tell us your name and what brought you to the showcase today.
My name's Amaya Tyree. I just came here to show what I have and work hard.
And what school are you from?
Wayne High School.
Now, what are some of the things that you feel like you need to work on to get yourself ready for next season?
I think for me, ball handling is number one. I think that taking my time and working hard on it also will help, but definitely ball handling.
Now, when you come to a showcase like this and you see all of these great players, does it make you nervous or excited or a little both?
Probably a little of both, but definitely more excited.
Now, again, you're counted on to be one of the top players for Coach LB's team next year. You know, when you take a look at the group you got coming back, you guys ought to be pretty good next season. So now, are you ready to be the leader of that group?
Yes, I am.
Well, thank you for being a part of the showcase today, and have fun.
Thank you.
It's Tyree from Wayne High School, part of Coach LB Lawyer's team, and looking forward to seeing what she can do next year.
LB Smith is working over there on station number 4 with the girls. He's got the Aqua team coming to him, and we've got the light blue team coming here to station number 1. That's the Heather Purple team headed over to station number 2 to work with Justin Jordan. And, you know, you come to a showcase like this, you watch a showcase like this, and obviously you're going to see a lot of shots. And I'll admit, as a fan of basketball, I love watching the shots fall, but these girls are working on so much more than just shooting the basketball and knocking down shots. They're also working on fundamentals of all different kinds.
And it's a true showcase. That's a very good point there. Very good point.
And meanwhile, we've got the light blue team over here working with Coach Reggie Tharp. I mentioned earlier, a lot of these coaches are high school coaches. Reggie Tharp, of course, coaches at Snyder High School. Justin Jordan coaches at Whitco. So today, these coaches, whether it's Coach Tharp or Justin Jordan or LB Smith or David Goodwell, they're helping out girls that they coach, and they're also helping out girls that they coach against. So the idea is just to help these kids better their game regardless of who they might play for. Light blue roster features athletes such as Lucy Beal, Nadia Leatherman, Jules Leffers, Braylon Brinker, Hazel Leffers, Emma Kaufman, and Addison Seibern. And we heard from Emma Kaufman earlier. She was a leading scorer for the Garrett Railroaders. Garrett Railroaders did have a decent season, although, again, their season came to an end very early in sectionals at East Noble. Lucy Beal, a part of this light blue team. She goes to Upper Arlington High School, coached by John Wonke. Plans to major in biology and or pre-med. And it looks like she's a soccer player too. Or check that. Either soccer or lacrosse. She's listed here as a goalie. I'm seeing that she was given an MVP award in 2024, but it says MVP Jones. I think that's supposed to say lacrosse. It looks like lacrosse, the way it's spelled. Of course, Indiana, they have lacrosse as a club sport. It's not sanctioned by the IHSA, but you can play it as a club sport, similar to hockey, and might have had that for boys volleyball in recent years as well. Nadia Leatherman from Defiance High School in Defiance, Ohio. Coached by Leroy Lewis. She has a GPA of 3.9. Plans to study dental hygiene, presumably to become a dental hygienist. Lawyer Smith coaches her in AAU ball. She's a 3-time varsity leader. Also won a perfect attendance award 2 years in a row. And I hope that we can keep that going meanwhile. Again, that's Nadia Leatherman. So perfect attendance 2 years in a row. Hopefully she can keep that going. Well, we've seen Justin Jordan leading the girls. He's leading the Heather Purple team over there on Station 2 right now. One of the players who plays for him is Jules Leffers, and she's on this light blue team. She's a freshman, 3.9 GPA, plans to major in radiology. Rod Chamble coaches her at the AAU level. Of course, Rod Chamble was once the head coach of the Northrop boys basketball team. That team is currently led by Shane Merriman. And there's no question that Northrop, the season for them did not go the way they wanted it to in boys basketball. And you can say that about the girls basketball team, too. All the great athletes that they had. And only finished a couple games over 500, Northrop did. But for the Northrop boys team, we can certainly say that they're well coached. Shane Merriman, good coach, was certainly a great player in his college days at Huntington University. He was a stretch 4 kind of guy. He's a big guy who could step out and shoot the 3. Some other players on this light blue basketball team, Hazel Leffers. And I got to think that Hazel is probably Jules' older sister. Goes to Whitco as well, 3.917 at GPA. She's undecided for her major, and Ryan Gould coaches her in AAU basketball. Again, Justin Jordan coaches her for the Whitco Wildcats. Heard about Emma Kaufman. We heard from Emma Kaufman earlier. She's also on the light blue team, and she's got a GPA of 4.0, undecided on her major at this point. She is a sophomore. She's part of the Academic Leadership Council as a freshman and as a sophomore. Railroader Athlete of the Week as a freshman and as a sophomore. Was the Northeast Corner Conference's top rookie for tournament as a freshman, and the NECC's breakout performer for the tournament as a sophomore. And Emma Kaufman's been averaging double digits in points per game both as a sophomore and as a freshman, 11.8 points per game as a freshman. This year, her sophomore year, she averaged 16.4 points per game. And how about this about Emma Kaufman? She broke the record for made threes in a season for a freshman when she hit 37. That was last year. And you got to think that Emma Kaufman's game is probably just going to continue to get better. And if it does, the Railroaders could easily find themselves in a good place over the course of next season. Also, Emma Kaufman on the All-A honor roll as a freshman and as a sophomore. Another player from this light blue team is Addison Seibert. And I said that this was our last session of station work. That might not be correct because I think that's the Maroon team over there working with David Goodwell. And they have not made their way over here to station number 1 yet. So we'll see if they make their way over here. The Aqua team has been over here. The Yellow team has been over here. The Maroon team has not been over here. So we'll see if they make their way over here in the next couple of minutes. But Addison Seibert's another player for the light blue team from Crown Point. She's a sophomore with a 4.2 GPA. And there again, she plays for Keith Edmonds on the Always 100 Thunder team. So Keith's got a lot of his girls here at this showcase once again. The high school level this year, Addison Seibert was recognized for most charges taken, highest free throw percentage, East-West Tourney champions, and Twin Lakes tournament champions. She's been a scholar athlete her first 2 years of high school, part of the athletic council her first 2 years of high school, part of the Bulldog Mentor Program her first 2 years of high school, and this year was given a Scholastic Award. That's Addison Seibert from Crown Point. As the light blue team continues to work on their pick and rolls, and again, the Maroon team looks like they're making their way over here next. As Nadia Leatherman fires that three, it does not go. And we're seeing a lot of three-point shots, and again, you're going to have your makes, you're going to have your misses. We're also seeing a lot of ball movement. That one results in a three from Hazel Leffers. But can you make good passes? Can you space the floor well? That's another thing that we're seeing here, as Lucy Beal could not hit that jumper. But there is Emma Kaufman trying a three, and it did not go. That would be out of bounds if this were a normal game. But right now you're just working on the fundamentals. Jules Leffers with the dish. And Jules will let it fly. That's a little bit long, but we're just about to close out this current rotation and probably going on to another rotation before we get to our round of games that we're going to have. Yeah, the Maroon team has not yet been to Station 1, so unless they're going straight to the games, the Maroon team would be making their way over to Station 1, although it looks like light blue is making their way over to Station 2. Yeah, technically, that last session of station work was supposed to start at 2 o'clock with light blue working on pick and roll with Reggie Tharp, so we may have time for one more set of station work. And as we get ready for that, I'll take a quick break and come back in just a few seconds. You're watching the Always 100 Spring Showcase on SummitCitySports.com.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays, and while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
And yes, the Maroon team has made their way over here to court number 1 and station number 1. They have not gotten a chance to work over here on station number 1. Now, I don't think they've gotten a chance to work on station 2 with Justin Jordan either. Check that. They would have worked on station 2 if I'm not mistaken. But I believe after this rotation, we're going to go to our next round of games. We'll have 20 minutes on the clock for those games. And our first game will be between Aqua and Coral. Now, that's in less than 10 minutes from now. Right now, this session has 8 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. So I try to get set for our next round of games that we're going to have. Here on court number 1, and I will get you some information about these players on the Maroon team. Although, Keith's got another interview.
Yes, I do. And tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Naomi Hahn, and I'm from Marion, Indiana.
And Naomi, you had a tremendous season this year, and glad that you're a part of our program here at Always 100. What brought you to the showcase today?
Really, Nard and my teammates and my du jour, our coach, she told me about it. And I was here last year, so I just came back.
So now what do you think you need to do to get yourself better for next season?
Work on jump shots and shooting more. Because, I can shoot, but I don't really show that I can shoot because I drive to the basket most of the time.
So in a showcase like this with all these great players, are you looking to prove yourself even more, or are you just kind of coming out just trying to get better, or what's your thoughts?
Not really prove myself, but, get better, working with new girls that I don't really play with, and just being able to adjust.
So now we're looking forward to seeing you have a tremendous summer. You're on a great team, and can you tell me what maybe a goal that you would have with your team for this summer?
To win more games than last season, and also just to, work together.
Okay. Well, thank you for being a part today, and enjoy the day.
Thank you.
And Thad, that is a tremendous young lady, Naomi Hahn from Marion High School. Averaged about 27 points a game, if I can recall it right. And has got all kind of D1 interests and plays on one of our elite teams, and just a tremendous player.
Yeah, I'm seeing here that she averaged 29.4 points per game.
Oh, there we go.
That was Hahn who just made that last three for the blue team over there with Justin Jordan. But yeah, Marion, they ran into probably the toughest 3A team you could expect to run into in sectionals. They ran into the Belmont Braves.
Yes.
And the Braves ended up knocking them out.
Yes.
And Marion, 12-12 a year ago, and I'll give her credit for the honesty. Wanted to win more games than they did last year. I mean, 12-12, it certainly could be worse, but nobody wants to finish right at 500 when the season's all over. As you get to watch the light blue team working with Justin Jordan, and Justin Jordan's had a really good basketball team over at Whitco these last few years. I think back-to-back 20-win seasons, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we in this area we see a lot of great small-town basketball, if you will, whether it's Whitco or Norwell over there in Ossian, or Northridge out in Middlebury, or Eastside over in Butler. And even Garrett's put some pretty good teams on the floor in recent years. I'd say that Garrett's an improving girls basketball team. The record's certainly improved from last year, but yeah, whether you're out in the country or in the Fort Wayne area or the Indy area or anywhere else in the state, if you've got great athletes who are willing to put in the work, and great knowledgeable coaches who put in good work and work hard to teach these kids the game, you can be successful at any level, whether you're whatever part of the state you might be in. As that is Hahn with the jumper right there. Again, Hahn just a sophomore, but Naomi Hahn had a great year for the Marion Giants just this past season. And meanwhile, over on Station 1, we've got the Maroon team. We've got about 4 minutes left until we get this last round of station work done. I believe this will be the last round of station work before we move on to our next round of games. And then that next round of games will be the last round of games. The Maroon team features players like Ivy Henderson. She is a junior. And Ivy Henderson goes to Crown Point. Crown Point also ran into a tough squad. They ran into the Norwell Knights when they got to semi-state, but had a great year nonetheless. 4.17 GPA for Ivy Henderson. 6'4". That's what she's listed at here in the book. 6'4" is her height. That's a height you don't often see in girls basketball. You see plenty of it in boys basketball. That's Kyla Schendalen on the attack. Excuse me, I need to repronounce that. It's Kyla Chindalen. Kyla Chindalen from DeKalb High School. There's a GPA of 3.64, and she was a big-time scorer for the Lady Barons this past year under first-year head coach Mark Pixley, getting ready for his second season as head coach. Now, of course, it's the off-season right now. State championships have already been won and lost at this point. But you can bet that Mark Pixley's definitely thinking ahead to next season. Justin Jordan coaches her in AAU ball, and Justin Jordan's over there on station number 2. The 3 ball comes up short. That's Amaya Tyree with the board. We heard from her not too long ago. Good feed from Ryan Wagner. And Henderson, that looked like Henderson. Or no, check that. That was not Henderson. That was Dallas Ritchie who took that shot. I say it looked like Henderson because it looked like a number 29 on her back, but on second glance, it was a 33. Ryan Wagner, 3.4 GPA from Evansville Rights. Now, Evansville, that's at the southern Indiana border, right across the Ohio River from the state of Kentucky. So that's a long distance. I'd have to think that for Ryan Wagner, living down in Evansville, she and her family must have driven up here last night. Because I've been down to Evansville. I went down there for a work project a few years ago, and it was a long drive. Not surprising at all for anyone who lives here in the Fort Wayne area. If you know where Fort Wayne is and you know where Evansville is, you know that's a long drive. But obviously these kids are making a big commitment to come to an Always 100 event here in Fort Wayne, whether they live here in Fort Wayne or they live out of state or maybe they live in state, but it feels like you're going clear across the country. You're not going clear across the country from Evansville to Fort Wayne, but it is a long drive nonetheless. And Ryan Wagner and her family apparently have made that drive. And again, I'm just going on a limb here. They probably made that drive yesterday and got in sometime last night or maybe yesterday afternoon. Ryan Wagner with a 3.4 GPA, wants to study chemistry and or dentistry. Was SIAC first team all-conference. And we'll see some games here in just a few moments. We're 34 seconds away from our next round of games. That was Amaya Tyree who hit the 3 from the corner. And now Ryan Wagner might get her chance to knock one down here. There's her chance. And she does knock it down. So that long drive from Evansville paid off. As Dallas Ritchie fires to the corner. And there is Dallas Ritchie knocking the shot down. Well, now it looks like we're just about ready for our next round of games. Looks like we've taken care of all the station work, and now at 2:06, we'll get ready for our next round of games in our afternoon session, and I will be right back after this 1-minute pause on SummitCitySports.com.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
Well, now we've got the yellow team over here at Station 1. So the yellow team would be the last team to take the court at Station 1, I believe, because as I recall, the Aqua team was already over here at Station number 1. So now the yellow team makes their way over, and they'll work with Coach Reggie Tharp for the next 8 minutes. And my apologies, just trying to get things ready for our next game between Aqua and Light Blue. That's our first game of the afternoon session as the yellow team works on pick and rolls with Reggie Tharp. Picks and rolls, that sounds like something that somebody says in the movies. But meanwhile, we do have our next interview guest. Keith has our next guest right on cue, it looks like.
Yes. Tell us your name and what school you're from and what brought you here to our showcase today. Right up at the camera.
I'm Ivy Henderson, and I'm from Crown Point, and I came here to work.
Came here to work. I like that. So what are some of the things you feel like you need to work on?
Definitely my ball handling and shooting, which is pretty good because that's what we're doing today.
Now, Crown Point had a tremendous season this year. You guys went all the way to the semi-state. What do you think you need to do to finish this thing next year?
I think we need to have more time in the gym and put up more shots throughout the season because I feel like we could have beaten Norwell if we had better offense.
So now looking forward to this summer, what are some of the things that you feel like that people don't know about you that maybe you need to start showing that you can do?
I think people need to see that I can be in control and I'm not shy in the paint all the time, and I need to prove to them that I want the ball more.
Now, in this showcase and you see all these great players here, does that make you a little intimidated or are you just excited about this opportunity?
Yeah, I'm a little intimidated because I don't know, which part of me is going to show up to the day, if it's going to be the nervous me or the aggressive me, so it's a little intimidating.
Well, I'll tell you, just go and enjoy the day and work hard and everything will work out fine.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here. And that's a true and honest assessment. She says she just hopes the best version of herself shows up, and I like kids that are honest and transparent that way. That's kind of nice to hear.
Yeah, I think we got an honest answer when she admitted that she was a little intimidated.
Yes.
There's going to be a sense of that when you come to a showcase like this or get to playoff basketball. There's probably going to be a sense of intimidation, but
sure.
A lot of these kids, they're able to weather that and push through and play good basketball.
And Thad, I like to talk to parents, and I told them that I was going to talk to them, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and we're going to look up at the camera right here. First of all, tell us who you are and what brought you to our showcase today.
Sure. I'm Will Alston. This is my wife, Monique Alston, parents of Kinsey Alston. We came up here because of Nard in the program, and, of course, we wanted to see what the kids could do. We have an amazing day today. Lots of kids out here having a good time and doing an amazing job of, being in front of coaches and keeping it all together.
Now, your parents and you obviously going to give us an honest assessment of where your daughter is at this point. What are some of the things you feel like she needs to work on? I'll ask Mom first.
Oh, boy. I would say probably shooting for sure. I think any kid can always improve in shooting and making sure that they find the right spots to be the most efficient on the court.
So as you look at her growth as a player and you look at some of the things that she needs to do this summer, what brought you to Always 100 out of all the organizations you could have been a part of?
Sure. Yeah, my wife and I talked about this before. Lots of programs have very talented people. But what attracted me to the program was really just the honesty of Nard, the program, the organization, the professionalism, high communication, which was big on our chart, to parents, and, again, back to the organization and schedule. Really big things for us as professionals, but also people who need to be communicated to and kind of know what's going on.
Now, again, as you project her moving forward as far as playing at the next level, what position do you think that she should be slotted into play? That's Mom.
Yeah, I was going to say I think I got this one. Okay. I think that she's played as a point guard, but obviously she's now nearing 5'9.5" or so. So, I think a wing, sometimes flexing to the guard when the ball needs to be pushed, but for the most part, somewhere between that, in-between spot, between a 1 and a 3.
So she's going to be playing for Coach Chamble this summer. What are some of the things, as he's listening, he's not here today, but I'm sure he's listening. What were some of the things that you think that he can do to get her better and push her to the next level, especially in her improvement to get ready for next season?
Sure. I'll take part of this, and I know my wife will chime in. I love the fact that he's so willing to right away get into the mindset of a player, right, and give her confidence right off the bat. Not that she didn't have it before, but as she enters new challenges and new people and new tournaments and things like that, there's always a level of growth. And right away, he's challenging her to be even better. And I love that. I love that investment.
And, Mom, your take?
I think he's done a phenomenal job in developing her even in a small amount of time since she started, building up her confidence. I think that's key for any player, but for her, I think it's just playing her game. Her game is a little bit different. She's one that will pop the shot but also drive, so getting her to be comfortable to say, okay, hey, I got the shot, take it. So.
Well, one of the things about our program is our parents that trust us, and we appreciate you both saying yes to Always 100 and look forward to seeing your daughter's growth and improvement, and hopefully she's going to have the summer that she wants to have.
Thank you all. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, that parents are the backbone of our program, and again, as I said in the interviews earlier, they're sometimes a forgotten entity because they're the ones that put the time and the resource in getting the kids to events, and it can be quite expensive to pour into your son or daughter, especially a daughter at this point, but just to pour into your kids and get them, give them this opportunity to play in an organization like Always 100. So we always appreciate the parents' willingness to do that.
Yeah, especially when they have to, some of them have to drive these kids from such long distances. A lot of the kids at this particular showcase, they are local kids from Fort Wayne and some surrounding towns, but you also get kids from Evansville, Indiana. And
sure.
That's way down by Kentucky, just across the Ohio River from Kentucky.
Sure.
And so I got to think that those kids from Evansville that have made the way up here, they must have driven here yesterday afternoon or yesterday morning because it's a long drive.
Sure.
As right now you are watching the Maroon team as they work with Justin Jordan over there on station number 2, and I think this is our last round of station work before we get to our games. There were a few teams that had not quite been to these particular stations, but I think Maroon is, if I'm not mistaken, the last team. More on that later because we've got our next interview guest.
All right. And I'm here courtside. I'll let her introduce herself and what school she's from and what brought her to our showcase today.
I'm Kenna Taylor. I play at Homestead, and I play for Always 100, so I came.
And what made you decide that you wanted to be a part of this showcase today? What are you looking to show?
I'm just looking to show all the skills I have to the coaches and my shooting that I've been working on and just my drives and stuff.
Now, at Homestead High School, the mantra never changes as far as what the expectations are. And you guys obviously have a tremendous group coming back next year. What do you think that you need to improve on to help this team stay where Homestead is normally accustomed to being?
I think I need to improve on my left hand the most because I usually just like to go right, and then my shooting since we're losing some big shooters.
Now, as you project yourself going to the next level and playing at the college level, do you see yourself as a 1 or a 2 or a combo? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it'd be a combo because, on my team right now, there's 2 point guards, so we're trying both spots out right now.
Now, when you come into a showcase like this and you see all of this great talent, now, again, you go against great talent every day at your school. Are you intimidated at all, nervous at all, or do you just look at it as basketball and things will be fine?
Yeah, I just look at it as basketball, basically.
Well, we appreciate you being here today, and hopefully you enjoy the experience today.
Thank you.
That's Kenna Taylor from Homestead High School, and obviously you're talking about one of the premier programs in the state of Indiana, and Coach Parker. What a tremendous job he's done. He's won the state multiple times, has had multiple missed basketballs, and again, can't say enough about what Coach Parker has done at Homestead High School.
Yeah, of course, I believe the most recent missed basketball from Homestead was Ayanna Patterson, who later on went to play for the UConn Huskies. And so there's certainly a chance that somebody from Homestead could get that this year, but that has yet to be determined. Miss Basketball has yet to be determined. Mr. Basketball has yet to be determined. At least I think it does.
Yes.
At least it will be a little bit later this year. But right now, I think we're just I think what's going on right now is the kids are just getting a water break before the coaches implement the offense for our next session of games. Right now they got 2.5 minutes on the clock. So while the kids get a water break, we will take a commercial break. You're watching the Always 100 Spring Showcase on SummitCitySports.com.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions together, we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
Well, welcome back. This is the Always 100 Spring Showcase. Again, where we are right now is the kids are getting a little water break before the coaches implement an offense for the kids to run for this next series of games. Sorry there, folks. I was getting a little winded as I was talking to you, but it looks like the water break for the kids is just about done. So it's about 2:20, and that's the scheduled time when the coaches will implement the offense for all the teams. So they'll implement that offense they'll get all the teams together. And then we'll have our first game scheduled for about 2:35 is when that game's scheduled to tip. So in the meantime, since that game's scheduled to start tipping at about 2:35, we'll keep it right here, though it may take some brief pauses as well, because this is a long session where the kids are basically going to be together unless they're going straight into the games. Right now, the two teams that are scheduled to play here at Court 1 are on the benches. You see the Aqua team on the right side of your screen sitting on the bench. And on the left side of your screen, that's the blue team, the light blue team sitting on the bench. So anyway, all that was to mention, even though we're scheduled to have 15 minutes of offense implementation, we might just go straight into the games. Right now, the clock here on the scoreboard in the gym, or the two scoreboards that overlook Court 1 here in the Plasman Athletic Center, do show 20 minutes, and that's how long each game is supposed to go. Yeah, there's the Aqua team making their way out onto the court. The starting five for the Aqua team, so it looks like we're going to get right into it. Somebody might be missing. One of our scoreboard operators just climbed up on the chair. She was calling for somebody. I'm not sure who, but yeah, it looks like we're getting right into it. So no long waiting period today. Give the kids a chance to get a drink of water, and apparently the offense has been implemented, so here we go. That is Naomi Hahn, wearing number 13. I don't think her name was on the original roster, but Coach Keith Edmonds did talk to her earlier. It looks like she'll tip against Allie Brown. So we will have our last round of games. This is not our last game, but this is the afternoon session, so I believe they'll have, 4 games total. Yeah, 4 games total. That's what's on the itinerary before everybody breaks for the day. And the tip is knocked loose, but there to recover it is Nadia Leatherman. And it looks like the Aqua team is going to run man-to-man. It looked like they were going zone at first. They called a foul as Emma Kaufman was driving. Now the kids have had the chance to do their station work and do their drills, and now you get a chance to put all that you learned into action. Hahn with the feed inside. They work the ball to the corner. This is Leffers. Jules Leffers. She gets it inside. And Lucy Beal looking for help. She wanted to make a move in the post, but here comes Hahn. Blocked, but a foul. I thought she got ball first, and Allie Brown got called for it, and she kind of had a smile on her face after the call came. Almost as to say all is well. Let me go ahead and fix my clock here. Again, my apologies. It's a running clock. They do put 20 minutes on that clock, and now the Aqua team takes over. This will officially be their first possession of the game. Omsbaugh into the paint. Blocked, and that was Hahn. Naomi Hahn with the rejection, but Aqua gets it back. Alston, Kenzie Alston. I believe we heard from her parents earlier today. Knocked away. That was Jules Leffers who got her hands on the ball, but it's out of bounds, off light blue. Feed over to Allie Brown. Allie Brown on the drive, lost it, and that's out of bounds. Blue team will take over. Blue team comes back the other way. Beal with a tough catch. Count the basket. Lucy Beal able to finish at the rim. I beg your pardon. I need to change that aqua color because that looks nothing like aqua. Corner three goes down. That's not quite aqua that you see on your scoreboard, but I think it's about the closest to it I have. Score is 2-2 meanwhile. Tough shot, and Naomi Hahn will head to the free throw line. And again, free throws in these AAU games, you get one free throw for the value of 2. So in other words, one free throw, that's all you get to shoot, but if you make it, you get 2 points. As Hoekstra feeds that one to the inside. Amelia Hoekstra, freshman at Homestead, couldn't knock it down. And here comes Team Blue. Kaufman with a feed to Hahn. Hahn trying to get through traffic, has to dribble it back outside. Leffers into the paint, and a foul. Now for these kids playing in the afternoon sessions, I talked about the long drives that some of these kids have to make with their parents or that the parents have to make with the kids, because it's usually the parents that do the driving. Although if you're in high school and you have your driver's license, they may make an exception.
Dad, I've got my next interview right here.
That you do.
Every once in a while we get these celebrities that come by courtside and just add their presence and name, image, and likeness to our events. I'm here with Coach Gamble, one of our tremendous coaches in Always 100. Coach, tell us first of all what team you coach and what's your goals for your girls this summer.
So I coach our 2027 New Balance team. I'm still getting used to saying that. So it's our top team, our top 17U team. So goals for this year for me is just to, one, I want to get every kid on our team in college. We've got a few commits right now. So working on a few more and then making sure they get better as players. And then obviously we want to win the first New Balance championship.
So when you take a look at the group that you have, how do you get all these tremendous players, to play for each other and again, because they're obviously the best players on their particular high school team. How do you get them to mesh as one and play together as a group?
I think it starts with the parents, just being selfless and then understanding that, I think you play AAU to play around other good players and play against other good players. So it's that, and then it's communication with the kids and making sure that everybody's on the same page as far as you don't have to pull somebody else down to bring yourself up. We can all bring each other up. So it's just constantly communicating that message. And then obviously on the court it's reps, letting them play through mistakes, and then teaching.
So you've had this group for a couple of years. So do you just hit the ground running, or do you have to review some things, or pretty much concepts haven't changed and plays don't necessarily haven't changed? Do they just hit the ground running, or is there some things you're trying to add?
Honestly, I wish we could hit the ground running. But I think just over the high school season, they all play in different systems. They play at different levels between 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A. Some of them play in conferences that play a lot of zone. Some of them press all games. So I don't want to say you're breaking habits, but you're just kind of getting used to each other again after the layoff and then after being with your high school team. So I would say normally that takes a month or so, depending on how much you practice. But, once we do click, I think we'll be special.
Well, we appreciate, obviously, all your contributions to Always 100 and everything you do for us. And look forward to seeing a great summer out of your team, an elite team and with tremendous players. And best of luck this summer.
Thank you. I look forward to, one, the team, but also learning from other coaches in our program like yourself. So appreciate you guys. I'm not the only celebrity here. Make sure you know that.
That was a paid advertisement. We appreciate Coach Gamble and everything that he does. And again, he coaches top elite teams, 17 and under team, and they are a tremendous team to watch.
Absolutely. Well, we've got the light blue team here leading 8-2, and I'd say we've had some interviews that would around this area certainly be considered a celebrity. I mean, Vanessa Rossworm's accomplished so much in her high school basketball career. Started since her junior year, and now going on to Indiana Wesleyan, as we heard earlier. We got a turnover here, going back to the Aqua team. And
Thad, to kind of add a little bit to what you said about Vanessa Rossworm. There's a lesson in what her college decision choices were, because again she had multiple Division I schools that were interested in her, and she just decided, hey, I'm going to go to school and play basketball. I'm not going to go play basketball and then go to school. And there's a big difference in that line of thinking. And again, Vanessa Rossworm is a tremendous young lady, and obviously one of the faces of Always 100 and all that she's done for us.
It was Lucy Beal who just hit that last shot for the blue team as they lead 10-2. And light blue team, they're the visiting team on the scoreboard for this game, but they are playing real well so far. That's a long pass from Kenzie Alston. We heard from her parents earlier today. As Allie Brown tries to make her move, the three comes up short. Knocked away. It was Brown who caused the takeaway, and Pocock could not finish. Hadley Pocock from Angola High School. Up-and-coming program there under soon-to-be second-year head coach Kayla Walker as the basket goes. think that was Leffers. Yep, Jules Leffers. Omsbaugh around the screen, gets it back over to Brown. A 12-2 lead, but we've seen a lot of these games. You never quit when you're down, but Emma Kaufman's not quitting either, and she's going for two, and she's got it. Great drive, Emma Kaufman. But we've seen it these Always 100 games. We've seen it with Indy Heat Gym Rats in recent years, and even with MVP basketball. You can be down, but it doesn't mean you're out. And Memorial Park's middle school team they've become the comeback kids in recent years. They had a game where they were down, I think it was 14-0. They went on a 27-0 run. That was this year during the MVP level. Was that Kaufman? No, that's not Kaufman. No. That was Leffers. Hazel Leffers with the block.
And Thad, to add to what you were saying about Memorial Park, what a tremendous job they've done on both in both programs, the girls and the boys. They've kind of become the standard as far as middle school basketball is concerned. Memorial Park, they won it again this year. Wasn't even close on the boys' side, and obviously the girls with Mackenzie White and Janaea Cooper and Harvest Green and some of the tremendous talent that they've had on the girls' side. They won multiple city championships as well. So they're kind of the gold standard right now as far as middle school basketball.
Yeah, and Memorial Park is the closest high school that it's located to in the FWCS district, I believe, is Southside. So if you're from Southside, you're thinking, gosh, if we can keep those really good players coming here to Southside, who knows? We've got a chance to, if you're talking about the boys' side, we've got a chance to keep this success going. If you're talking about the girls' side, we've got a chance to really get things back on track. The ball went way loose, and Aqua team will take over, but a big lead for the light blue squad. These games that we're playing right now, they're just a 120-minute half. Step back three there, no good. And Lucy Beal tracks down the ball. Beal apparently was just across the timeline when she caught it. Naomi Hahn calls for the ball. The feed inside. Beal couldn't spin it home. Madeline Omsbaugh comes down with the board for Aqua. Ripped away by Beal, and we've got a foul. A foul called on the blue team. They lob it in. Brinley Hamlin will fire, and Hamlin comes up short. Here comes Nadia Leatherman. Hahn going to go for the dish inside. Beal couldn't connect. I love the unselfishness, though, from Hahn. Jules Leffers comes away with it. They call it a jump ball, and it's right back to Team Aqua. Well, I thought that was the call. I thought that was why Aqua got the ball, but I think they're saying that should be blue ball. They just get it in, and Hahn gets the basket and one. No good. Now, I said earlier that free throws, you get one free throw for the value of two, but you make a shot and you get an and one chance, free throws are only worth one. 6.5 to go. The feed inside, that's Alston. Knocked away. Alston stayed with it, but that's a jump ball. Well, I thought the last jump ball went to light blue. They gave this one to light blue. Weatherman puts it home, and it is a 3. Team Aqua comes the other way. This is Kenneth Taylor from Homestead. This game has been sheer domination by the blue team. That jumper will not fall. Putback comes up short. That was a good look for Brinley Hamlin. Alston will fire the 3, and it's long. Battle for the board, and it goes to light blue. Jules Leffers bringing it across the timeline for light blue. Lucy Beal sets the screen, and that's Hazel Leffers, comes up short. Aqua comes away with it. 5 minutes to go. Hadley Pocock from Angola, that's blocked, but a foul is called, and they'll call that on Jules Leffers. And Pocock true on the free throw. She'll get 2. Leffers knocked away and stolen away. I think that was Hoekstra. Amelia Hoekstra. The ball went out of bounds off light blue, so Aqua regains possession. Allie Brown for 3. It's short. And that is Kaufman with the board. Kaufman going quick. The feed inside, and I'd say it was too hot to handle for Leffers. This went off her hands. Amelia Hoekstra across the timeline. Loose ball. Scooped up by Pocock. Hoekstra wants to go baseline. Draws a double team from Lucy Beal. And I think that went off of light blue. Yeah, it doesn't matter which court you're on. You got to keep your wits about you because stray basketballs can come from just about anywhere. You got 4 courts next to each other. Sometimes the ball goes loose and wanders onto another court as we get a foul on the inside. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Turnstone, the very location that we're here at, is scheduled to host the Lutheran Basketball Association of America's tournament, and that's largely middle school basketball teams from Lutheran schools all over the country that come here to Turnstone to compete against each other.
And that's a tremendous event that I've gotten a chance to see, that particular event in other venues. And, what people don't realize is that kids coming from parochial schools or in the Lutheran schools, those kids can play. And those kids, some of those kids are here today. But again, I think because we're so exposed to the public schools and in some cases the private, we don't always recognize the great talent that are in the parochial schools.
Chance to Rossett, a star ball player for Snyder, came out of St. Paul's Lutheran School in downtown Fort Wayne, and he would light up the scoreboard.
Correct.
And who knows, you might see that from him in the future. He had plenty of games this year where he did light up the scoreboard.
Yes.
And of course, with Xavier Wilson set to graduate, Chance already plays a pretty big role. He may see that role increase even more.
And what a tremendous run by our Northeast Indiana teams last night. Well, Columbia City and Homestead and Bishop Lures. Am I missing anyone as far as the teams that won regional finals?
Well, the Snyder Panthers knocked off the Carmel
Snyder,
Greyhounds.
That's correct. How could I forget Snyder with a huge win? And someone informed me late last night that that's the first regional that New Haven has won. And quote me if I'm incorrect, over 50 years?
That might be correct. I'm not sure. Now, I do know that New Haven, they beat a West Lafayette team that had won 22 games going in, and That's record-wise, that's better than what New Haven had, but the Bulldogs are not short on talent and clearly not short on guts either.
Right.
In fact, I think the Bulldogs had a double-digit lead for a good portion of that.
Yes. And Homestead handled their opponent pretty easily as well.
And Harrison, the team that Homestead beat, that's no small team either. Or
Right.
not small as far as talent and wins and losses goes. At least I don't think so. They just beat Kokomo in the sectional. That goes out of bounds.
Bishop Lures had a 17-point lead and against Bremen last night, and Bremen's kids made a huge run and took the lead, and Lures were just able to make enough plays at the end to win the ball game.
I think that was Leffers who just hit that last three. But this is looking like light blue to victory here on court number 1 as the clock keeps on running, and it'll run all the way down. But first, Jules Leffers gets the free throw.
I'm inundated with Snyder kids again.
They're all over the place, aren't they?
I think Snyder sent 42 kids to the showcase today.
The whole program?
Yeah, I think half the school is here today. The only one that I haven't talked to is not sitting next to me. If she would be willing to change seats with Mackenzie. And tell us your name and what brought you to the showcase today.
My name is Mackenzie Carter, and what brought me to the showcase?
Yes. What made you decide that you wanted to be a part of the showcase today?
I wanted to get more exposure, and I also wanted to be seen as much as I could today.
So what do you think you need to do to get yourself ready for a great season coming up next season?
For AAU or Snyder?
Yes, just AAU first.
I think I need to work on my ball handling as much as I can and just work on still being a leader on the court.
So if you could pick one thing that if you were going to talk to a college and say, this is one thing that I do very well, what would that thing be?
Leading the team and pushing everybody to do their best every game.
Did you hear that very political answer, Dad?
Yes, I did.
She said, leading a team. She didn't say, I'm a great shooter. She didn't say I'm a great defender. She said I'm a great leader. That's the kind of kids that Coach Tharp has in his program, and that's why Snyder's going to be one of the top teams in Northeast Indiana next season. Tell me the team that you play for, Mackenzie, and what's your goals for the team this summer?
I play for 2028 Grind, and my goals for this summer is to, again, just help lead the team, and we definitely want to be able to win some games, but we also want to have fun while doing it.
Well, we appreciate you coming today, and hopefully you had a good day. I know you're tired, and thank you for being a part of the showcase today.
Thank you.
Again, we have these great coaches and great programs that send their kids over, and they entrust us to work with their kids. And again, I just feel so honored and blessed that these parents say yes to us on a continual basis.
Absolutely, and Mackenzie Carter was a pretty good role player for the Snyder Panthers this year, and you saw a lot of improvement from the Snyder Panthers as a team. Talking about a team that had gone only a game over 500 last year, and all of a sudden this year they're one of the top teams in the SAC. They get another sectional championship, and they move on to regionals. All in all, it was a great season for Snyder, and I think a lot of us didn't really know what we were going to get from Snyder coming in, but what we got was a really good product.
Yes, and again, you take a look at Snyder and you take a look at Homestead, and obviously they're the gold standard as far as the teams in the SAC. But you take a look at that next tier of teams. You look at the Waynes and the Carrolls and some of the other teams that make up the SAC. And every night it's a good game. And again, I don't want to forget anyone, but those teams that don't always get the recognition, maybe the South Sides and the North Sides, they'll continue to build programs and just need a couple incoming freshman classes and put a couple classes together and they'll be fine. So So again, at Summit City, we get a chance to see all of these kids play, and and I'm just always just tickled to see the growth and development of teams that. And sometimes it's really interesting because it's difficult to build a program, but it's even more difficult to build and sustain a program, and that's what we see in this conference and in Northeast Indiana.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, we're getting ready for our next game. So Team Aqua is basically the home team here on court number 1, the de facto home team, if you will. And they're going to take on Team Coral here in just a moment. So Team Aqua, unfortunately, fell defeat to the light blue team just moments ago, but it looks like the Aqua girls are just about ready to take the court along with the Coral girls. We'll see some places that are no doubt familiar, and I got to remind myself, one of the players on this Coral roster, it says Hadassah Pope here on the roster, but at Blackhawk Christian, and I imagine her friends, her closest friends, I would think, know her best as Desi Pope. She wears number 103 for the Coral team. And it's going to be Delaney Madigan tipping off for Team Coral. Looks like she's tipping against, I think that's Brinley Hamblin. And Hamblin wins the tip, and there's Pope's quickness on display. Pope going down the baseline. All couldn't finish. There's Hamblin with the board for Team Aqua. Hamblin able to get a handle on the ball. Swings it inside. That's Alston. Corner 3 from the wing, short. Hamblin kept it alive for the moment. Drive to the basket. I think that was Phillips. Briley Phillips, and the 3 ball is good for Alston. So Team Aqua starts off with the 3 early on in this one, and I'll go ahead and correct that. Get my scoreboard up here in just a second. Desi Pope loses the ball. Aqua takes over. The feed inside. Hamblin spins around and scores. So Brinley Hamblin on the board for the first time in this ball game. Boy, Pope was awful close to that timeline. Desi Pope is a good player. She's listed as, I believe, 5 foot flat, but she plays with a quick motor. We've seen some players in this area who, what they lack in size, they make up for in quickness. You see that on the girls' side as well as the boys' side. As Kenzie Alston could not finish, and Olivia Dawson has the board for Team Coral. Brooklyn Robinson from Snyder, right under the basket. She'll bring it out. Sometimes you'll see kids go for one of those super tough reverses. Desi Pope unable to connect on that 3 ball. And with this 5-0 lead, here comes Team Aqua. Lost to light blue just moments ago. So far, a better response to start out this game. Knocked away into the hands of Pope. Pope has Madigan to her left, and Madigan across the paint. She found a wide open teammate, Alexandra Fuse. Blocked and a foul. That's Delaney Madigan who gets called for the foul. And that'll send Brinley Hamblin to the line. And Hamblin does get it to drop. Well, on a foul, on a shooting foul, if you don't make the shot, you get 1 free throw. And if you get it, it's good for 2 points. If you do make the shot, you still get 1 free throw, but it's only worth 1. Oh, Pope, you give her that much space, and she can take advantage. Kenneth Taylor from Homestead Has it swatted away out of bounds. That was Alex Fuse who knocked it away. And the Aqua team will take over. Check that. The Aqua team will keep possession. So that's the correction that needs to be made. This is the second game of our afternoon session. High screen set by Amspaugh. That's Taylor for three. Comes up short. Offensive board. Amspaugh back outside to Hoekstra. Amspaugh will drive. Here's Taylor. Into the paint. Off glass. No. Olivia Dawson on the run. Going all the way for two. How about that drive by Olivia Dawson? She had an open lane and took advantage. All good feet inside. Allie Brown surrounded by defenders. Dawson has it knocked away from behind. That was Brown. And here comes Hoekstra one-on-one. Little Euro step. The basket drops. And Team Coral will come the other way looking for an answer as we're just 5 minutes into this second game of the Always 100 Spring Showcase. That basket drops. And I believe that was Dawson. Yeah, Olivia Dawson. Better start to this game for Team Aqua. They fell behind 14-2 to the light blue team in the first game. All wide open, that's Pope. Check that. That's Robinson. Brooklyn Robinson. From Snyder, not Blackhawk Christian. Snyder and Blackhawk Christian may be very close to each other, but Brooklyn Robinson does not go to Blackhawk. She goes to Snyder. And Desi Pope does not go to Snyder. She goes to Blackhawk. As Taylor drives into the paint. Contested shot. Offensive board. And Allie Brown working the offensive glass. Well, Robinson able to keep control as Hoekstra was contesting. That shot won't go for Christiana Lehman. The lob inside, and that's too long. It was right into a chair, and that chair just stopped that ball from kicking onto court two. This will be Team Coral's basketball. And now here is Desi Pope as it looks as though Team Coral's made a little substitution. Turnaround shot blocked. Again, that's Desi Pope, but that was not Desi Pope who took the shot. The roster says Hadassah, but a lot of folks know her as Desi. Tough shot, too strong from Fuse. And I'm not sure how that didn't go out of bounds. You see those kind of plays every once in a while where you're watching it with your naked eye thinking, how could that not be out of bounds? And then sometimes you watch it later and you say, okay, maybe it was out of bounds. Maybe it was in bounds. Allie Brown on the drive. Short. Out of bounds. I think Aqua touched it last. Nope, they're going to say Coral touched it last. Brielle Phillips for three. No. It's recovered by Madigan. Lehman able to finish. Christiana Lehman. That's going to be a jump ball. And the possession arrow does favor Team Aqua. Tough shot. Would not fall. That was Hamblin who took the shot, and that ball gets loose. Alston picks it up. Underhanded, no. Hamblin fouled. And Brinley Hamblin will go to the free throw line. Just gets that one to spin home. Again, better start to this game for Team Aqua than in the game against Light Blue. As Madigan looks to drive, Madigan to the basket, and Madigan puts it home. Impressive drive by Delaney Madigan. Corner three, too strong. Hamblin's right there for the board. Hamblin's played pretty well here in this second game. That three's a little bit long. Brown right there waiting for it as Alston gets an easy lay-in. Desi Pope waits for the screen. She's got one. I thought she was going to pull up for a second there. Instead, she kicked it out, but that's an air ball. Although, again, I do like the unselfishness. As Alston comes down the floor, missed it. Madigan finds Fuse across the timeline. Fuse left it short. Alston pulls up. Long. But Hamlin right there to put it in. Fuse. Step back. Short. Alston's got it. Looks to run. And that's Phillips, who could not finish for Team Aqua. They lead it by 5, coming up on 9 minutes to go. Fuse, too strong. They're going up and down the floor, but lately it seems like Team Coral has had some opportunities they haven't been able to take advantage of, but Madigan gets fouled. It looked like she was fouled on the shot, so she'll go to the line. And Madigan gets her free throw. And again, the rule is if you get fouled on a shot and you don't make the shot, you get 1 free throw, but if you make it, it's worth 2 points. If you make the shot, you'll get a free throw, but that free throw will be worth 1 point, and that's a turnover. Hamlin tried as she might, couldn't get to it, or did it get touched by Coral on the way out? They're going to say it did not. My initial thought was that it did not get touched by Coral on the way out. Dawson for 3. No. And that's Phillips. Phillips finds an open teammate, and the basket is good. That was Omspaw who got the bucket. Tough shot. Olivia Dawson puts it home. And Team Aqua will come the other way. That's Phillips. Check that. I think that was Taylor, Kenna Taylor. As we get a whistle, came on this court. We got games going on 3 courts right now, so sometimes the whistles can be deceiving. Of course, it is just the refs doing their job, just making calls. When you have games going on all 3 courts, sometimes things can be hard to keep up with. But that was Allie Brown, and she's kind of been hard to keep up with for Team Coral. As Brooklyn Robinson gets down the floor, comes up short. That ball gets loose, still loose. Phillips was going for it. And I think that's going to be a jump ball. Going back to Team Coral. Desi Pope cut off as she tries to go down the baseline. Blocked on the way up. Lehman took the shot. And here comes Hoekstra. Amelia Hoekstra. Outside to Phillips. Entry pass to Brown. Taken away. Desi Pope. What a play. Desi Pope, very stingy defender. And she plays with a quick motor. You just saw her stinginess moments ago as Robinson will feed inside. Lehman kept the pivot foot down but didn't hit the shot. Back the other way comes Team Aqua. The basket is good. And that was Hoekstra, Amelia Hoekstra. Catch and shoot. The three is good. Was that Hoekstra again? Tough shot. Desi Pope. And Coral needed that to go. My apologies, folks. Scoreboard here says 25-20. So I'll reset my scoreboard just to reflect that, but that's 2 easy points for Vivian Casey. And almost too easy. As Kenzie Alston feeds that one off. Hoekstra. Basket goes. That's Allie Brown. She's having a good ball game. Both teams will make some substitutions. Madigan had it blocked. Hamblin comes away with the board. Hamblin's playing well here in this game. Again, this is a good response by Team Aqua after falling behind big time to light blue in our previous game. The runner is good. And I think that's Hoekstra again. That comes up short, but an offensive board by Adriana Mead. Hamblin comes away with it. Hamblin on the run. Hamblin stops, hoists it up. That won't fall. Trying to get it through traffic, and that one comes up short of Mead. But taken right back by Casey. Vivian Casey. Stolen away by Hamlin. And we'll get a whistle. And I think we got a foul on Team Coral. Alston for three. Mead double teamed. And a foul. Called on Team Aqua. It's going the other way. Desi Pope across the timeline. Gets the screen. Fuse on the drive. She's fouled on the drive with under 2 minutes to go in this ball game. And Fuse will go to the free throw line. Team Aqua will be the home team for all of the games here on court number 1 in the remainder of this afternoon session. Free throw gets it back down to a 5-point game. And stolen away by Team Coral. Here comes Pope. Blocked, and she's fouled. And we're going to get a timeout called by Team Aqua. It is a running clock, but you can stop the clock with timeouts. Team Aqua right now trying to hold the lead. Well, and again, the scoreboard still shows 29-24. I'm quite certain that Coral just made that last basket. Go ahead and change it on my scoreboard. Desi Pope will be at the free throw line. Already started the clock, so I'll start it in just a second. Pope did get the free throw. We've got under a minute to go. 29-24 as Team Aqua will put the ball in play. Long pass, and Pope's going to get to that one. 44 seconds. Knocked away. Pope's got it. Fuse. Meade swings it into the backcourt. Alston going for it. Alston going for the punctuation. And that one is knocked out of bounds. Kenneth Taylor really did not need to do that. That looked like it was about to be off of Coral. Taylor knocked it out, and here's Madigan. Fuse, got it. Little scoop shot, but time winding down. And wide open is Alston underneath the basket, and that is going to be the game's final points. 33-26 is our final in game number 2 of the afternoon session. So we've got 2 more games left to go here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase. About 5 minutes on the clock till we get our next game started. And I'll be back in just a moment getting ready for our next game at the Always 100 Spring Showcase on SummitCitySports.com.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead girls golf team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays. And while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
Well, it was Team Aqua who won our last game over Team Coral. Our next game is going to be Team Aqua versus Team Heather Purple. That's going to be the 3rd game of the Always 100 Spring Showcases afternoon session here on court number 1. And we've got about 3 minutes until that game gets underway, so I'll be back after this pause here on this broadcast of the Always 100 Spring Showcase on SummitCitySports.com.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260s dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
it's always been here. And they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Developed for athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
Well, again, our next game is between Team Aqua and Team Heather Purple. For Heather Purple, you'll see Haley Williamson from Norwell. And I think it was Riley Eberhard. Riley Eberhard was from Kentucky, as I recall. So, but we've had kids from Evansville, Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, a whole bunch of different places come to this Always 100 Spring Showcase here at Turnstone in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Ava Ritchie, a part of this team as well. She's from Crown Point, coming off a real good season. Eden Nash from Bluffton. We've also got Taylor Mack from Eastside making the trip from Butler, Indiana. That's not a far trip. Butler, I think, about 30, 45 minutes from Fort Wayne. It is a small town, but the Eastside girls basketball program has been really good in recent years under head coach Mike Lordy. It is a 2A program, but it's a 2A program that plays at a very high level. And, small town basketball, a lot of places where you go, especially here in Indiana, turns out to be really good basketball. You see that at Eastside. You see that at Norwell. You see that at Whitco. And, Belmont, they're in Decatur. And I'm not sure if Decatur qualifies as a small town, but it is a program that has done very well over at Belmont High School under Andy Himes' leadership. And we've seen some growth from schools like East Noble and their basketball program, as we're going to have 20 minutes on the clock for our next game between Team Aqua and Team Heather Purple. I almost forgot to mention Northridge from the small town of Middlebury, Indiana. That's a really good girls basketball program that Doug Springer has had the pleasure of leading for these last several years. Northridge also has a really good boys basketball program. And this third game is underway. Here comes Team Aqua right away, and Hoekstra draws the foul. Amelia Hoekstra from Homestead. In and out, couldn't quite get Team Aqua on the board. Now Team Purple will come the other way. Heather Purple. Baseline jumper is good, and that's Ava Ritchie. Ava Ritchie from the corner. And it is a three. For some reason I didn't think she was behind the line. There's a pull-up three on the other end from Phillips, and she comes up short. And now here comes Heather Purple. Almost too tall, but Taylor Mack just able to put it down. Ritchie couldn't squeeze it. Mack comes up with it, and Mack is fouled. Taylor Mack from the Eastside Blazers. She'll get herself a chance to go to the free throw line. First free throw is good. The only free throw on that trip is good. It's worth 2 points. Taylor Mack with a 3.77 grade point average. See a lot of these girls with really good grade point averages as 2 more points go for Team Purple. And they lead 7-0. Phillips. Gets it over to Omspaw. Out of bounds. And that's going back to Team Purple. They'll take over up. Well, they've changed the scoreboard again. It now says 5-2. I could understand if it said 7-2. I thought Aqua got a bucket in there, but they just took away 2 points off the scoreboard for Team Purple. Great drive and finish to the basket. And that was Ritchie again. Ava Ritchie. Brown hands it back over to Omspaw. Brown works her way in. No good. Hoekstra blocked, but a foul. That free throw rims out. Offensive board, Allie Brown, and she couldn't spin it home. Well, in the last game, I thought Allie Brown looked really impressive with her rebounding and her putback abilities. But we didn't see a putback that time, and I believe that was Mull, Delaney Mull backing inside. Mull's going to try a three. It's short, and Phillips comes away with the board. Phillips able to finish in transition. What a finish by Phillips. Ritchie across the corner, and the three a little bit long. Brielle Phillips with the board. Phillips uses the screen. She'll try the three. It's good. Brielle Phillips knocks it up from downtown. Baseline drive. Taylor Mack. The reverse drops. Taylor Mack from Eastside giving the lead to Team Purple. Taylor Mack, part of a really good Eastside Blazers program that made it to regionals this past year. Hoekstra, try as she might, could not finish. She's going to feed this one outside. Omspaw for three, too strong. And Devani Mull comes down with the board. Open three, Mack comes up short. Clock is running. Tied at 9. Haley Williamson about to inbound. Haley Williamson, a part of that Norwell team that just went to state this past year. Won state last year. Williamson's been a bit of a role player for those Lady Knights. Not the highest scorer on the team, but been a good role player. She's gotten good experience. She might just step into an even bigger role this year for Eric Thornton's squad. Across the paint to Kenzie Alston. And Alston will feed it back outside. Hamblin tries to spin in. Loses the ball. It's on the deck. Taylor Mack recovers. Little shot fake. And the basket goes. I think that's Crawford. Tyara Crawford. That gives the lead back to Team Purple. Poked away from behind. Riley Eberhardt with the takeaway. Eberhardt into the paint. Took a lot of steps there. She did get the bucket. And a 4-point lead for Purple. Here's Alston. Kenzie Alston. Out to the corner, they go inside to Brinley Hamlin. She's triple teamed and almost kept in play. Eberhard tried to save it, but she knocked it out of bounds, or stepped out of bounds in her efforts. And this will be Team Aqua's ball. Down only 4. They've been able to battle in this one so far as Hoekstra puts it in on the baseline. That's an open look. That's Williamson, no good on the 3.
And Thad, I wanted to tell you, what a tremendous job you've done this not only today but this season. And we appreciate everything that Summit City Sports does for these young people.
Well, thanks.
You guys don't get enough credit. You're grinding through football and basketball and baseball and soccer and all the things you guys do. And, all of you announcers and camera people and obviously Jeff Mahoney, you guys do a tremendous job. And just wanted to say thank you for all that you guys do for young people.
Thank you, Keith. We always love being able to bring you coverage of these athletes, whether it's high school basketball or an Always 100 showcase like this, or maybe a hockey game. Speaking of Jeff, he's actually over at the Parkview Sport One Ice House. I think he's working a Spaceman hockey game today. But, of course, hockey's a club-level sport, and we bring you that as well. I got Eric Hosmer with me on camera today. He does a lot of hockey as well.
Well, I don't think a lot of, including myself, a lot of people don't realize all it entails to get you guys ready for a broadcast and how many moving pieces there are that go into to showcasing these young people. And again, you guys just don't get enough credit. And not that you're looking for credit, but I think we need to say a job well done when it is done, and job well done for Summit City Sports.
Thank you, Keith. And, of course, one of our announcers, Jaron Matheny, does a lot of work for us. I thought I remember hearing that he is out sick today. So if that's the case, Jaron, hopefully you're better. My apologies if I'm wrong on that, but that's what I was told. Hoekstra battling into the paint. A little off kilter with the shot. Behind the back dribble from Riley Eberhard. Riley Eberhard from Kentucky. Had players from Evansville. Riley Eberhard is from Kentucky. That'd be an even longer drive for her parents, bringing her up here. Ritchie short on the 3. As Eberhard battling for the ball, couldn't get it. As we've got about 10.5 left to go. Oh, quick motor. And the basket drops and a foul. And Team Aqua will get 2 more. That's Kenna Taylor. And they tie up the game. And Taylor able to knock down the free throw. That'll give Team Aqua the lead. Of course, we here at Summit City Sports will have MVP basketball from the Boys and Girls Club tomorrow night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night. I will be there tomorrow night for the doubleheader, and then Tim Atkinson will be back on the call on Tuesday and Wednesday. Final 4 on Tuesday, and then the championship on Wednesday. And Mitch Sturm is a good organization there at MVP basketball. Chance for the middle schoolers in this area to keep the basketball going for a little bit. Shot fake, Hoekstra. And my apologies there. I was waiting for the score to change on the scoreboard. I think there's been a few times where my score and their score have been different, so I wanted to make sure that they changed it first as Eberhard takes it to the cup for 2. And, of course, whenever you have events, even just a single game on on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night or whatever night it is. A lot of work goes into preparing for that. So it's I think it's fitting to thank the event workers, the event staff, the school staff.
That is true. Correct.
Arena staff that put all that stuff together.
And all the athletic directors. And, and again, there's so many people behind the scenes that are willing to assist, and hopefully they have the same heart or that for young people, that I know Summit City does. And, you guys, and I'm part of this, and this tremendous product that Jeff has brought into our community. And again, just want to say thank you. First of all, Jeff, if you're listening, thank you for allowing me to be a part of Summit City, and look forward to continuing on and trying to get better at being a good analyst. And thanks you, Thad and Tim, for putting up with me and my weirdisms. So thank you so much. You guys have given me an opportunity to do something that I've always wanted to do, which is, just broadcast and be a part of the media. And thanks for putting up with an old man.
Well, thank you, Keith, for being a part of our broadcasts and for what you do whether it's with us at Summit City Sports and covering basketball, or with Always 100 and coaching the kids. Thank you for all the work that you put in as well. Eberhard, the feed to Taylor Mack, and Mack comes up short. Too strong on that shot. Taylor Mack will be a senior when the fall semester comes around. Phillips all the way to the cup. Speaking of Taylor Mack, she'll be a senior at Eastside. That jumper is good, and that was Ava Ritchie. I believe Ava Ritchie will be a junior at Bluffton when the fall semester comes around, as Phillips goes in for the board. And a foul is called inside 6 minutes to go. Ritchie steps into a three, short. Briley Phillips comes away with the board, and Phillips going quick. The feed goes inside to Hamlin, and Hamlin with a turnaround jumper. Ritchie into the paint. Baseline shot, air ball. And Hadley Pocock right there for the board. But Taylor Mack sticking with the play. How about the hustle from Taylor Mack? Eberhard wants the baseline. Too strong. Well, if Mike Lordy's watching this game, or watching this showcase, he'll probably he'll probably be pleased with the hustle that Taylor Mack just showed. Mike Lordy, the head coach at Eastside, he's got a really good program, and Taylor Mack's a big part of that. Mole with a pull-up jumper. Devani Mole able to knock it down. And Team Purple with a 3-point lead as we've got 4.5 to go in this third game of our afternoon session. Oh, nearly a takeaway. The basket goes. Brinley Hamlin. How about the work that she's done? Brinley Hamlin will be a senior. Three won't go. But they did get a putback. So it's 25-22. Brinley Hamlin goes to Monrovia High School. Plans to study human resources and criminal justice, which that's an interesting combination there. That either means she's maybe wants to work in human resources for a business, but also would like working for the FBI or something to that effect. Considering her options, perhaps. Haley Williamson all the way to the basket, but no good. And I would figure that Haley Williamson's going to see her role increase a little bit at Norwell. As that one is in and out, Hoekstra had it halfway down. And here comes Ritchie. Ava Ritchie all the way for two. And subs will come in for Team Aqua. As after this game gets done, I believe we've got one more game on the docket before we close for the day. Hoekstra dishes outside to Hamlin. Hamlin wants the three. It's not there. There's Williamson. Haley Williamson coming down the floor. Kicks to the corner. Mack for three. Book it. Taylor Mack. Back on the other end, Hamlin trying to muscle her way and a foul. Yeah, the light blue team was here on this court earlier, just a few games ago, and they won in blowout fashion over Team Aqua. But they've got their hands full with the maroon team. I'm seeing that over there at court number 3. That's where Caden Linder's on the call. Baseline jumper Mack, not this time. Good hustle, though. Tiara Crawford, and Crawford takes it to the cup. From the baseline, Hamlin, no. Offensive board, Brown, no good. Well, I do like Allie Brown's stick-to-itiveness. She plays the post really well. Does a good job securing those offensive rebounds and creating second chances for her team. Does a good job scoring in the post. She shows a lot of promise. We're inside the final minute of this game. We've got one more on the docket as Hamlin's three goes a little bit long, and Crawford gets to it. Crawford takes it to the basket. Tiara Crawford from Lafayette Jefferson High School. She's a freshman. Tiara was on the honor roll this year. At least I think that's this year. 3.8 GPA. Plans to study nursing when she gets to college. Corner three. Long. Crawford knocks it out. And this clock's going to run down, and it looks like Team Purple is going to be the winners as Allie Brown comes up short on the shot. And Team Purple is indeed the winner. We've got one more game left on the docket here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase. And I don't know if that's an interview guest that Keith has or just having conversation. Oh, that's Nard. That's Nard Hollins. And, well, of course, we appreciate everything that Nard does. We have gotten the chance to hear from him today. Nard Hollins, the founder and CEO of Always 100 Basketball. We appreciate everything he does, whether it's getting the events ready or training the kids. But we've got one more game on the docket. And we'll get ready for that one as we get ready to come back here on SummitCitySports.com. This is the Always 100 Spring Showcase here at Turnstone.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Game day, the moment athletes live for, the intensity, the passion, the unforgettable plays, and while you focus on the game, Watermark Sports Photo captures the memories. From the heart-pounding action to the game-winning score, our game day photos make your athlete the star. But we don't stop at game day. With our Sportrait sessions, together we dream up poses and take your athlete's story to the next level. Serving Northeast Indiana and Northwest Ohio, from colleges to high schools and club sports, moments fade, but the memories last forever. Watermark Sports Photo, where every shot is legendary.
So Purple was the winner of our last game. Getting ready for our last game is the most recent game. Getting ready for our next game, which I do believe is our last game of the day here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase. And that will be between Team Aqua and Team Yellow. And we'll see some athletes that are very familiar around this area, including Jada Sims and Izzy Eke from Snyder. We'll see Lainey French from Belmont. Charlotte Swigert from Bishop Dwenger. And those will all be on the yellow team. That game will start in about 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Now, right now, we're going to take another quick pause as we get closer to the start of what I believe is the final game of the Always 100 Spring Showcase here on SummitCitySports.com. Back to Turnstone in a moment.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Developed for athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
I started playing football when I was 4 years old in the Cub Football League at Leo. My freshman year of high school, I really started to notice that there was something different about how I played compared to what some other people were playing like. So then I started to develop more. I started to see the results, and then being able to go to Iowa was a big opportunity for me. Being able to train here at PSM has really given me an edge over my competitors. Working on my speed, and that's the name of the game nowadays, is who's the fastest guy on the field. Being able to put my body in different positions to allow me to be in the best position during the game. It's so important to not take those days off and just get into a place like PSM where they have flexible hours, and it's good for college athletes to come in and just train.
Well, that was Cam Zeisloft, who you just heard from in that last set of interviews. Cam Zeisloft had a great football career at Leo, and I believe he also played baseball as well. But in the meantime, we're about to have what I believe is the final game of our afternoon session here at the Always 100 Showcase. One more to go, and then I believe everybody will be wrapping it up. And we've got 13 minutes on the clock showing here. That's at the scoreboard. I've got 20, but game clock here shows 13. So we'll see what happens, but just about ready to get this game underway. And this game is underway, and Aqua will get the first possession. So them resetting the clock to 13 minutes makes me wonder if they might have one more game over here. The Aquas played the blue team as they get a bucket right there, and I think that was Brown. Allie Brown continues having a really good game. Check that, it was Hoekstra. That shot spins in, and look out. Devaney Harris able to get the bucket. Keith Edmonds confirming with me that this is the last game. They did move the clock to 13 minutes, but this is the last game as Team Yellow comes the other way. That's a tough shot, and it goes Zoe Eke able to put it in. And Zoe Eke is a freshman at Snyder. 4.0 grade point average, plays for Always 100 Black. For Justin Jordan, well, Justin Jordan and Reggie Tharp, the head coach at Snyder, were sharing court one here at Turnstone for most of this day when the drills were going on. And that was Harris, Devaney Harris, who knocks down the three ball. Aqua team gets the ball back. That is Hamblin. Pull-up jumper and smooth stroke from Brinley Hamlin. Team Aqua so far 1-2 here on this court. The shot is good, and I believe that was Lainey French. Lainey French from Belmont, that state championship team. That was the first state championship that Belmont had won in girls basketball. As Omspa goes to get the loose ball. Omspa had it taken away. Devaney Harris. And we got a jump ball. Devaney Harris. Get you some information about her here in just a second. She is currently attending Findlay High School. I believe that's Findlay, Ohio. Yep, Findlay, Ohio, part of the Toledo Top 64 Girls Showcase. That's one of her accolades here listed in the booklet. Brian Rosedale, her head coach. Findlay, Ohio, happens to be the hometown of former Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Ben Roethlisberger. That was Izzy Eke. Of course, we love having players, whether they're from Ohio or Indiana or Illinois or Michigan or Kentucky. Obviously, the Indiana players, you might say closest to home around here. Izzy Eke going to Snyder these days. As Eke backs in, tough shot, spins off, and the putback comes up short from Swigert. But Swigert with another chance, and she'll take advantage. Charlotte Swigert from Bishop Dwenger. And here's Phillips. A kick to the corner. That's Taylor. Her three's off the mark. Devaney Harris coming down the floor, and she's played pretty well so far today. Harris, the jumper, a little bit long. The feed inside, Natalie Schluter, blocked. That was Madeline Omspa who got the block. Through traffic, good pass, Pocock able to put it home. I'm sure that's one thing a lot of coaches are going to be looking at. Not only can you share the ball with your teammates, they're certainly going to be looking at that, but can you make clean passes? Can you make good decisions when it comes to passing? It looked like Jada Sims got fouled there. Jada's a sophomore, really promising sophomore, plays very well on the post for the Snyder Panthers. And she does get the free throw. It's worth 2 points in this case. These games you get fouled on a shot and you miss the shot, but you go to the line. If you make the free throw, it's worth 2 points. If you make the shot from the field and then make your free throw, the free throw's worth 1, but it's still good for a 3-point play. That three is in and out. Devaney Harris pulls down the board for Team Yellow. Speaking of Jada Sims, 3.7 GPA for her. Jada plays for Always 100 Hustle. Speaking of hustle, that was Brielle Phillips going down the floor for Team Aqua. Harris uses the screen from Sims. Harris, book it from downtown, Devaney Harris. Allie Brown trying to get inside, too strong, and there's Harris. She's been all over the place. Jada Sims to the basket, puts it home. Team Aqua taking a long time. They're wanting to get a sub in. That's why they're taking so long. Now, if this were a normal high school game or middle school game, you dribble the ball around behind half court for that long or short of half court for that long, it's a 10-second violation. This is a running clock, of course, and they're trying to get subs in as quick as possible, so they don't stop the clock to make substitutions. Of course, normally you have subs come in when the ball's dead. Inside 6 minutes to go, the first free throw and only free throw for Kenna Taylor is good. Natalie Schluter gets the high screen. Oh, that was blocked. Allie Brown came out to deflect it. This one's out of bounds. Looked like it was off Aqua, but heck of a play by Allie Brown. Actually do have a foul here, so free throws coming up for Team Yellow. They don't get them. And Brielle Phillips comes down with the board. That was Marie Powers who shot the free throw. Knocked away. Lainey French gets it up ahead, and Taylor gets back there to take it back for Team Aqua. And I apologize. Again, the scoreboard here in the gym is different than the scoreboard I have, so I'll change mine to reflect what this scoreboard says. 20-10 is what's on the scoreboard here at the Plasman Athletics Center. Big facility, 4 basketball courts here at Turnstone, and Turnstone does a lot of work training Paralympic athletes. They do have a swimming pool here on the campus. I think that's mostly for adapted swimming. Powers, got it. Marie Powers. Marie Powers from Coldwater High School, and I believe that's in Michigan. Blocked on the inside. Zoe Eke was in the area. And Omspa will go to the free throw line. Can't get it. And Eke had the board. It looked like she did. And are they going to say that Team Aqua touched it last? I don't think so. They're going to say Team Yellow touched it last. All wide open. Hoekstra, book it. Team Yellow coming the other way. That is French. Lainey French outside to Schluter for 3. Yes! Natalie Schluter. Here's Hoekstra. Wants to go baseline. She's cut off. Right in her face. Hoekstra knocks down the 3. What a tough shot that was. Well, Rod Parker's got to like what he sees out of her. That's a deep 3 on the other end. Comes up short. Offensive board. French. Short. Putback won't go. Briley Phillips. Check that. That's not Phillips. I think that was Pocock who got the board. No, it was not. It was Taylor. But anyway, we're inside 3 minutes to go as it looks like, as I understand, this will be the final game of the Always 100 Spring Showcase. That was close to a double dribble there by Schluter. Right now, Yellow with the momentum, trying to hold on to a 12-point lead and very little time left. Really, they could just be patient here as Zoe Eke dribbles around. Now, of course, this is a chance for college coaches to get to watch some of these young athletes. And there's one difference about the high school game, at least here in Indiana, compared to the college game. The high school game, there's no shot clock. And again, my apologies. I was sure that Hoekstra made that three. Again, the clock shows 27-13. That's why I'm changing the scoreboard there. Scoreboard here at Plasman shows 27-13. A little fake there, Omsbaugh. Extra pass. Brown, long, gets it back. And Brown feeds it outside. Hoekstra missed it. Put back is good. Allie Brown. Catch and shoot. And Devaney Harris keeps playing at a high level. And now I think that's going to just about do it. So, they're calling everybody off the court. There's still time on the clock, so I'll stop my clock. But I think this game has been called, with it being a 14-point game, so I think we can call this a final. Team Yellow beats Team Aqua 29-15. So I was mentioning earlier, one big difference between the high school game in Indiana and the college game is Indiana high school basketball, they do not have a shot clock. But at the college game, they do have a shot clock. So whether you're going NAIA, NCAA, D1, D2, D3, that's an adjustment that you'll have to make when you get to that level. And you always have to make adjustments as you get to the next level. But right now, Nard Holland's just about to dismiss the group for the day. So it looks like we are just about done. But we'll let Nard Hollins, Reggie Tharp, and the guys have their word before we do sign off. That will do it from the Always 100 Spring Showcase. We do thank you for joining us to watch some of these great girls basketball players from here in Indiana and even in Michigan and Ohio and Kentucky. May have even had some Illinois girls in there as well. But we definitely had Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, and Michigan represented today here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase. It's been fun. Been great bringing you all these great athletes and getting you a chance to watch some basketball. High school girls basketball in Indiana has ended for the year. Of course, it'll pick up again later this year in November as the next season comes our way. But high school basketball is over for the year. But chance to watch some Always 100 basketball, and these girls will probably be playing AAU basketball in the summer as well. A lot of them will. A whole lot of them will. And that's going to do it from here at the Always 100 Spring Showcase at Turnstone. For my cameraman, Eric Hosmer, this is Thad Goff saying so long from Turnstone in Fort Wayne, Indiana. You've been watching the Always 100 Spring Showcase on SummitCitySports.com.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season or complete games live or on demand. After all, Nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Developed for athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
I started playing football when I was 4 years old in the Club Football League at Leo. My freshman year of high school, I really started to notice that there was something different about how I played compared to what some other people were playing like. So then I started to develop more. I started to see the results, and then being able to go to Iowa was a big opportunity for me. Being able to train here at PSM has really given me an edge over my competitors.